On the day of the wedding, the elder brother Ye Zhong did not come back, so he had no choice but to let his younger brother Ye Jiu take over. Ye Jiu gritted his teeth and married his sister-in-law, but the system was actually activated. Chapter 1, You're telling me I have to marry my sister-in-law. Ye Jiu, please. Your uncle is begging you. You don't want the whole family to die, do you? In Shiliang Prefecture, at the Ye family estate, the family head Ye Zhong stared anxiously at the young man before him. Ye Jiu sat in a wheelchair, wearing a helpless expression. But uncle, he said, what does it have to do with me if my big brother can't make it back in time? Sister-in-law is already waiting in the main hall for the wedding ceremony. What do you expect me to do? Ye Zhong hurried closer. I've already thought it through. That good-for-nothing brother of yours isn't he making it back, but you're still here, aren't you? Besides, Jiang Lian has never even seen your big brother. You may as well go through with the ceremony in his place. What? Ye Jiu's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face. Marrying his sister-in-law? He'd only seen things like this in certain types of adult movies in his past life, never did he expect it to become his real-life plot twist. That's right. Ye Jiu was a transmigrator. 16 years ago, he had crossed over into the Daxiar dynasty. Unfortunately, due to a fierce battle while his mother was still pregnant with him, Ye Jiu was born paralyzed from the waist down. Though he looked no different from others on the surface, he had been confined to a wheelchair since birth. Thankfully, the Ye family owned some property in Shiliang Prefecture. While he wasn't favored like his two older brothers by their grandfather, he had always had food on the table and made it to his current age of 16. Because of his memories from a previous life, Ye Jiu didn't exactly object to the idea of marrying his sister-in-law. After all, as the saying goes in his past life, nothing tastes better than dumplings, nothing's more fun than. Cough. Cough. Still, now that this wild scenario was actually happening to him, Ye Jiu couldn't help feeling it was all a little too surreal. Uncle, are you serious? That's a girl from the Jiang family. Even if big brother can't make it, what about second brother? You're really giving me this amazing marriage opportunity. She's not some ugly hag, is she? Ye Zhong quickly waved his hand. No, absolutely not. Don't worry about that. Think about who the Jiang family is. Do you really think they'd have ugly daughters? True. Ye Jiu nodded. With a name like that, there's no way they'd allow a plain-looking woman in the house. As for your second brother, Ye Zhong continued, you know what he's like: drinking, gambling, completely unmotivated. To be honest, I already sent someone to find him. If Jiang Lian ended up marrying him, I'd actually be quite pleased. But right now, who knows which tavern he's living it up in? Who knows when we'll even find him? And the wedding ceremony can't wait. Jiang Lian's mother is here in person, waiting too. I really have no other choice but to ask you. He looked absolutely serious, as if the entire Ye family would be doomed if Ye Jiu didn't help. To be fair, he wasn't wrong about second brother being unreliable. Ye Jiu frowned. Even if I don't mind marrying my sister-in-law, this just feels wrong. That's the Jiang family. If they find out the truth, do you think they'll just forgive us? The Daxiar dynasty was vast, divided into 9 provinces. The Jiang family ruled Jiangju. In contrast, the Ye family was a mere speck, a small clan from a backwater prefecture. The difference between them was like that between heaven and earth. If the Jiang family were offended, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ye Zhong quickly explained, don't worry. When your grandfather arranged this marriage with the Jiang family, he never specified which brother. So whether it's your big brother or you, it makes no difference. What matters most right now is making sure the wedding ceremony goes off smoothly. Jiang Lian and her mother represent the Jiang family. If we disrespect them, that's what'll really get us killed. Ye Jiu looked torn. But this is marrying my sister-in-law. It's the kind of thing I'd never dare to even dream of. Well, okay, maybe dream of, but not actually do. Besides, all of Shiliang Prefecture knows she was supposed to marry big brother. If I step in now, what'll they say behind his back? When big brother finally comes back and finds out I stole his fiancée, you really think he'll forgive me? Ye Zhong stood tall and declared. Don't worry. Your uncle and grandfather have already made the decision. And let us be honest, you're doing this for the sake of the Ye family. If your brother hadn't he run off and skipped his own wedding, this wouldn't he even be happening. It's his fault. And if he dares complain when he returns, your aunt and I will be the first ones to oppose him. Besides, you're no kid anymore. And with your legs the way they are, as your uncle, I've been deeply worried you might never find a wife. Now a bride practically falls into your lap. If I didn't help you seize this chance, I'd be going against my own conscience. Is that really true? Since when did you become so kind-hearted, uncle? Ye Zhong gave him a skeptical look. Ye Zhong raised a hand, swearing. Every word from the heart. I swear. So, can we get moving now? Ye Zhong rubbed his temples and sighed. Still no. What now? Ye Zhong was about to lose it. Ye Zhong said seriously. Uncle, you said it yourself. With my condition, cultivating is much harder for me than anyone else. On top of that, my talent is average. My basic body tempering technique is only at the 3rd level. I don't even know if I'll ever reach the chi refining realm. My legs were crippled from birth. No medicine can cure them. If I can't reach chi refining, they'll never heal. If I marry her now, I'd just be ruining her life. She deserves happiness. Ye Zhong leaned in and said. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Jiang Lian may be from the Jiang family, but her father died young, and her mother used to be a servant. She has never been treated well in the Jiang household. You may be disabled, but I know your character. You treat her well, and you'll be giving her happiness, not taking it away. Also, I heard from your father you may be numb below the waist, but that part is working just fine. In marriage, as long as that part of life is harmonious, that's all that matters. Really? Ye Zhong asked skeptically. Of course it's true. Ye Zhong insisted. I've been around, haven't I? Why would I lie to you? Wait a second, Ye Zhong narrowed his eyes. But you and auntie are always bickering. Are you telling me your married life isn't harmonious? He leaned in, eyes gleaming like he'd just uncovered a scandal. Ye Zhong's face turned red with embarrassment. Enough. Don't ask such things, you brat. I've said so much, are you in or not? Ye Zhong sighed deeply and said. You've made it this far. What else can I say? But let me be clear, I'll marry her. Just make sure when big brother and second brother return, you'll stand up for me. Don't worry. From now on, I'll act like I never even had those 2 ungrateful sons. With that, Ye Zhong immediately began pushing Ye Zhong's wheelchair toward the changing room. Chapter 2, The Invincible Wife Doting System is activated. Ye family, study room. Father, are you really going through with this? Jiang Lian was originally meant to marry Ye Zhong, she's Ye Zhong's sister-in-law. If Ye Zhong marries her, how are the brothers supposed to get along in the future? Ye Chanming looked anxiously at the seated Ye Shan. Ye Shan let out a heavy sigh. What choice do we have? Ye Zhong still hasn't returned, clearly delayed by the new admissions at Qingyang Academy. But we can't afford to offend the Jiang family. Are we supposed to just leave the mother and daughter hanging? You know full well what would happen if the Jiang family gets angry. But isn't there still the second son, Ye Lang? Ye Zhong's full brother. Letting him marry Jiang Lian would be a lot more appropriate than letting Ye Zhong do it, right? Ye Chanming offered. Ye Shan slammed the table in frustration. Don't even mention Ye Lang. That useless brat is out indulging in wine and women again. Your brother sent several search parties, but none have found him. We're truly out of options. Thankfully, the engagement I made with old Master Jiang back then never specified which son was to marry her. So Ye Zhong marrying Jiang Lian is perfectly acceptable. You don't need to worry. As for how the brothers will get along, I'll personally back Ye Zhong. What are you afraid of? Ye Chanming sighed. Well, since you've already made up your mind, there's not much more I can say. I'm glad Ye Zhong can find a wife. I just hope this doesn't harm their sibling bond. Luckily, with Ye Zhong's leg condition, he probably won't make it into Qingyang Academy anyway, while Ye Zhong is already studying there. With the two rarely seeing each other, things may work out. Ye Shan nodded and sighed again. Speaking of Ye Zhong, we truly owe that mother and son. Your wife may have come from humble beginnings as a maid, but when our Ye family was in crisis, she risked her life to help us escape and preserve what little we had left in Shilian County. She was gravely injured for your sake, losing her life, and Ye Zhong was born with a disability as a result. Our Ye family owes the two of you far too much. Father, we're all family. There's no need to dwell on it, Ye Changming quickly replied. Ye Zhong has grown up now. If he can start his own family and career, I'll be content. Exactly. Yishan said. In fact, I was going to tell you, once Ye Zhong marries Jiang Lianer, transfer the alchemy shop in East Market to him. He's starting a family now, he'll need to manage his own household. I'll thank you on his behalf then, Ye Changming said gratefully. No need for thanks between family, Yishan waved him off. Back when our family was thriving, Ye Zhong wouldn't need to manage business himself. But things have changed. The Ye family has declined, and the Jiang family has risen. Fortunately, they still honor the old engagement, and Jiang Lianer, though of humble birth, is willing to marry into our family. That alone saves our last bit of dignity. Life rarely goes as planned. We must learn to accept it. Ye Changming nodded solemnly. Just then, the door creaked open. Ye Chang'an poked his head in. Master, second brother Ye Zhong agreed. Then don't waste time. Send him to the ceremony. Yishan said urgently. Father, I still have a few words for Ye Zhong, Ye Changming said as he left the room. Outside the study. Seeing his father approach, Ye Zhong quickly cupped his fists in greeting. Zhong, have you truly made up your mind? Ye Changming asked solemnly. Ye Zhong nodded. I've thought it through. Starting a family is something every man must do. Given my condition, I'm already grateful I can have a wife at all. Then he turned toward Ye Chang'an. But uncle, you've all been pushing me to marry Jiang Lian, or have you ever asked her if she wants to marry me? Ye Chang'an froze. Then he said, this is a marriage arranged by our elders. Since when does the bride get to refuse? But I believe we're equals. She's a person too, Ye Zhong said firmly. She should have the right to choose her life. I've agreed to marry her today, but if she isn't willing, I won't force her. I'll ask her myself tonight. If she wants out, I'll write a divorce letter in a few days and set her free. That way, we won't break the marriage alliance. That's fair, right? That. Ye Chang'an and Ye Changming exchanged stunned looks. Clearly, they didn't expect Ye Zhong to say that. But Zhong, Ye Changming said, if you do release her, what will you do in the future? Your legs are crippled, it will only get harder for you to find a wife. Ye Zhong smiled. I still have my hands and brain. One day, I'll meet someone who'll truly want to be with me. Don't worry. Suddenly, Yishan's voice came from inside the study. Well said. As expected of a descendant of the Ye family, spine and dignity. We'll do as you say. Thank you, Grandpa, Ye Zhong said with a smile. But Zhong Ye Changming started to say more, but Ye Zhong interrupted. Father, there's no need to worry about me. I was just saying, what if Jiang Lianer ends up liking me? After all, aside from my legs, your son is pretty handsome, right? You rascal, Ye Changming said, smiling with pride. Let us go then. Ye Chang'an said as he pushed Ye Zhong's wheelchair toward the front hall. When Ye Zhong arrived at the hall, Jiang Lianer's mother, Madame Su, froze upon seeing him in a wheelchair. But in the end, she said nothing, only quietly wiped her eyes. At Ye Chang'an's cue, the steward announced. Bride and groom, take your positions. First bow to heaven and earth. As the steward's voice rang out, Ye Zhong bent forward to bow. But in that very moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has completed the wedding and married Jiang Lianer. Activating the invincible wife doting system. Ding! System successfully bound. Ding! Congratulations, host has received the newbie gift pack. Reminder, with the invincible wife doting system, every act of doting will earn you rewards. When your wife's affection reaches a certain level, you'll unlock extra bonuses. Current wife Jiang Lianer's affection, 0%. Mission, become invincible, starting with doting on your wife. Host, please love her well. Listening to the series of prompts in his mind, Ye Zhong was completely stunned. He'd been in this world for 16 whole years. And his system was finally activated. You damn thing, do you have any idea what I've suffered for 16 years waiting for this? Chapter 3. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Ye Zhong could hardly hide his excitement. Even during the subsequent wedding process, his mind was not on it at all. Instead, he was silently studying the novice gift package in his mind. System. Open the newbie gift pack. As Ye Zhong gave the order, a spectrum suddenly appeared in his mind, and a voice sounded at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret method of auxiliary cultivation, Dragon and Phoenix Book. Dragon and Phoenix Book, a secret method to assist in cultivation. It does not have the ability to cultivate itself, but it can help the host to improve the speed of cultivation. Currently, it can increase their host's cultivation speed by 1 times. When a couple cultivates together, their wife can also get the same doubled cultivation speed effect. Warm tips: the effect of practicing the Dragon and Phoenix Book is doubled, and it can be further improved by pampering your wife. Looking at the introduction of the Dragon and Phoenix records, Ye Zhong couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect this novice gift pack to be so awesome. Although the initial speed of practicing the Dragon and Phoenix Book only increased by 1 times, it was a huge benefit to Ye Zhong, who already had difficulty in practicing. The most important thing is that the cultivation multiplier of this Dragon and Phoenix Book can be increased. This means that he can now think about practicing a cultivation path that he never dared to think about before. Even the pair of legs that had tortured him for 16 years now had hope of complete recovery. And he can get this simply by working hard to pamper his wife. And pampering his wife was what Ye Zhong wanted to do, otherwise he would not have considered so much about Jiang Liana before they got married. After all, Ye Zhong was a time traveler, so he believed deep down that husband and wife are equal. If Jiang Liana was willing to follow him even though his legs were disabled now, how could he not pamper her? In Ye Gu's excited mood, the wedding process was finally completed. Ye Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief and ordered his men to send Ye Zhong and Jiang Liana to the bridal chamber. Although Ye Changming was worried about his son, he was still very excited to see his son actually get married. After all, as a father, the moment he looks forward to most is when his son grows up, gets married and starts a family. In the room, Ye Zhong looked at Jiang Liana, who was sitting on the bed, took a deep breath and spoke. There's no one else here, just lift your veil yourself. Jiang Liana was stunned when she heard this and spoke timidly. Husband, please open it. Don't break the rules. I would like to, but my legs are disabled, so I'll have to trouble you to do it yourself. Ye Gudao. Jiang Liana did not insist after hearing this and lifted the veil herself. During the wedding ceremony, Jiang Liana had obviously seen Ye Gu's situation through the gap, so she was not too surprised. He just lowered his head, not sure whether he was afraid or shy. Ye Zhong looked at her and felt emotional. As expected of a girl from the Jiang family, even though she is a concubine's daughter, she is so beautiful. Brother, don't blame me. It's not me. It's just that my sister-in-law is too charming. Thinking of Ye Zhong, he smiled and said, let me tell you something, don't be too surprised. Actually, I'm not Ye Zhong, my name is Ye Zhong, and I'm Ye Zhong's younger brother. Jiang Liana was obviously stunned when she heard this, and was completely confused. Ye Zhong continued. It was originally planned that my eldest brother Ye Zhong would marry you, but he was unable to return due to the enrollment of Qingyang College. I had no choice but to be pushed out to take the blame. But don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm not an unreasonable person. Since I am willing to step forward and take the blame, it means I am willing to marry your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, if you are willing to follow me, from now on you will be my wife, Ye Zhong. I will also do my best to let you live a good life. Of course, if sister-in-law doesn't want to, I can write you a letter of divorce in a few days. You can choose to leave at any time, or wait for my eldest brother to come back and see if he is willing to live with you. I won't force it. After all, my sister-in-law has seen my legs, and it takes a lot of courage to be with me. The decision is up to you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, think about it and give me your answer. After Ye Zhong finished speaking, he said no more, pushed his wheelchair to the table, and drank his tea silently. Jiang Liana looked at Ye Gu's back, still a little confused. Obviously, she didn't expect that the husband she thought of was actually her brother-in-law. Moreover, her brother-in-law wanted to marry her and even let her make the decision herself. You know, before this, no one had ever asked her to make a decision. Even the decision of marrying into the family was made by a word from the elders in the clan. Even my mother didn't dare to refuse, let alone myself. Sister-in-law, have you thought about it? Ye Zhong drank a cup of tea and asked. Jiang Liana shook her head. I don't know, no one has ever made me make a decision. Ye Zhong sighed helplessly upon hearing this. This is the tragedy of women in the old times. Sister-in-law, you can make this decision if you meet me today. I won't force you, sister-in-law. Even if you decide to leave the Ye family, it doesn't matter. I can give you some money. After all, once you leave the Ye family, your reputation will be ruined, and I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the Jiang family. Why not find a small place to live in anonymity? Women in the old times were so miserable, which made Ye Zhong selfish. He wanted to help as many women as possible. After all, I was able to obtain the Dragon and Phoenix book thanks to Jiang Liana, so this is my way of repaying her. Listening to Ye Gu's words, Jiang Liana's tears flowed unconsciously. She didn't feel that her life was miserable, but after so many years, she actually experienced what care and concern meant from a man she had only met once. In the past, in the Jiang family, apart from her mother, who really cared about her thoughts and considered her feelings. But apart from her mother, the one who gave her all these was actually a strange man. And from this moment on, Jiang Liana had already made a decision in her heart. She wiped her tears and looked at Ye Gudao. I will marry you. Although you have a disability, I can feel your care and concern. Jiang Liana stood up, bowed to Ye Zhong and said, Thank you for not abandoning me, my dear husband. I am willing to follow you forever, regard you as my heaven, and serve you by your side. As soon as Jiang Liana said this, Ye Zhong immediately heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully pampered his wife. Jiang Liana's favorability has increased to 10. System reward, Dragon and Phoenix manual cultivation speed increased to 2 times, 2 Ju pills. Hearing the voice of the system, Ye Zhong was also stunned. Is this the reward for doting on my wife? The speed of practicing the Dragon and Phoenix manual has been increased by 2 times. This is too cool. Ye Zhong immediately checked the information about the Ju pills, but his face turned red afterwards. Ju pill, a cultivation pill that must be taken before a couple practices together. It can improve cultivation and... My husband, why is your face red? But you're tired. Do you want Liana to serve you and let you rest? Jiang Liana walked over and asked. Ye Zhong looked at Jiang Liana's charming appearance and felt a little distracted. Time travelers don't lie to other time travelers, he has some dirty thoughts. Okay. Thank you, sister-in-law. You still call me sister-in-law. Jiang Liana's pretty face turned red. Ye Zhong was also a little embarrassed. She called him husband and he called her sister-in-law, so why was he still immersed in the happiness brought by his sister-in-law? Sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law, Liana. Trouble. Jiang Liana was a little confused. Ye Zhong looked at his legs a little embarrassedly and said. I suddenly lost feeling in my waist, but don't worry, it can still be used and won't affect other things. So, I'll have to trouble you in the bridal chamber tonight. Jiang Liana's pretty face turned even redder when she heard that. Ye Zhong was also a little embarrassed. He quickly took out 2 Ju pills, stuffed one into his mouth, and handed the other to Jiang Liana. Candy beans, do you want to eat? Chapter 4, On the Wedding Night, System, Could you please be quiet? Shiliang County, inside a restaurant. Sir, have another drink. Yes, sir, the night is long, you must drink 1 more cup. Well. Yi Lang looked at the 3 or 5 beautiful ladies around him, his flushed face full of smiles. But at this moment, there was an urgent knock on the door. Second master. It's urgent. The master wants you to go back immediately. Second young master. Yi Lang's face was full of impatience. He stood up, opened the door, and yelled at his men. What are you shouting for? Can't you see I'm drinking? Do you know that I spent a lot of money to invite the courtesan Miss Ari to accompany me? The men knelt on the ground hurriedly. Second young master, it's really urgent. The master wants you to go home and get married. Go home and get married? What kind of marriage? Yi Lang was stunned as he spoke, and he sobered up a little. He glanced at the beautiful ladies behind him who also looked curious, and hurriedly pulled them down to the door, speaking in a low voice. Isn't today the day my eldest brother gets married? What kind of marriage is this that you're asking me to go back for? Just explain your words to me clearly. The subordinate dared not neglect it and told the whole story immediately. Yi Lang was stunned after hearing this. Brother didn't come back. You want me to go back and get married? Marry my own sister-in-law? Isn't this ridiculous? Second master, there is really nothing we can do. After all, she is the daughter of the Jiang family. She is waiting for her in the lobby. If you neglect her, you will lose your head. His men looked anxious. Yi Lang waved his hand and said, I was scared. Even if the Jiang family is the ruler of Jiangju, so what? The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. The old man is afraid of them, but I am not. I've heard that the girl who married into the Jiang family isn't an important person. What's wrong with leaving a concubine's daughter alone for a while? But sir, this matter must be resolved tonight. The eldest young master can't make it back, so you have to take over tonight no matter what. Yi Lang smiled. Let me take over? They are dreaming. I have 5 beautiful ladies here. Let me go back and marry one. Don't you know which one is better? Do you really think that I don't know how to count? Besides, even if she's not ugly, how pretty can she be as a concubine of the Jiang family? Here I have our restaurant's most beautiful lady, Miss Ari. The other 4 are also the best in the world. The quantity is not good, the quality is not good, is it still worth it? Go back and say you didn't find me. The subordinates became anxious when they heard this. How can this be possible, master? If you don't go back, what about the wedding ceremony? Yi Lang smiled when he heard this. What? You're not going to hold the wedding banquet without me. Besides, if the eldest brother can't come back, doesn't the third brother still have the family? The third son has difficulty walking and can't run, so let him take over. This is a good opportunity to find him a wife. This. His subordinates were also confused. Yi Lang said impatiently. All right, get out of here. Don't waste my time. Miss Ari charges by the minute. Wasting time is wasting money. After saying that, Yi Lang turned around and entered the room, locking the door at the same time. No matter how anxious his men outside were, he just pretended not to hear. Yi Mansion, inside the room. Jiang Liana couldn't help laughing as she looked at Yi Jiyu, who was sitting next to her with his hands so stiff that he couldn't even unbutton a button. Husband, are you nervous? How about Liana solve it herself? Yi Jiyu clapped his hands and said with great embarrassment. I still haven't gotten used to this change of identity. As soon as I see you, I want to call you sister-in-law. If I were to undress for you, I would feel like I was desecrating my sister-in-law. I really couldn't bring myself to do it. Jiang Liana's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head. Don't joke, my husband. I'm already your wife. Yi Jiyu nodded quickly. Yes. Wait for me to slow down. As he spoke, Yi Jiyu took a deep breath and cursed in his heart. Yi Jiyu, are Yi Jiyu? It's a waste that you are a time traveler. This is something you never dared to dream of in your previous life, but now it has happened to you, and you are still scared. Are you a man or not? What's wrong with my sister-in-law? My sister-in-law is also a woman and needs a man's love. And my sister-in-law's status was only a few minutes ago. The person sitting in front of you right now is your own wife. Why are you hesitating about being intimate with your own wife? If you don't hurry up and make it a done deal, when Big Brother comes back, you won't have a chance to do anything. Thinking of this, Yi Jiyu gritted his teeth, and when he opened his eyes again, he felt like he was injected with chicken blood. In no time, he unbuttoned Jiang Liana's clothes. Looking at Jiang Liana's almost red cheeks, Yi Jiyu finally couldn't help it and turned around to blow out the candles in the room. He took Jiang Liana into his arms. That night, 2 strange souls collided with each other. 2 people who had nothing in common became husband and wife. And Jiang Liana is indeed very well behaved and sensible, because Yi Jiyu has disabled legs. So that night, Jiang Liana was basically the one serving him. Maybe it was the effect of the Jew pills, or maybe it was because he was at the age of full vigor and vitality. Yi Jiyu has never been as crazy as tonight. He didn't even realize that his inner strength was increasing little by little under the effects of the Dragon and Phoenix book and the Jew pills. Yi Jiyu kept savoring Fang Ziyi between his lips and teeth, taking it to his heart's content. And as the saying goes, what is the best spice of life? The 2 people who were originally strangers to each other became closer amidst all their ups and downs. Even the system sounds started to sound one after another. Ding! Their host has successfully pampered his wife, and Jiang Liana's favorability has increased to 15. Ding! Their host has successfully pampered his wife, and Jiang Liana's favorability has increased to 20. Ding! Their host has successfully pampered his wife, and Jiang Liana's favorability has increased to 30. However, Ye Zhong was obviously not in the mood to care about these things at the moment. He even cursed in his heart. Tonight is my wedding night, system, you'd better be sensible. The two of them tossed and turned for most of the night until Jiang Liana was exhausted and curled up in Ye Gu's arms begging for mercy. Only then did Ye Zhong contentedly hold her and fall asleep. The Great Xia dynasty is different from the previous life in many ways. For example, the time to wake up. In his previous life, Ye Zhong 997 always wanted to sleep until he woke up naturally on his days off. As a result, when we arrived at the Great Xia dynasty, we found that people here got up even earlier, basically at 6 or 7 in the morning. It's just that Ye Zhong was born in the Ye family, and although his life is not very wealthy, it is at least not bad. In addition, he was disabled in both legs, so he gave up completely and achieved the freedom of sleeping in the Great Xia dynasty, and he could wake up whenever he wanted. But Jiang Liana obviously didn't dare. When it was 6 o'clock in the morning, she opened her eyes habitually and got up. However, Ye Zhong took her into his arms. It's not even daybreak yet, why are you getting up so early? Aren't you tired after all the hard work last night? Jiang Liana said with a slightly blushing face. It's already this late, if I don't get up, I'll be laughed at by everyone. And today is the first day of marriage, and I have to serve tea to my parents-in-law. Ye Zhong pulled Jiang Liana back into bed and said sleepily. You are my wife, Ye Zhong. I get up at 9 o'clock every day. You should also get up at 9 o'clock in the future. If anyone dares to laugh at you, I will punish him. Besides, young people need to get more sleep, otherwise they won't have energy during the day. He had really had enough of curling up in his previous life, and he never wanted to curl up again in this life. Having said that, Ye Zhong fell asleep again. Jiang Liana looked at Ye Zhong who was sleeping soundly, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She raised her hand and touched Ye Gu's nose, feeling sour in her heart. Sleeping until she wakes up naturally was something she would never have dared to think about in the past. As a Miss Jiang who had no status in the Jiang family, how could she dare to sleep until she woke up naturally? But now, the man in front of her pampered her even in such a small matter. Aren't these details what women care about the most? Jiang Liana hugged Ye Zhong tightly and buried her head in Ye Gu's chest. At the same time, a voice sounded in Ye Gu's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to their host for successfully pampering his wife. Jiang Liana's favorability has increased too. Ye Zhong was woken up again and started cursing in his heart in annoyance. On our wedding night, system, can you please be quiet? Chapter 5, I just fried an egg, how come my favorability increased again? 7 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Liana got up while Ye Zhong was sleeping soundly. As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw a maid standing at the door. The maid was also stunned when she saw Jiang Liana coming out, and said hurriedly. Jiang Xiao. No, madam. Why are you up so early? The third young master specifically told me last night to come over at 9 o'clock to wake you up and wash up. Jiang Liana was stunned when she heard this, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. I didn't expect Ye Zhong to even consider this. Although my husband feels sorry for me, I can't really get up so late. Others will talk about him. May I have your name? Jiang Liana asked. My name is Lotus. I was originally the third young master's maid, but the third young master said that he would let me follow you from now on and serve you in your daily life. Lotus said. Jiang Liana was stunned, and her eyes turned red. In the Jiang family, she is not even qualified to have a maid, and has to do everything by herself. Unexpectedly, after marrying into the Yi family, she even had her own maid. Although there was only one, Jiang Liana was already flattered. I can take care of myself, so you should take care of my husband more. Take me to my mother. Jiang Liana said. The maid nodded quickly, then took Jiang Liana to another courtyard. Jiang Liana also thought it through. Although she had married the third young master Ye Zhong by accident at the wedding banquet last night. But judging from Ye Gu's personality and his attitude towards himself, he is a person worthy of trust. So Jiang Liana also made up her mind to live a good life with Ye Zhong. As for the mother, of course, I also have to explain it clearly. When Ye Zhong wakes up, he will probably explain this. I should talk to my mother first so that she can be mentally prepared. So that when Ye Zhong comes, his mother won't be too surprised and say something that will embarrass Ye Zhong. 9 o'clock in the morning. Ye Zhong finally woke up. But when he saw that Jiang Liana had already gotten up, he could only smile helplessly. This girl is really careful. Ye Zhong then got up and washed up. Although he had a maid named Lotus, due to the living habits he developed in his previous life, he was not used to being served for things like washing. The Great Xia dynasty was good in every way, except for its food, which he really couldn't praise. The Great Xia dynasty valued military power over culture. Everyone was eager to practice cultivation and believed that the strong were respected. Therefore, the people here usually like the food cooked with the flesh and blood of various monsters the most. This kind of food is fine for lunch and dinner, but it is really hard for him to swallow a large plate of greasy food that is as big as pork elbow in the morning. Therefore, he usually makes breakfast himself. Jiang Liana is a native of Daxia. She probably hasn't eaten the delicacies from her previous life. Open her eyes today. Just make an omelette. Ye Zhong thought about it and rushed straight to the kitchen. At the same time, in another courtyard, Jiang Liana also personally helped her mother Su Wan finish washing. Su Wan looked at Jiang Liana and said, "Why do you come here to help me wash up? You are married now, so you should regard your husband as your god and serve your husband Ye Zhong well. It's a pity that his legs are so bad, mother really doesn't know." Su Wan said as she looked at Jiang Liana. "My child, if you are really unhappy, I will make you happy even if it costs me my life." "Mother." Jiang Liana interrupted Su Wan. "Mom. Actually, he is not Ye Zhong. He is Ye Zhong's younger brother, the third son of the Ye family, Ye Zhong." "What?" Su Wan was completely stunned. "Isn't this nonsense? How can a younger brother marry his sister-in-law? The Ye family used to be a big family, how could they do such a ridiculous thing? Besides, this will affect your reputation and ruin your life. No, I'm going to tell the head of the family to punish the Ye family." Jiang Liana hurriedly grabbed Su Wan. "Mom. Calm down first." The eldest brother of the Ye family, Ye Zhong, couldn't make it back. The Ye family didn't dare to offend the Jiang family, so they asked him to come out and take the blame. And Ye Zhong made it clear to me last night that he really wanted to marry me, so he was willing to come forward. He will definitely be willing to marry you. Do I need to tell you how hard it is to find a wife with his legs? You are my beloved daughter. I felt bad about marrying into the Ye family for the Jiang family's engagement, and now. Su Wan was very excited. Jiang Liana said hurriedly, "Mom, I know. But this Ye Zhong is different from others. He is really good to me. He let me make my own choice last night. I could choose to leave the Ye family, or I could choose to wait for his eldest brother to come back. He didn't force me, and he was even willing to give me money to let us leave. He was really good to me, so I decided to marry him. And this morning, he even let me sleep in until 9. Mom, I've never slept late at the Jiang family. You know what kind of life I've been through at the Jiang family. This place really makes me feel more like home than the Jiang family. I really want to marry him." Su Wan looked at Jiang Liana. "But his legs. Mom. Have you forgotten? I am also an alchemist. I will find a way to cure his leg. Don't tell the head of the family, or even anyone in the Jiang family. I think Ye Zhong can make me happy." Looking at Jiang Liana's serious expression, Su Wan finally softened her heart. "Is he really nice to you? You're not pretending, are you?" "No, his eyes are sincere." Jiang Liana said. Su Wan said, "Eyes? How many people have you met? How can you see through a person's mind? To judge a person's character, you have to start with the small things. Every man in our Great Xia dynasty thinks he is the god. Washing clothes and cooking are our women's jobs. If he is willing to cook a meal for you, I will trust him. But mother, Ye Zhong's legs, aren't you making things difficult for him?" Jiang Liana was speaking when He Hua suddenly came over from the side. "Madam. Madam Su, the third young master asked me to pass on a message. He has prepared breakfast, please invite Madam and Madam Su to come over and eat." Jiang Liana and Su Wan were both stunned when they heard this, and Jiang Liana hurriedly said, "Are you mistaken? Is breakfast already ready in the kitchen? No, the third young master did it himself. Our third young master is not used to the breakfast made in the mansion, and we don't know how to make the breakfast he makes, so he has always made breakfast himself. Lotus hurriedly explained. Mom. You heard it all. My husband is really different from others. Jiang Lianer said hurriedly. Su Wan was also surprised. Although the Yi mansion is not as good as before, Ye Jiyu is still the third young master. How can he still be willing to cook for himself? He really seems different from the others. Liana, take me to see this son-in-law. If he is really worthy of trust, I will bless you. Jiang Liana nodded quickly. But he said he was in the kitchen at the moment. Ye Jiyu took the last fried egg out of the pan and prepared to eat, but at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to their host for successfully pampering his wife. Jiang Liana's favorability has increased to 50. System rewards: Dragon and Phoenix book cultivation speed increased to 5 times, a bottle of Qianhan body transformation liquid, 100 body strengthening pills, and 100 qi nourishing pills. Listening to the system's voice, Ye Jiyu was stunned. I just fried an egg, how come my favorability increased again? My silly wife is too easy to coax, isn't she? Chapter 6, Qianhan Body Transformation Fluid, should I really give it to her? While Jiang Lianer was not here yet, Ye Jiyu was busy checking the system rewards. In fact, Ye Jiyu had been hearing system prompts since his wedding night last night. But a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, even if the system rewards are generous, he is not in the mood to watch it. Now that he finally had some free time, Ye Jiyu sorted out all the rewards from the system last night. First of all, seeing that Jiang Liana's favorability had increased to 50, Ye Jiyu couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, physical contact is the best way to increase favorability. Although 50 favorability is not high. But you have to know that 24 hours ago, he and Jiang Lianer had never met each other, and they could even be said to be complete strangers. And being able to increase Jiang Liana's favorability towards him so much in such a short period of time, last night's wedding night was definitely a major factor in this. As the favorability increases, the system also rewards a large number of items. After sorting it out, Ye Jiyu also discovered the pattern. First of all, the system has introduced that when their wife's favorability reaches a certain value, there will be additional rewards. This can be seen from the types, quantities, and preciousness of the items rewarded by the system. The Dragon and Phoenix book is a secret method of auxiliary cultivation that comes with the novice gift package. Basically, every time you successfully pamper your wife, there will be some improvement. Although the increase is not big each time, if it continues for a long time, Ye Jiyu believes that his cultivation speed will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. In addition to this, Ye Jiyu also discovered that when the favorability reached 30 and 50, the system rewards a lot of items, and their quality is also very good. For example, at 30, the system rewarded 50 body strengthening pills and 50 qi nourishing pills. When the favorability reaches 50, in addition to 100 body building pills and 100 qi nourishing pills as rewards, a bottle of Qianhan body transformation liquid is also rewarded. Apart from these two values, such as 15, 20, 25, etc., the rewards for these values are very ordinary. Things like 5 body building pills, 10 qi nourishing pills, etc. Although the value of these pills themselves is not low, in comparison, the rewards are not as generous as when they reach 30 and 50. According to this logic, I'm afraid that when the favorability reaches 70 and 100, the rewards will be even more generous. It's worthy of being called the invincible wife-loving system. To love your wife, you really have to be invincible. Ye Jiyu thought about it and quickly checked the reward items. Among them, there is no need to introduce too much about the body building pills and qi nourishing pills. One is a commonly used elixir in the body tempering realm, and the other is a must-have elixir in the qi nourishing realm. This kind of medicine can be bought at the medicine shop opened by the Yi family in Shiliang County. What really interested Ye Jiyu was the bottle of Qianhan body transformation fluid that would be given as a reward when the favorability reached 50. This was the first time he had heard of this thing, and he had no idea what it was used for. As Ye Jiyu placed his eyes on it, a line of information suddenly appeared. Qianhan body transformation liquid, taking it can transform a person's physical constitution and turn it into a Qianhan body. Heavenly Frost body, a natural physique, practicing ice-related skills will achieve twice the result with half the effort, and can also unleash even greater power when performing ice-related attack secrets. When practicing to the Heavenly Palace realm, you can even release an ice field. Looking at the detailed information of the Qianhan body transformation fluid, Ye Zhong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A natural physique can actually be transformed with just a bottle of medicine. The rewards given by this system would definitely be a king bomb in the Great Xia dynasty. You know, the reason why the Jiang family was able to become the lord of Jiangju under the Great Xia dynasty was because there was a genius with a natural physique in the family. He is also the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Wanli. It is said that Jiang Wanli was born with double pupils, which is also a kind of natural physique. He was born with a pair of eyes and 4 pupils. When the double pupils opened, the vast expanse of space became silent and the power became boundless. It can be said that whoever possesses a natural physique will not only become the apple of his own family's eye, but once he rises in the future, he will be able to dominate the world even in the Great Xia dynasty. But now, a potion that can transform a person's natural physique was obtained by Ye Zhong so easily. You can imagine how shocked he was. I don't know if my body can withstand this Qianhan body transformation fluid. I think it's possible. If I can get the Qianhan body, my legs should be able to be repaired soon. Only. Ye Zhong thought about it and felt a little hesitant, even though the system was his own. But Jiang Lianer was half responsible for getting this thing. After all, if she hadn't had a favorable impression of me, I wouldn't have been able to get this reward. Moreover, Ye Zhong understood that he was not actually suitable for the Qianhan body type. The Qianhan body constitution is more suitable for female practitioners. It's a pity that my mother is no longer with us and my 2 brothers are also boys. We can't ask them to undergo sex reassignment surgery. In the world of the Great Xia dynasty, the Koreans are probably just a subordinate county. As for my aunt-in-law, to be honest, I can only describe her and I as respectful to each other. We really don't have that much of a relationship. Thinking of this, Ye Zhong couldn't help but think of Jiang Lianer. Lianer is my wife after all, so it wouldn't be bad to give it to her, and this behavior can be considered as pampering my wife. Maybe the system will give you feedback rewards. But if... Ye Zhong was a little worried. Jiang Lianer is not valued by the Jiang family now, but if she really awakens the Qianhan body, her status in the Jiang family will probably change drastically. By then, will she still be willing to live with me? Although he had a system, he was not afraid that she would really leave. But after all, he had invested real feelings in her. If she really left, Ye Zhong would feel sad. This is undoubtedly equivalent to being stabbed in the back by the person you trust the most. Ye Zhong thought about it and found it difficult to make a decision for a while. It's not that he doesn't believe Jiang Lianer, it's just that his experience in his previous life made him understand. The human heart is the most unpredictable. He has seen too many things like people forgetting their principles for the sake of profit, brothers turning against each other, and couples cheating on each other. So he had to be careful. And while Ye Zhong was thinking, Jiang Lianer finally appeared with Su Wan. Seeing this, Ye Zhong didn't think any more about it and hurriedly stood up and invited them to take a seat. What's this? Looking at the fried eggs on the plate, Su Wan asked curiously. This is called an omelette, which means frying the eggs. It's delicious and nutritious. Mother-in-law, please try it. Ye Zhong smiled. Su Wan nodded, then took a bite, and her eyes immediately widened. Delicious. It's really delicious. Liana, you try it too. Ye Zhong said as he picked one up for Jiang Lianer. Jiang Lianer took a bite and also showed a surprised expression, but she said, Husband, please let me make this fried egg. How can I let my husband cook it himself? If this gets out, people will laugh at me. What's the big deal? Cooking for the one you love is a happy thing. You don't have to care what others say. Ye Zhong smiled. Jiang Lianer said. Then Liana also wants to feel this kind of happiness, is that okay? Ye Zhong smiled. Jiang Lianer not only thinks about herself everywhere, but also knows how to talk. At this moment, Ye Zhong felt a little guilty. Lianer has done nothing wrong to me, but I still doubted her. This is really wrong. A real man should put kindness first in his life. Even if she really leaves me in the future, what do I have to fear? At least I have a clear conscience. Thinking about this, Ye Zhong also made up his mind and gave the Qianhan body transformation fluid to Jiang Lianer. Ye Zhong was thinking when Su Wan suddenly spoke. The third son of the Ye family, Ye Zhong, right. You are willing to make breakfast for Liana and even pick up food for her yourself. No man in the Jiang family would be willing to do such a thing. I can see that you are different from other men. As long as you can be good to my daughter, I, as a mother, will be satisfied. Chapter 7, The Myriad Dao Body. Doting on your wife really makes you invincible. Hearing Su Wan's words, Ye Zhong was also stunned. Mother-in-law, do you know everything? Su Wan nodded. Liana told me everything before coming here. She said you're very good to her and she's willing to spend her whole life with you. I didn't believe it at first, but during this meal, I saw from the details that you really have her in your heart. I know it's not easy to find a man who treats his wife well in this world. So as long as you can really treat her well, I will feel relieved. Su Wan wiped her tears and continued. Don't worry, I won't say anything to the Jiang family, but there is no such thing as a wall without air. I'm afraid you can't hide this matter any longer. I want to know, what are you going to do then? Ye Zhong thought and said. Don't worry, Liana is willing to follow me, I will naturally protect her with my life. As for the Jiang family, I naturally have a way to make them agree. Now that I have a system and have obtained the Qianhan body transformation fluid, my rise is only a matter of time. By the time the Jiang family finds out, I'm afraid I'll have enough power to make them shut up. So Ye Zhong is not worried about the Jiang family at all. Seeing Ye Gu's solemn promise, Su Wan said no more. In that case, I will leave my daughter to you. I will be leaving soon, so live your life well. Don't forget what you said today. Be good to Liana. After all, we are separated now. I don't know if we can ever see each other again in this life. Ye Zhong hurriedly stood up and said. Don't worry, mother-in-law. I will definitely bring Liana to see you. Mother. Tears were also welling up in Jiang Liana's eyes. But all good things must come to an end. Half an hour later, at the door of Ye's house. Su Wan still left. Watching Su Wan disappear on the street, Ye Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Zhong, our Ye family was able to get through this incident safely, thanks to you. Last night the old man said that he would give you a medicine shop in the East Market. When you are free, go and receive it. Ye Zhong nodded, then took Jiang Liana back to his own courtyard. He was not in a hurry about the shop. What he wanted to do most at the moment was to see whether the Qianhan body transformation fluid could help Jiang Liana obtain the Qianhan body. In the courtyard, inside a pavilion. My husband, what's the matter that makes you so anxious? Jiang Liana looked at Ye Zhong with confusion. Ye Zhong asked hurriedly. What is your strength? Jiang Liana was stunned, then said. 9th level of body forging, what's wrong? You haven't even entered the qi cultivation stage. You are the daughter of the Jiang family. Ye Zhong was very shocked. The qi nourishing realm is also known as the qi refining realm, but it is called differently in each place. In the Great Xia dynasty, the second realm of cultivation is the qi nourishing realm. There are 9 realms in the Great Xia dynasty, namely the first grade body building realm, the second grade qi refining nourishing realm, the third grade Qinfu realm, the fourth grade Jindan realm, the fifth grade Yuanian realm, the sixth grade Mahayana realm, the seventh grade Human King realm, the eighth grade Sage realm, and the ninth grade Heavenly King realm. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. In addition to this, it is said that above the 9th level, there is the strongest 10th level, the state of unity between man and nature. But in Shiliang County, being able to reach the second grade Qi refining realm was considered very good, and no one had ever seen the third grade Qinfu realm. Therefore, Ye Zhong naturally could not come into contact with higher beings. Even in today's Ye family, the strongest grandfather Ye Shan is only at the 9th level of the Qi Yang realm and has not yet entered the Qianfu realm. As for his elder brother Ye Chong, he had only been in Qianyang Academy for a year, and his strength was only at the 5th level of the Qi nourishing realm. And Ye Zhong himself had been stuck at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm for a full 10 years. From this we can see how difficult it is to practice Taoism. But Jiang Liana is different. She is from the Jiang family. Even if her status is not high, she should have some resources. Why haven't you entered the qi refining stage yet? Jiang Liana obviously also saw Ye Gu's confusion and lowered her head. Actually, I don't have much status in the Jiang family. The Jiang family has many descendants, and each of them can only obtain the resources to cultivate to the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Starting from this stage, some people with special physiques will be revealed. The Jiang family will focus on training those younger generations with special physiques. Those who don't have outstanding physical qualities will be abandoned and no longer provided with resources. I am one of them. For people like us, the rest of our lives will be spent eating and waiting to die, or being married off by the Jiang family as a tool for marriage. If you are lucky, you can break through to the qi refining realm in this lifetime. If you are unlucky, your lifetime will be like this. In fact, before last night, my strength was only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. I just don't know why, but after having sex with you last night, my strength suddenly increased dramatically, so I reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. I'm sorry, sir, I disappoint you. Jiang Liana's eyes turned red as she spoke, as if she was sad for not being able to help Ye Zhong. Seeing this, Ye Zhong hurriedly wiped her tears, but he understood in his heart. The reason why Jiang Liana's strength increased dramatically last night was naturally because of the effects of the Dragon and Phoenix book and the Jew pills. In fact, it's not just her. Ye Zhong also found that his strength showed signs of breaking through the 4th level of body forging, but he just couldn't take the time to practice now. Thinking about Ye Zhong, he said, "If I tell you that I have a way to make you awaken your special physique, would you believe me?" Jiang Liana was obviously stunned. "I know, you may not believe it, but I really have a way." As he spoke, Ye Zhong took out the bottle of Qianhan body transformation liquid. "As long as you take this bottle of liquid medicine, you will gain a special physique, and it is a top-grade physique. Your life will be completely rewritten, and even your status in the Jiang family will be unprecedentedly high. I want to ask you one thing now, if you really get all this, will you leave me?" As Ye Zhong spoke, his heart began to hang in the air. To be honest, he had little confidence. "After all, my leg hasn't healed yet, so any more I say is just empty talk." Even if Jiang Liana really chose to leave, he would not blame her. After all, who in this world doesn't work hard from dawn to dusk to pursue benefits? Even though he didn't know whether Jiang Liana would leave, he still gave her the Qianhan body transformation fluid. To put it bluntly, isn't it also about wanting to get the feedback and reward for pampering your wife? Therefore, I have no right to criticize Jiang Liana's decision. Jiang Liana looked at Ye Zhong and actually stood up. "My husband, don't you believe that Liana really wants to live with you? So that's why you made up this kind of thing to test me? If you don't believe me, I can swear a blood oath." Ye Zhong hurriedly stopped her. "I didn't believe you, it's just that you saw it too. I'm in this physical condition and have seen too much human warmth and coldness. So I just asked one more question. I am just overthinking it, don't take it to heart. As for this medicine, I really didn't lie to you. You will understand after you take it." Ye Zhong said as he handed over the Qianhan body transformation fluid. Jiang Liana seemed a little angry that Ye Zhong didn't believe her, and she actually grabbed the medicine and poured it into her mouth. And almost at the same time, the system's voice really rang in Ye Zhong's mind. "Ding! Their host has successfully pampered his wife and gifted Jiang Liana the Qianhan body transformation fluid, triggering a hidden reward. System hidden reward, a bottle of Qianpin Wandao body transformation fluid. Warm tips, hidden reward items can only be used by the host himself and are invalid for others." Hearing the voice of the system, Ye Zhong was stunned. Heavenly grade 10,000 Dao body? The system really wants me to give the heavenly cold body transformation fluid to Jiang Liana. Damn it. This Dogecoin system is testing me. But this Wandao body sounds really awesome. Spoiling your wife. It really makes you invincible. Chapter 8 Liana enters Qi refining, Ye Zhong breaks through the 7th level. Shiliang County, inside the restaurant. "Second young master, you are finally awake. It's been rumored like crazy outside that the third son of your Ye family, Ye Zhong, married his own sister-in-law, and you're still sleeping soundly here." Yi Lang sat up, still a little dazed. It took him a while to react before he said in surprise, "Did Ye Zhong really marry Jiang Liana? Oh my god. That's his sister-in-law. Luckily I didn't go back last night, otherwise I would be the one being stabbed in the back now." The courtesan Miss Ari laughed when she heard this. "You still have the mood to think about these things. I heard that Jiang Liana is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of their chests, geese drop to the ground, and the moon hide in shame on flowers. You have missed a good marriage." Yi Lang smiled. "What's so amazing that you can make fishes sink to the bottom of their chests, geese drop to the ground, and the moon hide in shame on the flowers. Compared to you, the courtesan, you are nothing. Besides, you have many sisters here. How can I give up such a large flower field of yours for a morning glory on the roadside? Come on, let me smell it. Miss Ari quickly pushed Ye Lang away and said, Second young master, no matter how much you like me, you can't live here every day. Today is the first day that Miss Jiang marries into your Yi mansion. You must go back to see her no matter what. If you really miss me, I'll be waiting for you tonight. Ye Lang nodded upon hearing this. That's right. After all, Jiang Lianer is my sister-in-law now, so I have to go back to see her. As for whether my eldest brother will go crazy when he comes back, that's not something I can control. Ye Lang jumped up from the bed, tidied his clothes, and left the restaurant. But now they are in the courtyard of Yi Mansion. As Jiang Lianer took the Qianhan body transformation liquid. Soon, Jiang Lianer was shocked to find that her body was beginning to undergo earth-shaking changes. A chill came from nowhere and spread rapidly throughout her body. Wherever this cold air passed, a layer of ice appeared on her blood and veins. But even in this situation, she didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, her body was like dry earth, absorbing the cold air madly. His veins, bones, and internal organs seemed to begin to transform under the nourishment of this cold air. And the spread of cold continues. Soon Yi Jiyu was shocked to see that a layer of frost had grown on Jiang Liana's entire skin. Even the temperature of the entire pavilion was dropping. Yi Jiyu rubbed his arms hurriedly, and soon he saw that ice crystals appeared on the flowers and plants in the entire courtyard. This yard seemed to have entered the severe winter. Jiang Liana's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Yi Jiyu felt that all the surrounding aura suddenly rushed towards Jiang Liana. Then, with Jiang Liana as the center, a wave of air surged out in all directions again. In an instant, this breath dispelled all the frost in the entire courtyard. The entire courtyard returned to normal. There was no trace of frost at all. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. Jiang Liana looked at Yi Jiyu with shocked eyes and opened her mouth for a long time before she spoke. I seem to have entered the Qi refining stage. And is at the second level of the Qi refining realm. My husband, what kind of medicine did you give me? Yi Jiyu also felt the fluctuations in Jiang Liana's aura, which were the fluctuations in aura that only occurred when one entered the Qi refining stage. I told you that it can give you a special physique. Do you believe it now? You have a heavenly physique, a heavenly cold body. From now on, you will no longer be the Miss Jiang that no one cares about. With your current physique, your future achievements will not be lower than that of the patriarch of the Jiang family. Husband. Jiang Liana looked at Yi Jiyu with tears in her eyes, and she didn't know if she was moved. Suddenly, Jiang Liana raised her hand and pointed to the sky. I, Jiang Liana, swear a blood oath here. Liana. Yi Jiyu quickly raised his hand to cover her mouth, but was blocked by Jiang Liana. Jiang Liana said seriously. I, Jiang Liana, swear a blood oath here. I will always be by Yi Gu's side in this life, and I will take Yi Jiyu as my husband, and I will never have other thoughts. If you break this oath, the heavens will be angry, and people will resent you, and you will be abandoned by both gods and humans. Why are you doing this? I didn't ask you to do this. Yi Jiyu sighed. Jiang Liana looked at Yi Gudao. My husband didn't force me, but he expressed his concerns before I took the Qianhan medicine. Isn't this a kind of honesty? My husband is honest with me, so it's understandable that he's afraid I'll turn against him. How could Lianer not understand? Now, with the help of my husband, Lianer has obtained the natural constitution of the cold body. I will swear a blood oath to show my sincerity to my husband. All of this is voluntary on Lianer's part, so don't mind it, my husband. Yi Jiyu was also very moved when he heard this, and he took Jiang Lianer into his arms. People say that those who spoil their wives will never make any money. This is really proven true in my case. Doting on your wife really makes you invincible. Huh? Who said that? I've never heard of it. Jiang Lianer asked doubtfully. Yi Jiyu said with a smile. Just think of it as what I said. Jiang Lianer said. But husband, why did you give this cold body liquid to Lianer? If you took it yourself, wouldn't you also be able to? Yi Jiyu interrupted Jiang Lianer and said with a smile. That's the point. He who spoils his wife will never gain anything. The more I spoil you, the more I can get. Liana doesn't understand. Jiang Liana was bewildered. Ye Zhong took out the Wandao body transformation fluid and shook it in front of Jiang Liana. This is what I get for pampering you. Just watch. After saying that, Ye Zhong opened the bottle stopper and poured the Wandao body transformation liquid directly into his mouth. And the next moment, Ye Zhong felt a warm feeling appearing in his dantian. The most amazing thing was that this warm feeling then turned into wisps of warmth, spreading to all parts of his limbs. In an instant, the warm feeling was like a big net, centered at the dantian, and penetrated into every part of Ye Zhong's body. Is this what Wandao feels like? It's really amazing. Ye Zhong muttered to himself. He had read the introduction of the Wandao body transformation fluid carefully before, and the feeling at this moment just happened to correspond to the name. Wandao body transformation liquid, taking it can obtain the heavenly physique, Wandao body. Wandao body, it allows practitioners to understand the mysteries of any Dao they practice more easily, improve their practice speed, and release the corresponding Dao's attack skills to produce a powerful effect far beyond that of ordinary people. These two simple sentences of introduction are enough to highlight how powerful the Wandao body is. If we compare Jiang Wanli's double pupil body and Jiang Liana's natural cold body, one is strong in the eyes and the other is strong in ice. Then every path of Ye Zhong's 10,000 Dao body is very powerful. It's worthy of being a hidden reward from the system. It really can't be compared to the rewards given directly. Ye Zhong was thinking about it, and suddenly he felt the blood in his body surging. A layer of sweat beads containing impurities instantly appeared on the entire body surface. At the same time, Jiang Liana next to her covered her mouth in surprise. Husband. How come your strength has improved so much all of a sudden? Ye Zhong also opened his eyes at this moment, his eyes full of excitement. I had been stuck at the third level of the body tempering realm for a full 10 years, but today I finally broke through it. Moreover, he jumped over several levels, directly from the third level of body forging to the 7th level of body forging. Chapter 9. What do you mean your wife? This is my wife. In the courtyard, Ye Zhong's face was filled with excitement, but he could feel that this was not his limit. He immediately took out 10 bodybuilding pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. At this moment, he could feel that his body was like the dry earth, urgently needing the nourishment of these pills. Sure enough, after taking 10 bodybuilding pills, suddenly, a pure force dissipated within Ye Zhong's body. These forces spread rapidly within the body, nourishing the qi and blood. At the same time, Jiang Liana also saw that there were more and more black impurities on Ye Zhong's body. The bodybuilding stage is to eliminate impurities in the body. The more black impurities are eliminated, the more perfect the body will be. And under the nourishment of the 10 bodybuilding pills, Ye Zhong also made a surprising discovery. Normally, I would practice for several days without making any progress in my strength. Under the 5-fold acceleration effect of the dragon and phoenix chart, the medicinal effects of the elixir are absorbed so quickly that it is almost visible to the naked eye. And the 7th level of the body tempering realm, which he had just broken through, had reached its peak without him noticing. Ye Zhong did not dare to delay and immediately took out 5 bodybuilding pills and swallowed them. To be honest, under normal circumstances, even big brother Ye Zhong wouldn't dare to eat so much at once. After all, a cultivator's body also has its endurance limit, and each of these bodybuilding pills is worth 200 spirit stones. Although the Ye family has some assets, they cannot afford to squander them like this. In other words, these pills were rewards from the system, so Ye Zhong didn't feel bad about it, otherwise he wouldn't dare to waste them like this. And then he took 5 more bodybuilding pills, and the medicinal effects were quickly absorbed by his body. Finally, Jiang Liana was shocked to find that Ye Zhong's strength had increased again. He directly stepped into the 8th level of the body tempering realm, and at this moment his body surface was covered with a thick layer of black impurities. Ye Zhong let out a long breath and finally opened his eyes. The 8th level of the body tempering realm, so cool. My husband has been suppressed for too long. Now that he has a breakthrough, he will be unstoppable. But cultivation should be done step by step, not too hastily. My husband, please don't practice today. Jiang Liana reminded. Ye Zhong nodded. He did feel a little tired. Cultivation is not only a tempering of the body, but also a tempering of the spirit. Therefore, when one reaches the Qinfu realm, one must cultivate spiritual power at the same time, otherwise the practitioner will not be able to persist. Liana, take your husband to wash up. Jiang Liana said. Ye Gu's face turned red when he heard this, and he said awkwardly, "Well, Qingye just needs to go with me." As he spoke, Ye Jiyu shouted towards the outside of the courtyard. "Qingye, hurry up and die." As their voice fell, a young man in his early 20s dressed in servant's clothes ran in from outside the courtyard. It was Ye Jiyu's little servant Qingye. Seeing this, Jiang Liana covered her mouth and laughed. "Are you shy, sir? My husband looks very different now than he did in bed last night." Ye Gu's old face turned even redder when he heard this, and he said hurriedly, "Don't tease my husband. Last night was last night, and now is now. Although I don't look fat, I'm quite heavy. It's inconvenient for you to wash me, so Qingye should do it." After saying that, Ye Jiyu said to Qingye, "Push me to take a shower." Qingye held back his laughter and hurriedly pushed Ye Jiyu out of the courtyard. Jiang Liana smiled upon seeing this. "Then Liana, peel some lychees for me, and remember to eat them after I finish washing up." "Good." Ye Jiyu responded and then disappeared outside the courtyard. Yi Mansion, at the main gate. Yi Lang stuck his head out and looked inside the mansion. Not seeing his father, he heaved a sigh of relief and then shouted, "Dog! Dog!" After shouting twice, the subordinate who found him last night ran out. "Second young master, you are finally back. The master asked if you were home this morning. It looked like he was planning to punish you." Yi Lang didn't care when he heard this. "My father's strength is not as high as mine. Why should I be afraid of him? Come on, take me to see my third brother." Go Zi hurriedly responded after hearing this, and then took Yi Lang towards the courtyard where Yi Jiyu was. Yi Jiyu's courtyard was not far away, about 5 minutes later. Under the guidance of Go Zi, Yi Lang arrived at the gate of Yi Gu's courtyard. Yi Lang saw it from a distance. In the pavilion of the courtyard, a woman in a white dress was peeling lychee. Those slender fingers stroked across the lychees, like a fairy's jade fingers playing in the water. When Yi Lang saw the face of the woman in white, he froze in place. Delicate facial features and fair skin look as if they were carved from jade. At this moment, Yi Lang thought of almost all the beautiful words he knew, but he couldn't find one to describe the woman in front of him. Compared with her, the woman in the restaurant where he stayed last night was nothing but a vulgar woman with rouge and makeup, not worth mentioning. Even the courtesan Miss Ari felt ashamed in front of her. When did our Yi Mansion have such a fairy? Dog, why the hell didn't you tell me? Tell me, who is she? Who is she? Yi Lang's neck turned red from anxiety. Seeing this, the dog next to him hurriedly explained. Sir, she is Jiang Liana. The eldest young master didn't come back last night, and the master was planning to let you marry her. But you? Before Go Zi finished speaking, Yi Lang couldn't help but walk towards the courtyard. Let me marry her? My father let me marry her. No one knows a son better than his father. He's really my dad. I agree. Go tell my dad that I agree. We need to enter the bridal chamber right now, not hold the wedding right now. As Yi Lang spoke, he quickened his pace, as if he wanted to fly directly to Jiang Liana. Sir, please slow down. Sir, have you forgotten what you said last night? She is now. The dog shouted as he chased. However, at this moment, there was no way he could catch up with Yi Lang, who was in heat. Yi Lang took 3 steps at a time and arrived at the bottom of the pavilion. Then he saw Jiang Liana handing a peeled lychee to behind a screen in the pavilion. At the same time, a charming smile appeared on his face as he spoke. I just finished washing up and it's easy to catch a cold if I blow the wind. It would be much better if I put up a screen. What do you think, husband? Yi Lang felt like he was floating in the air when he heard these words. Husband. She calls me husband. As he spoke, Yi Lang immediately walked over and shouted. Wife. I agree, let's hold the wedding now, okay. I can't wait to enter the bridal chamber. No. I can't wait to marry you. Jiang Liana was startled and quickly stood up and hid behind the screen, then stuck her head out and scolded. You bold pervert, stop talking nonsense, who are you? Yi Lang said hurriedly. I am your husband. Just as Yi Lang finished speaking, a man's voice came from behind the screen. You are her husband, then who am I? As he spoke, Yi Jiyu appeared from behind the screen, pushing a wheelchair. Seeing Yi Jiyu, Yi Lang was stunned and asked. Third brother. Why are you with my wife? My father asked me to marry her, and I agreed. She will be your second sister-in-law from now on, so you have to be careful. Ye Zhong smiled when he heard this. Second brother, you may have drunk too much. What do you mean your wife? This is my wife. Chapter 10, Drinking made me lose my temper. Exaggerated Wandao body. Yi Lang froze in place. The words that Miss Ari whispered in my ear when I woke up today also emerged in my mind. It's been rumored like crazy outside that the third son of your Yi family, Ye Zhong, married his own sister-in-law, and you're still sleeping soundly here. Ye Zhong married Jiang Liana. You have really married her. Yi Lang looked at Ye Zhong, obviously still unable to believe it. Ye Zhong didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Yi Lang was completely stunned. What did I miss? What on earth did I miss? Why didn't I come back last night? Why did I refuse? Drinking made me miss the chance. Drinking made me miss the chance. Ye Zhong smiled and explained to Jiang Liana, who was standing beside him. My second brother Yi Lang, the patriarch originally decided to let him marry you in place of my eldest brother. Unfortunately, he was out drinking all night last night, so this good thing fell on my head in the end. Jiang Liana suddenly understood what was going on. Ye Zhong said to Yi Lang. Second brother. That's enough. You hang out in restaurants all day and are a frequent customer of the courtesans. You must have seen all kinds of women. Don't act like your parents are dead. Yi Lang retorted. Don't be so ungrateful after getting such a good deal. None of those people in the restaurant can compare to her. I won't do it. My father clearly told me to marry her first. Besides, I'm the second oldest and you're the third oldest. My eldest brother didn't come back in time, so it's my turn. How can you cut in line? I don't care. I'm going to go find my dad and ask him to make the decision for me. Jiang Liana must be my wife. Yi Lang said this and turned and left. Jiang Liana's face was full of worry. My husband, what should we do now? Ye Zhong smiled. Don't worry, you will always be his sister-in-law. Come. Spar with me. Sparring. Jiang Liana was stunned. Ye Zhong smiled. It's not easy to improve my strength so much, I have to see if there is any improvement, and stretch my muscles at the same time. We'll go offer tea to father and grandfather later. In the afternoon, we'll go see the shop that the Yi family allocated to us. Now that I have started a family and have established a career, I have to make money for our little family. I can't let you suffer with me. Jiang Liana smiled and nodded, feeling very happy. Although the current Yi family is not as good as the Jiang family, she can truly feel the care from Ye Zhong. Jiang Liana pushed Ye Zhong to the edge of the pavilion and used the fence to block the wheelchair to prevent it from being pushed back during the fight. Jiang Liana then asked. My husband, how much effort should I contribute? Jiang Liana has now reached the second level of the Qi refining realm, while Ye Zhong is only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. There is a huge gap between the two realms, so naturally it is impossible for them to attack with all their strength. Ye Zhong thought for a moment and said. Let's use 50% first. Jiang Liana nodded, then mobilized her energy and slapped Ye Zhong with one palm. Ye Zhong didn't waste any words, just raised his hand and went forward. However, before their palms touched, Ye Zhong felt that Jiang Liana's palm wind was actually chilling. As expected of a natural cold body, even his own attacks are chilling. It's just that this chill, why does it feel so familiar to me? Ye Zhong was surprised. I don't have a naturally cold body, and I have never practiced any ice-related skills, but at this moment I actually felt a familiar feeling from the cold air. Is this the benefit of the Wandao body? Although I haven't practiced the ice technique, I can feel the familiarity of ice from this bit of cold air. I can't even imagine how fast I would be if I practiced the ice technique. Ye Zhong actually wanted to try out what benefits his Wandao body had. And Jiang Liana's palm really made him realize why the Wandao body could be used as a hidden reward of the system. It can't be said to be too strong, it's simply ridiculously strong. With the 10,000 Dao body, Ye Zhong has almost tens of thousands of possibilities. His future depends entirely on the direction he wants to develop in. Bang! The two men's palms collided, and Jiang Liana stood there without moving. Ye Gu's wheelchair was against the fence and did not move. But at the same time, Ye Gu's expression did not change at all. Husband, are you okay? Jiang Liana asked hurriedly. Ye Zhong shook his head. No problem, continue. Use 80% of your strength. Jiang Lianer was stunned, but still followed Ye Zhong's instructions and struck out again. This time, the coldness carried by the palm wind was obviously stronger. Ye Zhong was also surprised to find that he could actually feel the power of Jiang Lianer's attack just from the concentration of the cold air through his Wanda body. Bang! Sure enough, when the two palms collided, Ye Zhong's face only turned slightly red. My husband, the look on your face, am I too harsh? Jiang Lianer said hurriedly. Ye Zhong waved his hand. It's okay, it's really strange, you've clearly used 80% of your strength, but I actually feel like I can still take on a stronger one. How about you try with all your strength? How can this be possible? There is a huge gap between the chi refining realm and the body forging realm. Although some strong men can fight against opponents of higher levels, my husband, your legs haven't healed yet, I don't want that. Jiang Lianer was full of worry. Ye Zhong is the Tao. Don't worry, I know my limits. Just try it once. Trust me. Ye Zhong always felt that the benefits of the Wanda body seemed to be more than what he had discovered. There seems to be some benefit hidden in it that I am not aware of. Seeing that Ye Zhong insisted, Jiang Lianer could only slap him again with a worried look on her face. And when he used all his strength to strike out with this palm strike, the momentum really changed. After Ye Zhong made his palm strike, he immediately felt a layer of frost condensing on his palm. That was the result of the coldness carried by Jiang Lianer's palm being too strong. However, the moment the two palm winds collided, Ye Zhong first felt that the power of Jiang Lianer's palm had obviously weakened, and then all the force was transferred to himself. At the same time, a hint of chill suddenly appeared in his body. This cold air was not absorbed from Jiang Lianer's palm, but appeared out of thin air in his body. Ye Zhong quickly raised his hand and slapped the air. Wow! He actually felt that the palm he struck out actually carried a hint of coldness. Jiang Lianer also noticed this scene, and her mouth opened wide in surprise. My husband, when did you start practicing the ice skill? Ye Zhong hurriedly shook his head. I haven't practiced this before. This is the cold energy that appeared in my body when I was sparring with you. As Ye Zhong spoke, he was shocked to the extreme. This 10,000 Dao body not only makes it easier for him to understand the 10,000 Daos, but it can even automatically comprehend the opponent's Dao when fighting with others. This means that if Ye Zhong fights against a kendo master, even if he has never practiced kendo techniques or learned every move, but as long as he keeps fighting with kendo masters, with the existence of the Wanda body, he will be able to understand the true meaning of kendo. This is the most terrifying thing about the Wanda body. It makes Ye Zhong become like a sponge. By practicing the corresponding skills, he can practice the Dao. When fighting with others, he can also understand the opponent's Dao through the opponent's moves and skills. The deeper his mastery of a path, the weaker the opponent's attack will become to him. This is also the reason why the power of Jiang Lianer's palm would decrease a lot when it landed on him. Ye Zhong took a deep breath and said to himself, with the existence of the 10,000 Dao body, it won't be difficult for me to master all the great Daos in the world. And if I really cultivate all the great ways of the world to perfection, then no one in this world will be able to hurt me, right? This Wanda body is simply too exaggerated. Chapter 11. Third brother, can you give my wife back to me? It's more than an exaggeration. My husband, I feel that with my current strength, I can't beat you. Jiang Lianer was also surprised. Just now she had done as Ye Zhong said and used all her strength. But what about Ye Zhong? His face just turned red. Apart from that, he didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. You know, he is only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. If these two people were at the same level, Jiang Lianer probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Ye Zhong smiled. You don't have to underestimate yourself. You are actually very strong. It's just that my Wanda body is too abnormal. Okay, let's stop here for today. It's noon now, let's go offer tea to father and grandfather. I'll take you around the shop in the afternoon. You also need to understand the revenue of the shop. From now on, the business of our small family will be handed over to you to manage. Jiang Lianer was stunned and said quickly. My husband, are you kidding me? How can a woman manage a business? This was the situation in the Great Xia dynasty, where women only stayed at home to take care of their husbands and children. Otherwise, you won't be able to go out and do business. Not only will people talk about it, but the family will not tolerate it. Of course, if you are strong enough, no one can control you. So it's not surprising that Jiang Lianer would have such a reaction. Ye Zhong held Jiang Lianer's hand and smiled. The rules of the Great Xia dynasty don't apply to me. You are my wife, so you should do these things. I don't have that much energy to take care of it. Would you be unwilling? Jiang Lianer said hurriedly. Of course I am willing, but my husband treats me so well that I really don't know how to repay him. Ye Zhong smiled. Since you have already married me, what's the point of talking about rewards? You are my wife, if I don't treat you well, who can I treat well? As Ye Zhong was speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Their host has successfully pampered his wife. Jiang Lianer's favorability has increased to 60. System rewards: Dragon and Phoenix book cultivation speed increased to 6 times, 10 body strengthening pills, 10 chi nourishing pills. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Ye Zhong smiled helplessly and scratched Jiang Lianer's nose. You are so touched by such a small thing. You must have suffered so much injustice in the past. I am afraid to be nice to you. You just cry. Jiang Lianer's tears started to flow, but at the same time she was amused by Ye Gu's words. My husband, you are annoying, but you are too nice to me. Letting you manage our family shop is considered a good thing for you. Ye Zhong was also helpless. If this had happened in his previous life, those fairies would probably have wanted to ignore everything and just eat, drink and have fun at home. When it comes to Jiang Lianer, asking her to do work is actually considered too good to her. The difference is really huge. Jiang Lianer quickly wiped her tears and said, How is this not good for me? My husband, you may not know that I am actually an alchemist. Although I can only refine second grade and lower elixirs, I actually want to go to the elixir shop to take a look. I also want to find an opportunity to learn some powerful medicinal recipes, preferably ones that can heal your leg. It's just that after getting married, it's not convenient for me to go out and show my face in public. I'm really happy that you let me manage your family shop. I will definitely work hard to refine a pill that can heal your legs as soon as possible. Jiang Lianer was serious. Ye Zhong smiled. Don't worry about my legs. Pills can't cure my legs. They are natural. Only by relying on your own strength and entering the chi refining realm can you fully recover. Don't worry, I feel like I'm not far from the chi refining stage. Jiang Lianer also nodded quickly. I also believe that my husband can definitely do it. Ye Zhong smiled and pointed at the wheelchair. Let's go. Let's go serve tea to the elders. Jiang Lianer nodded and immediately pushed Ye Zhong towards the front hall. But on their way, Jiang Lianer still asked with some concern. Husband, is your second brother really okay? If he makes a scene, your situation will be. Ye Zhong smiled. Don't worry, my second brother is actually not a bad person. He's just been spoiled by his aunt. You can treat him like a child. He'll behave himself after a beating. Is he really such a person? Jiang Lianer obviously didn't believe it. Ye Zhong smiled. You actually don't understand him. Don't be fooled by his life of debauchery and his love for restaurants, but he has never done anything out of line. When he went to the restaurant, he only listened to the music and watched the dance. He didn't dare to do anything reckless. Otherwise, his aunt would have broken his legs long ago. Is there anything else? Jiang Lianer was very surprised. While the two of them were chatting and rushing towards the front hall. In Mr. Ye's study, Yi Changan was standing in front of the desk. Old man, it's time for lunch. Jiang Lianer and Ye Zhong are supposed to serve you tea at noon today. Don't go too late. Yi Shan smiled and nodded. Good. Finally, one of my grandsons is getting married. Your 2 evil sons should hurry up too. Sure. Yi Changan said with a smile. However, at this moment, the door was pushed open. Then Yi Lang ran in. Dad. Grandpa, you are biased. It was agreed that I would marry Jiang Lianer, how come I became the third brother? I don't care, Jiang Lianer must be mine, I want to marry her. What did you say? Yi Changan's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. Yi Lang raised his head and said with his chest puffed out. I said, I want to marry Jiang Lianer, I want to marry her. She is my wife. Yi Changan was so angry that he immediately picked up the old man's walking stick and hit Yi Lang with it. I'll beat you to death, you beast. You're thinking about your brother's wife too. Yi Lang was also startled, and turned around and ran, shouting as he ran. Grandpa! I want to marry Jiang Liana, you have to make the decision for me, Grandpa. I'll beat you to death, you little bastard. Yi Jiyu marrying Jiang Liana is your grandfather's choice. You're too late. Yi Chang'an chased Yi Lang all the way and happened to catch him into the lobby. I ran into Yi Jiyu and Jiang Liana who came to serve tea. When Yi Lang saw Yi Jiyu and the other man, he ran up to Yi Jiyu with a look of grievance on his face. Third brother. Second brother, please, can you give my wife back to me? I really regret it. If I had known my sister-in-law was so beautiful, I would have run to death last night and come back. Jiang Liana hid behind Yi Jiyu when she heard that. Yi Jiyu patted Yi Lang on the shoulder and pointed behind him. Yi Lang was stunned and turned to look over. But before he could see clearly who was standing behind him, a big dice was thrown in his face. Asshole! What did you just say? Say it to me again. Yi Lang looked at his mother who had appeared behind him at some point, and his face suddenly turned green. This is my eldest aunt, my second brother is most afraid of her. Yi Jiyu introduced. Jiang Liana covered her mouth, obviously frightened by the slap from her aunt just now. Mom, I don't dare anymore. Isn't it okay if I don't want it anymore? Jiang Liana is my sister-in-law. She will always be my sister-in-law. Is it okay for me not to marry her? As expected, Yi Lang immediately wilted. The aunt pointed at Yi Jiyu and Jiang Liana and said to Yi Lang, now, go and apologize to your third brother and his wife. Chapter 12 Qianyang Academy, Inspecting the Shop. Although Yi Lang was very unwilling, he had indeed been afraid of his mother since he was a child. He could only bow to Yi Jiyu and Jiang Liana. Third brother, sister-in-law, yes. Use the kind that you kneel down on. Before Yi Lang could finish his words, he was interrupted by his aunt. It must be said that the aunt-in-law did a good job of disciplining her child. Yi Lang was about to kneel down immediately. Seeing this, Yi Jiyu hurriedly grabbed Yi Lang. That's enough, auntie. He is my second brother after all. I can't bear to kneel down before you. But the aunt-in-law said. He deserves it. We really spoiled him. He even dares to think about his brother's wife. If he doesn't feel ashamed, I will. Yi Lang pouted. You were the ones who first told me to marry my sister-in-law, my brother's sister-in-law. Besides, my eldest brother doesn't even know that his wife has become my third brother's wife. When he comes back and sees his younger brother's wife, he will definitely not accept it. The aunt-in-law heard this. If you have time to worry about your elder brother, you might as well worry about our Yi family's assets. If you continue to live a life of debauchery like this, our Yi family will be defeated by you sooner or later. Yi Jiyu smiled upon seeing this. Okay, auntie, grandpa and the others are here. Upon hearing this, Yi Lang saw his grandfather, Yi Chang'an, and Yi Gu's father Yi Chengming walking out from behind. Seeing these three people, Yi Lang hurried over as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yi Shan obviously also understood Yi Lang and said with a smile. Okay, eldest daughter-in-law, just educate him. But speaking of Chang'er, when he comes back, I'll have to trouble you to give him some advice. By the way, where is Chang'er? Yi Chang'an said hurriedly. There is no news yet, but the caravan coming back from Qianyang City said that they are almost at the mass grave. Yi Shan nodded. After passing the mass graves, we are only a few days away from Shiliang County. I think we will be back soon. Come on, everyone, take a seat. At Yi Shan's invitation, everyone took their seats. Jiang Liana also poured a cup of tea for Yi Jiyu and herself, and then went to serve tea to several elders. When he came in front of Yi Shan said, your eldest brother should be here with the Qianyang Academy's admissions team. You have already started a family, but you are only 16 years old. Do you want to take the entrance exam for Qianyang Academy? In response to her grandfather's question, Jiang Liana looked at Yi Jiyu, and it was obvious that she would listen to Yi Jiyu. Yi Jiyu thought for a moment and said, I'd like to give it a try. After all, a man should put his country first. Yi Shan nodded upon hearing this. Well said, Liana was born in the Jiang family. She may not be as good as those geniuses, but her foundation is no worse than that of ordinary people. As long as Liana can be admitted to Qianyang Academy, our Yi family will fully support her in terms of resources. As for you, Yi Jiyu, if you are worried, you can also accompany Liana and live in Qianyang City. We can't afford a big house, but we can buy a smaller one. Ye Zhong was stunned when he heard this, then he laughed. Grandpa, you are wrong. This time, I plan to try Qianyang Academy with Liana. You? Yi Shan was stunned, and Yi Changming next to him was also surprised. Orphan, you are only at the 3rd level of the body forging realm. The minimum admission standard of Qianyang Academy is to reach the 5th level of the body forging realm. Your strength, I'm afraid. Before Ye Zhong could explain, Jiang Liana beside him spoke. Father. My husband has broken through to the 8th level of the body tempering realm today. He is more than qualified to be admitted to the Qianyang Academy. What? Yi Changming froze, and even Yi Changgan, Yi Shan, and even Yi Lang beside him were stunned. The 8th level of the body tempering realm. Great. Great. If that's the case, our Yi family will soon have another Qi refining realm expert. Yi Shan was very excited. Yi Changming, who was standing aside, had tears in his eyes. As long as you reach the Qi refining stage and use Qi to reshape your bones and muscles, the orphan's leg will be healed. As he spoke, Yi Changming looked up at the sky and said excitedly. Rua, you heard it, our child will be able to stand up soon. Yi Lang on the side looked at Ye Zhong with an unhappy expression. He married my wife, and now he's stronger than me. I'm your second brother. Don't I have any dignity? Ye Zhong smiled when he heard this. You spend your days drinking and partying without any ambition, and you blame me. But seriously, second brother, you have the strength of the 5th level of the body tempering realm, so it won't be difficult for you to be admitted to Qianyang Academy. Think about it. Will you be admitted to Qianyang Academy together with my wife and me this year? Yi Lang refused on the spot when he heard this. I don't want to, I can't bear to leave Miss Ari and the others in the restaurant. Besides, I might as well kill me instead of being admitted to Qianyang Academy with you guys and seeing you two being affectionate every day. Ye Zhong smiled when he heard this. No matter how good Miss Ari is, your aunt will not let you marry her, but Qianyang College is different. If you can get in, won't you be able to choose from any of the seniors or juniors there? Even if you bring back 3 or 5, Auntie won't refuse. Isn't that right, Auntie? The aunt-in-law beside him snorted and laughed when she heard this. Huh? Just him? If he could bring back a female classmate, our Yi family's ancestors would be so happy. Mom. You. Let's wait and see. I will definitely be admitted to Qianyang Academy and bring you 10 daughters-in-law. After saying that, Yi Lang stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Jiang Liana, who was standing by, couldn't help but chuckle and whispered when she saw this. It's just like you said, your second brother is just a child. The aunt shouted at Yi Lang. You are not allowed to go out. Go to the East Market shop with your third brother this afternoon. Ye Zhong was stunned and only heard what his aunt said. Recently, our shop's revenue has dropped a lot. You just happened to take over the shop in East Market today. You should investigate what's going on. Although Yi Lang is not doing his job properly, he knows the most people in Shiliang County, and he knows everything, big or small. Let him follow you, maybe he can help you. Ye Zhong nodded upon hearing this. As the second elder brother, he is indeed the most familiar with the people in Shiliang County, and nothing that happens in Shiliang County can be hidden from him. It would be nice to take him along too. Okay, let's eat. Yi Shan called out, and everyone started to eat. At the gate of Yi Mansion. At a wonton stall, 2 women sat facing each other. One of the women dressed as maids spoke. Miss, this is the Yi Mansion. I heard that the Yi Mansion used to be a big family in Chenzhou, but they were ambushed and fled to our Jiangju. In recent years, they have been very strict and low-key, and very vigilant. Will they really help us? The woman in black running across from him said with determination upon hearing this. They will. Shiliang County is so small, the Zhong family will not let them go this time. There will definitely be a fight between the Zhong family and the Yi family. We can only choose to trust the Yi family. Yes. The Zhong family is going too far. Our shop has been out of business for almost a month. If this continues, we'll have no choice but to return home. Xiao Qing. The woman suddenly glared at the maid, who then realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly shut her mouth. At this moment, a group of people walked out of Yi Mansion. A carriage also stopped at the gate of Yi Mansion. Xiao Qing hurriedly pointed at the entrance of Yi Mansion. Miss. They are coming out. That's Ye Lang, the second son of the Ye family. I recognize him. But the guy in the wheelchair looks so familiar. I've never seen him before. The woman smiled and said, he should be Ye Jiu, the third son of the Ye family. It seems they are going out. It's not easy to meet Ye Changan, but aren't they just an opportunity? Let's go. Let's follow them. After the woman finished speaking, she stood up and chased in the direction the carriage was heading. Chapter 13. When I first met Zun Anan, I wanted to sell myself to you. Shiliang County, let alone the entire Jiangsu, even if it is placed within the jurisdiction of Tianyang City, can only be regarded as an inconspicuous small town. There are at least 80 cities similar to Shiliang County under the jurisdiction of Tianyang City. Precisely because it is small and would not arouse suspicion, the Yi family fled here and settled down. The Yi family also used their remaining assets to buy a number of shops in Shiliang County and started a medicine business, which has continued to thrive to this day. During its heyday, nearly half of the entire Shiliang County's medicine industry belonged to the Yi family. In fact, our Yi family can completely monopolize the entire Shiliang County's medicine industry. But Grandpa said that we should always leave a way out for others and give them a chance to survive. So, up to now we have only occupied half of the medicine market in Shiliang County. The rest are just retail investors. In the carriage, Ye Jiu nodded continuously as he listened to Ye Lang's introduction. No wonder his aunt asked him to follow her. Ye Jiu really didn't know these before. So what is the shop I took over? Ye Jiu asked. Oh, you are taking over our family's largest medicine shop in East City. There are 10 second-grade alchemists and several assistants. The shopkeeper is an old man from our Yi family, Master Chen. This medicine shop has always been the most profitable one among our Yi family shops. But for some reason, our revenue has been decreasing recently. My mother told me about it, and I thought it was just a normal fluctuation and didn't take it seriously. But looking at her expression today, this might be a big deal. Ye Lang explained. Ye Jiu also frowned slightly. Jiang Lianer said. Even if it's a normal revenue fluctuation, it won't drop too much all at once. My husband, there might be something wrong here. Ye Jiu nodded. Shiliang County is such a small place, there are only a few competitors coming and going. As long as you want to check, you can definitely find out. Ye Lang also nodded. Don't worry. I've asked Guzi to check it out, and there will be results soon. Ye Jiu smiled upon seeing this. Brother, have you noticed that you are actually quite handsome when you are not thinking about my wife? Jiang Liana also smiled when she heard this. Ye Lang was also unhappy when he saw Ye Jiu brought up this again. My mother is not here now. How many spirit stones do you need to return my wife to me? Upon hearing this, Ye Jiu grabbed Jiang Liana's hand, kissed it on the mouth and smiled. I want to sell it for any amount. You dare to kiss my wife's hand? I will fight you. Ye Lang was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. The group was chatting and laughing, and soon arrived at the shop door. As soon as he got off the carriage, Ye Jiu saw a white-haired old man guarding the door with a group of servants. And this old man should be Master Chen. Shopkeeper Chen. Ye Jiu smiled. Shopkeeper Chen also hurriedly bowed. Meet the third young master and his wife. The third young master has sorted out all the account books and other things according to the master's instructions. You can take over at any time. Ye Jiu nodded. Then go in and talk. Well. Shopkeeper Chen was just about to invite everyone in, but at this moment, a woman's voice came from not far away. Shopkeeper Chen. Master Yi. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in a black dress walking over with a maid. The woman in the black dress had a black silk veil covering half of her face, so her entire appearance could not be seen, but it was clear that she was definitely a beauty. Seeing this, Ye Lang's eyes widened and he stepped forward with a smile. Girl, do you recognize me? Have we met somewhere before? The woman in the black dress simply ignored Ye Lang and walked straight up to Ye Jiu. Shopkeeper Chen, Master Yi. I have something I want to discuss with you. Are you two free? Ye Jiu looked at the woman in the black dress and frowned slightly. He didn't know this person. Shopkeeper Chen obviously knew him and introduced him quickly. Third young master, this is Shopkeeper Zun, the owner of Enruden Pharmacy. Shopkeeper Zun, it's really unfortunate that today is the day our third young master comes to take over the shop. How about we talk about it another day? Shopkeeper Zun hurriedly looked at Ye Jiu. My name is Zunanan. Master Yi, to be honest, I came here today just to see you. The muddy waters of our Shiliang County's medicine industry have now made it impossible for many retail investors to survive. If the Yi family doesn't take action to deal with it, it won't be long before something bad happens to the Yi family. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Lang also followed at this moment, obviously a little angry. We, the Yi family, strictly abide by our duties in Shiliang County. We have never had any incidents of bullying customers. How come something bad happened? Yi Jiyu waved his hand to tell Yi Lang to shut up, while Zun Anan looked at Yi Jiyu and said, Master Yi, there are rumors recently that you are not afraid of being talked about, and you are marrying a wife for your brother. To protect the reputation of the Yi family. I think you are a reasonable person, so I came to you. Although Shiliang County is small, there is no smoke without fire. The muddy waters have been stirred up by someone. Do you also think that your Yi family can remain immune? Shopkeeper Chen said hurriedly. Manager Zun, we don't need you to worry about our Yi family. I said today is. Yi Jiyu raised his hand and interrupted Shopkeeper Chen. You're right. Shiliang County is so small. If the waters become muddy, no one will be in any good situation. Let's go inside and talk in detail. When Zun Anan saw that Yi Jiyu actually agreed, her eyes reddened and she nodded quickly. Seeing that Yi Jiyu had spoken, Shopkeeper Chen naturally did not dare to say anything more and immediately led his group into the shop. A moment later, in a guest room in the shop, Yi Jiyu, Jiang Liana, Yi Lang, Shopkeeper Chen and Zunanan all took their seats, while Xiaoqing stood obediently behind Zunanan. Zun Anan didn't waste any words and spoke directly. Master Yi, I have already checked it out. The reason why the Shiliang County medicine industry is in such a state is all because of the Zhong family. They deliberately pushed down the price of the pills, making them lower than the cost. Retail investors like us were the first to give in, and most of them went bankrupt and closed down. I guess the income of your Yi mansion has dropped a lot recently. If you, the Yi mansion, don't fight back, I'm afraid the profits will continue to decline. And I've always heard that your Yi mansion takes care of retail investors, but now some retail investors are going bankrupt or closing down. We really have no other choice but to ask you for help. As soon as Zun Anan finished speaking, the face of Shopkeeper Chen beside him changed. What did you say? The Zhong family did that. But why would they do this? If they sell below cost, they will also lose money. Zun Anan said hurriedly. They are not afraid of losses. Their goal is to squeeze out all the medicine shops in Shiliang County and completely dominate the medicine market in Shiliang County. Shopkeeper Chen said hurriedly after hearing this. This is no joke. Although Shiliang County is not big, there are many practitioners. Plus, since it's not far from Qianyang City, there are many people who want to enter Qianyang Academy every year. The Qianyang Academy's recruiting team is about to arrive, and this is the time when elixirs are hot selling. Can they afford to lose money by doing this? Yi Lang on the side frowned. I don't know whether they can afford the loss or not, but I know that if it were our Yi mansion, we would definitely not be able to withstand such a loss. The Zhong family has only been in Shiliang County for 2 months. No matter how much money they have, it's not enough to squander like this. Zun Anan is the Dao. They can afford the loss. This Zhong family actually moved out of Qianyang City. They are a branch of the Zhong family in Qianyang City. In Qianyang City, the Zhong family originally did the medicine business, and they were the only one in the business with huge assets. And the reason why this branch moved to Shiliang County is probably to take over the Shiliang County's medicine market. Yi Lang frowned when he heard this. Yi Jiyu also roughly understood what was going on and spoke. Thank you, Miss Zun, for telling us. Our Yi family will consider it carefully. I wonder if Miss Zun has anything else to say. Have. Zun Anan stood up immediately after hearing that, then took out a contract from his arms and placed it on the table. I want to sell myself to you. Chapter 14, Business has its own way? System, don't just recognize your wife. What did you say? Yi Jiyu was obviously stunned, and even Jiang Liana's eyes beside him turned cold. This is clearly an attempt to steal my man. Chen Zhangui also looked confused. It was Yi Lang who reacted first and said hurriedly. No, it doesn't matter who you sell it to, why don't you sell it to me? Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. Even better than my third brother treats his wife. Zun Anan saw that everyone had misunderstood and hurriedly said. Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. When I said I would sell it to you, that's not what I meant. What does that mean? Jiang Lianer said calmly. Zun Ainen hurriedly explained. I heard that the shops under the Yi family's name all make their own pills and distribute them uniformly. This ensures maximum profits. But it's different for retail investors like us. We have to buy pills from other companies, but the prices are simply not comparable to those of the Yi family. Or we can hire our own alchemist, but this will cost even more. Normally, with the Yi family's care, we retail investors can still make a living, but now the Zhong family has entered the game. There is no way out for us retail investors, and my shop is about to collapse. Having said that, Zun Ainen looked at Ye Zhong. So I want to join your Yi family's medicine business. Then there's no need to sell yourself, right? Ye Zhong said helplessly. Yi Lang on the side laughed. So that's how it is, third brother, you don't know. In our Yi family's medicine shop, every shopkeeper and alchemist must sign a contract to sell themselves. The shopkeeper knows the scale of our Yi family's industry and capital flow, and the alchemists can freely learn the elixir recipes provided by our Yi family. These are the foundations that cannot be passed on to others. So they all have to sign a contract to sell themselves. Regardless of life, old age, sickness, death, or family members getting sick, etc., our Yi family will be responsible to the end. But at the same time, they cannot pass these things on to others. The indentures were signed with blood oaths. Even if they want to leave in the future, as long as they don't leak this information, we won't stop them. We will even give them a severance pay, which is why our Yi family has a good reputation. Ye Zhong suddenly realized. Although the indenture contract sounds intimidating, in the final analysis it is only to protect the Yi family's assets from being leaked. As for the elixir recipe, it is even more priceless. Even the most basic body-building pills and qi-nourishing pills, which are common elixirs, are not easily obtained by prescription. What alchemists want most is the recipe for alchemy, which they can get from the Yi family. But they absolutely cannot turn around and help others to refine pills, otherwise how can the Yi family continue to do business? Therefore, generally speaking, as long as the boss is good, no matter whether he is a shopkeeper or an alchemist, he will not change jobs. This is also the reason why the Yi family was able to take root in Shiliang County. Zun Ainen explained. My medicine shop is only slightly better than the average retailer. But now we have reached our limit. If we can't join the Yi family, we will go bankrupt in a few days. But I'm unwilling to give up, so I want to join the Yi family. I don't ask for much. I just want you to let me run my shop. As for other things like salary, you can give me the normal salary. In addition, I hope that after this crisis is over, you will let me redeem my shop. As for the recipe for the elixir, you don't have to worry. I am only responsible for taking the finished elixir from you and will not touch your core. As for the flow of funds of your Yi family, I can swear a blood oath that I will never disclose it to anyone else. Speaking of this, Zun Ainen also looked at Ye Zhong with anticipation. Mr. Yi, is this okay? Miss. Xiaoqing looked at Zun Ainen and couldn't help but speak, her face full of heartache. Upon hearing this, Ye Zhong looked at Jiang Lianer who was standing beside him. Lianer, what do you think? Jiang Lianer was stunned. She didn't expect Ye Zhong to ask her. But remembering that Ye Zhong had said that he would hand over the shop to her in the future, she understood and spoke. I misunderstood sister and before, but as far as this matter is concerned, I agree. It's not easy for a woman to do business outside, and the conditions offered by sister are very sincere. My husband also said that the Yi family is a responsible family. Since the retail investors in Shiliang County are in trouble now, we should help them. Thank you, Sister Liana. Zun Ainen's eyes were full of gratitude. Seeing this, Ye Zhong raised his hand and was about to make a decision. Seeing this, Yi Lang on the side hurriedly said. Hey! No one asked for my opinion. After all, I am the second son of the Yi family. This is my shop. What does it have to do with you? Ye Zhong rolled his eyes at Yi Lang, then slapped his hand on the indenture. Make a deal. After saying that, Ye Zhong pressed his fingerprint on the indenture, while Zun Ainen's fingerprint had already been placed there. As their handprint fell, the contract was concluded. However, at the moment when Ye Zhong's palm fell, he actually felt that there was a trace of invisible and unknown power in his body. This power was very strange, and it was exactly the same as the way the cold air appeared at the beginning. But it is clearly different from the cold air and belongs to a completely different force. But I'm not practicing now. I'm not learning from anyone. How can power be generated? Which power is this? Ye Zhong was thinking about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be showdown? There are countless ways in the world, and as the saying goes, there are 360 professions. There is a champion in every profession. Why is business not considered the great way? If business is not the right path, then where does this power in my body come from? Ye Zhong was certain that the extra power in his body must be the power of business. Sun Anan went out to do business as a woman, and her own strength did not fluctuate at all. This courage alone is admirable. Secondly, after she sensed the danger, she took the initiative to come to me to discuss cooperation. They even took the initiative to sign a contract to sell themselves. If you need courage, you must have courage. If you need boldness, you must have boldness. Ye Zhong was certain that the additional insights into business in his body must have come about because of this conversation with her. I never thought that the business path is also a path for cultivation. It seems that Sun Anan himself doesn't know. While Ye Zhong was thinking about this, shopkeeper Chen had already taken out the seal of the Ye family and stamped it on the indenture. From then on, this indenture contract was completely effective. Sun Anan looked at the indenture contract, tears of excitement welled up in her eyes. She then bowed to Ye Zhong and said, "Thank you for your help, Master Ye. I will never forget your kindness." Ye Zhong waved his hand and was about to say a few words, but at this moment, the voice of the system in his mind suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying his wife Sun Anan. Sun Anan's current favorability, 20. System rewards, Dragon and Phoenix book cultivation speed increased to 7 times, a copy of Shenpin Alchemy Complete Works, 10 copies of first grade 10-fold pill formula, and 5 copies of second grade 5-fold pill formula. Warm tips, the complete guide to Shenpin Alchemy has been automatically injected into their host's sea of consciousness, no need to learn it again. Listening to their voice ringing in his mind, Ye Zhong felt numb all over. Wife? What wife? When did I marry Sun Anan? System, please don't randomly recognize your wife, okay? Wrong. Ye Zhong suddenly reacted. What is the complete guide to refining Shen grade pills? What is the formula for a first grade, 10-fold pill? Fuck, what good stuff is this? Chapter 15, 10 times the pill recipe? This situation can be broken. Ye Zhong originally wanted to see what the rewards of this system were. However, at this time, Sun Anan had already stood up and prepared to leave. Sun Anan signed a contract to sell herself, and now she has become a shopkeeper under the Ye family. Naturally, all the pills in her Anru pill shop had to be replaced. The Ye family would not take the original elixir by force, so she could do whatever she wanted with it. Next, the Ye family will have to arrange for new pills to be sent over for sale. So next, Sun Anan will have a lot of things to do. As for the Ye family, since it was Ye Zhong who signed the indenture contract with her, the connection work naturally fell on the shoulders of shopkeeper Chen. Ye Zhong was also afraid that Jiang Liana would be tired. After all, business is a lot of work and very complicated. He just told her to look at manager Chen's account books every day and familiarize herself with them first, but there was no need to rush to take over completely. Standing up and sending Sun Anan to the door, Ye Zhong suddenly remembered the matter of Shangdao and asked a question. Miss Sun, may I ask if you have ever practiced? Hearing Ye Gu's question, Xiao Qing's face darkened and she spoke. My young lady has never practiced cultivation. Why do you ask such a question, young master? Ye Zhong smiled. Just asking casually. After all, women who can come out to do business are generally only powerful cultivators. I don't see any aura fluctuations from Miss Sun, I'm just curious. Sun Anan said with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. I don't have any foundation in cultivation, and I'm only doing business to support myself. Ye Zhong nodded and then said. Maybe not now, but no one can predict what will happen in the future. I think Miss Sun has great talent in business, but she needs to stick with it. When Sun Anan heard this, her eyes lit up, as if she was very happy to be recognized. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Ye. Anan will work hard. Ye Zhong nodded, said no more, and watched Sun Anan leave. Thanks to this conversation with Sun Anan, the power of business was born in his body. Although it may not be of any use to him, it allowed him to inadvertently discover a path of cultivation that many people have not noticed. That is the way of business. And if Sun Anan can keep going, he may be able to turn business into a career and become a legend in the future. But if he told her the truth now, she might not believe it, so Ye Zhong didn't say much. Then Ye Zhong looked at the account book in the shop for a while. Sure enough, everything was just as Zhong Anon said. The shop that Ye Zhong took over had a profit of at least 50,000 spirit stones every month. But in the past 1 or 2 months, the profit has not even exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. You have to know that this is the best shop of the Ye family. If it is like this now, the other shops will probably be even worse off. If the Ye family hadn't accumulated some wealth over the years, I'm afraid it would have been in chaos long ago. Ye Zhong sighed. Ye Lang standing aside also kept scolding himself for being a good-for-nothing. Our Ye family is in such a state, and I am still living a life of debauchery every day. I am such a piece of shit. No, I have to go back to my mother and tell her about this so that she can get ready. Ye Lang said and left. Not long after, Ye Lang's follower Go Zi came over. It turned out that he had already found out everything. It was indeed the Zhong family who was responsible for the chaos in Shiliang County's medicine industry. Zhong Anon did not lie. Upon learning that Ye Lang had returned home, Go Zi followed him. Ye Zhong was not in the mood to look at the account book at this time. Thinking of the system's rewards, Ye Zhong began to consider these rewards. I didn't marry Zhong Anon, but the system assumed that Zhong Anon was my wife. There are probably only 2 explanations for this. First, the system is predicting that Zhong Anon will be his wife in the future. Second, it is the reason of selling one S body. Ye Zhong prefers the second one. After all, the system didn't say it could predict the future. The indenture is much more realistic. Once the contract of sale is signed, strictly speaking, Zhong Anon will be his own. As for whether to make her the shopkeeper, a maid, or even a lady, it's just a matter of Ye Zhong's words. Therefore, the system is right to think that Zhong Anon is the wife he married. This indenture has little binding force on the buyer. It can be said that it can only protect against gentlemen, but not villains. For example, if Ye Zhong forcibly took Zhong Anon into custody and the latter sued him, the officials of the great Xia dynasty would not care. Because of the indenture, theoretically she was Ye Gu's private property, and whatever Ye Zhong wanted to do with her was reasonable. But this presents a problem. What if Zhong Anon leaves and redeems me in the future? Divorce. Will the system prompt you? Ding. Host divorce detected. Ye Zhong wanted to laugh just thinking about it. Retracting his thoughts, Ye Zhong continued his research. Not to mention that the dragon and phoenix chart had been improved to 7 times, it seemed that it could be improved every time he pampered his wife. Ye Zhong first began to study the complete collection of Shen grade elixirs. This thing has no entity and directly entered Ye Gu's sea of consciousness in the form of information flow. As Ye Gu's mind moved, this information indeed flooded into his memory. Ye Zhong saw that dense information appeared in his mind. What are the precautions for refining body strengthening pills, the precautions for refining qi nourishing pills, the precautions for refining bone tempering pills, etc.? The amount of information is simply staggering. After reading the introduction, Ye Zhong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Compendium of Shen grade pills, it records all the refining precautions for the 3rd grade and below pills that have been made public by the great Xia dynasty. My god, this is simply an encyclopedia of alchemy. With this thing, won't I be able to refine any elixir below the 3rd level? Ye Zhong couldn't help but swallow his saliva, but he soon discovered the problem. This collection of mysterious elixirs only records the matters that need to be paid attention to when refining each elixir, such as the temperature to which the fire should be controlled, how long it takes to refine, the order in which the herbs should be added, etc. But the most important thing is missing. That's right. That is the recipe for the elixir. It's like when you want to go somewhere, you know how many potholes and forks in the road there are. But you just don't know which way to go. The elixir recipe is their way. If you don't get the elixir recipe, you won't be able to refine it. As expected, the recipe for the elixir is the most important thing. No wonder the recipes for the common elixirs of the 1st and 2nd grades are so expensive. Ye Zhong sighed and set his eyes on the last 2 reward items. 10 copies of the 1st grade 10-fold elixir recipe. By refining the elixir recipe, the output of elixir can be increased 10-fold. 5 copies of the 2nd grade 5-fold elixir recipe. By refining the elixir recipe, the elixir output can be increased 5-fold. Looking at these 2 simple introductions, Ye Gu's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out the recipe for refining the 1st grade bodybuilding elixir, read out the number and types of herbs on it to Jiang Liana one by one, and then asked, Liana, with this formula and amount of herbs, how many bodybuilding pills can be refined? Jiang Liana was also a second-grade alchemist who could refine both first and second-grade pills, she said after hearing this. This recipe for the bodybuilding pill is so strange, it's a little different from the bodybuilding pill recipes I've seen before. But the quantity is the same. Generally speaking, one furnace can only produce 3 pills at most. Alchemists above the 5th rank can make full use of it, but the number will not exceed 5. Hearing Jiang Liana's answer, Ye Zhong couldn't help but smile. Doesn't this mean that with the same amount, and according to the formula, we can refine at least 30 body refining pills in one go? Moreover, there are 10 copies of the first grade 10-fold elixir recipe, and 5 copies of the second grade 5-fold elixir recipe. With these 15 pill recipes, won't the cost of the pills be reduced? This game can be broken. This game can be broken. My husband, what are you talking about? What do you mean this game can be broken? Jiang Liana was completely confused. Ye Zhong pointed directly to the alchemy room in the backyard. Let's go. Take me to the alchemy room. Chapter 16, 30 pieces in one furnace. Master is crazy. 3 bowls of white aconite, 1 bowl of menthol, 1 bowl of aconite. In the alchemy room in the backyard of the shop. Every time Ye Zhong mentioned a herb, Jiang Liana would prepare it. Soon, all their medicinal materials marked on the 10-fold prescription for a complete set of body-building pills were in place. Jiang Liana asked when she saw this. Husband, do you want me to make the elixir according to this recipe? Ye Zhong nodded. As long as you refine it according to this formula, I guarantee that this furnace will produce at least 30 body-building pills. Jiang Liana was completely stunned when she heard this. However, before Jiang Liana could speak, a voice suddenly came from the side. Although this formula looks similar to the one for the body strengthening pill, the extra ingredients in it are something I've never seen before. Third young master, alchemy is a delicate job. If you don't strictly follow the single ratio, it is very likely to fail and not a single pill will be produced. Who told you about this furnace of 30 body building pills? Ye Zhong and Jiang Liana looked up and found that the person who spoke was the chief alchemist of their Ye family, Old Qin. Old Qin is an alchemist with 30 years of experience. He has been working at the level of a second-grade alchemist for many years and has even vaguely touched the level of a third-grade alchemist. It's a pity that alchemy requires too high a talent, and Mr. Qin is obviously lacking in talent, so he has been stuck at the level of a second-grade alchemist for so many years. However, his attainments in second-grade and first-grade elixirs far surpassed others. The success rate of pills is also the highest among all the alchemists in the Ye family. Therefore, he became the chief alchemist under the Ye family. Ye Zhong saw Old Qin and smiled. Master Qin, don't you believe me? Old Qin smiled. Please forgive me for being frank. I have studied alchemy for most of my life. This is the first time I have seen a formula for a bodybuilding pill like yours, third young master. Just by adding a few medicinal herbs, the output of the body refining pill can be increased tenfold. It's not that I don't believe it, but no alchemist would believe it. Even if an alchemist above the 5th rank uses the same bodybuilding pill formula, he can only make 5 bodybuilding pills in one furnace at most. And you said you want to produce 30. Is that possible? And I see, third young master's wife doesn't quite believe it, does she? Jiang Liana nodded quickly. Seeing this, Ye Zhong was not angry and smiled. I know you won't believe it for now. How about this, let's make a bet. Mr. Qin, you are the chief alchemist of our Ye family, so you should do it yourself. Refine it according to my prepared formula. If 30 body refining pills really appear in one furnace, even if I win, if there is one less, you win. How about that? Of course, I won't let you gamble for nothing. If you win, I'll give you a pill recipe. You can teach others as you please and go out to make pills to earn money. My Ye family will never ask about it. However, if you lose, you have to go and call all the other alchemists in the shop over for me. How? Old Qin smiled when he heard this. Everyone says that the third young master is a wonderful person. After seeing him today, I am really impressed by him. Your bet is obviously a loss for you and a benefit for me. It's just a painless errand. It seems that the third young master is very confident in his own pill formula. Of course, do you want to take it? Ye Zhong asked. Old Qin stroked his hand and smiled. I'll take it. I also want to see how many bodybuilding pills third young master can make with this formula. Good. Ye Zhong responded with a smile, then looked at Jiang Liana. Why don't you place a bet as well? Jiang Liana was stunned and said quickly. Liana is my husband's, what can I bet on? Ye Zhong smiled. You will always be your own. You are just my wife, not my property. Of course I have the capital to block you. So what can I bet on? Jiang Liana asked. Ye Zhong pointed to his cheek and smiled. If I win, you kiss me. Jiang Liana's pretty face immediately turned red, but she still asked. What if my husband loses? Then I'll kiss you. Ye Zhong smiled. Jiang Liana's pretty face suddenly turned even redder. She shyly glanced at Mr. Qin beside her and said angrily. My husband, you are so annoying. In front of other people. And no matter whether we win or lose, you always get the advantage and I get the loss. Old Qin stroked his beard and smiled. It's okay, it's okay. I was young once too, and it's normal for men and women to love each other. Madam Third Young Master, please believe me. Third Young Master's recipe will definitely not be enough to make 30 body strengthening pills. Jiang Liana nodded. Ye Zhong smiled. Mr. Qin, the alchemy hasn't even started yet, it's too early for you to say that. Third Master, I do have some confidence. If you are ready, then I will start. Ye Zhong smiled and gestured. Then please. Old Qin didn't waste any words and immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pair of sturdy arms full of blue veins. Then he started refining. I saw that each of his movements was done in one go, smoothly and effortlessly. The proficiency of these movements was enough to show that alchemy had become an instinctive action for him and he did not need to think too much about it. Without decades of experience, it would be impossible to achieve this level. Qin Junyuan couldn't help but be amazed at the speed at which old Qin refined the elixir. As expected, practice makes perfect, and perfection leads to success. While waiting for refining, Jiang Liana asked. Husband, why is it so easy for you to call all the alchemists in the shop when you won the bet between you and Mr. Qin? Do you want to promote this formula? Ye Zhong nodded. That's right. Think about it, if my formula can really make a 10-fold stronger bodybuilding pill, then would we still be afraid of the Zhong family's price war this time? Jiang Liana suddenly had an epiphany. Yes. 10 times the output means that the cost will drop sharply, but the Zhong family does not have such an output. Therefore, in this price war, the Ye family is almost invincible. However, what Ye Zhong did not expect was that he originally wanted to ask old Qin to call for help. As a result, the news of their bet on the elixir recipe soon spread throughout the shop. Upon hearing the news, other alchemists in the shop rushed over and blocked the door of the alchemy room so that no one could get in or out. Hey, have you heard? Master and the Third Young Master made a bet that one furnace must produce 30 body refining pills. How is this possible? The Third Young Master is not an alchemist. He obviously doesn't know how to make an elixir. He is just bragging. That's right, let alone 30 pills. Master has only produced 4 body refining pills in one furnace at most. How is it possible to produce 30 pills? That's true. Hey, you guys are about to open the alchemy furnace. The result will be revealed soon. The body strengthening pill is not difficult to refine, it only takes less than 10 minutes. Old Qin had already completed the entire refining process. He turned around and looked at Ye Zhong and smiled. Third Young Master, the alchemy furnace is about to be opened. It's not too late for you to regret now. Ye Zhong smiled. It seems that this time, you don't have to run errands. People have arrived by themselves. But I still believe in myself. Let's open the furnace. Old Qin smiled and said nothing more, then immediately opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. As a medicinal fragrance instantly spread, Old Qin hurriedly began to dispel the heat from the furnace. And the next moment, when the situation inside the alchemy furnace appeared clearly in front of everyone. Everyone present froze. Even Old Qin was shocked, and he lost hold of the lid of the alchemy furnace in his hand, which fell to the ground with a loud bang. And at a glance, all I saw in the alchemy furnace was densely packed with bodybuilding pills. It was for more than 30. How is this possible? I have been refining pills for half my life, and I have never seen anything like this. This ha 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 ha. As Old Qin spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. The group of disciples who were blocking the door and watching the excitement were also stunned when they saw this, and some even shouted, "It's over! Master has gone crazy!" Chapter 17, Favorability is further improved, and you will be rewarded with a top-grade skill. Mr. Qin. Ye Zhong looked at old Qin, who looked a little crazy, and shouted hurriedly. Old Qin waved his hand. "I am fine, but I suddenly feel like I have lived in vain for the past few decades. I never thought that this bodybuilding pill could be refined in this way. Third young master, where did you get this recipe?" Ye Zhong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that old Qin was fine. At this moment, a large group of alchemists blocking the door behind were all looking forward to it and asked one after another. "Yes, third young master, where did you get this recipe? This pill recipe is simply amazing. It can actually increase the pill yield rate tenfold. This is unheard of. Have you noticed that when we refined the body tempering pill before, most of the pot was just medicine residue, and there were only 3 or 4 pills? But the one refined by third young master's recipe has very little medicine residue. It's really amazing. Yes, just adding a few herbs can bring about such a big change. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's really hard to believe." Seeing that everyone was so expectant, Ye Zhong stopped talking nonsense and spoke. "Don't worry about where you got these recipes from. I have something more important to announce." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Ye Zhong. Ye Zhong flipped his hand and took out 15 sets of elixir recipes, which were exactly the ones rewarded to him by the system. "Here, I have 15 new recipes for elixirs. As long as you refine them according to the ingredients above, the success rate of producing elixirs will be greatly improved. And today, I will hand them all over to you. From now on, these 15 kinds of elixirs must be refined according to the latest recipes." Everyone knows that the medicine industry in Shiliang County is currently experiencing turmoil. Whether our Yi family can survive this turmoil depends on you all. Upon hearing this, old Qin said hurriedly, "Third young master, this is too serious. We are all alchemists of the Yi family. We understand that when the nest is overturned, the eggs will be broken. As long as there is no problem with the third young master's recipe, we guarantee that we can refine the elixir." "Very good," Ye Zhong said as he handed the pill recipe to old Qin. After taking it, Mr. Qin looked at it first, but the more he looked at it, the more excited he became. His hands were shaking all over and he was talking to himself as he watched. "Too clever. The recipes of these medicinal pills are simply too clever. The proportions of the qi nourishing pills can actually be made in this way. It's really an epiphany. It's really an epiphany." Old Qin hurriedly passed the elixir recipe to other alchemists one by one. At this moment, old Qin suddenly became dazed and almost fell to the ground. Ye Zhong hurriedly supported him. "Mr. Qin, what's wrong with you? Don't get too excited. Take care of yourself." Old Qin waved his hands and said excitedly, "Third young master, you may not know that I have entered the ranks of a third-grade alchemist. I have been a second-level alchemist for many years. I never thought that these recipes would help me break through the bottleneck. Third young master, I will never forget your kindness." As old Qin spoke, he bowed to Ye Zhong. Ye Zhong hurriedly helped old Qin up and said, "You have worked diligently for our Yi family for most of your life. I should be the one to thank you." While the two were talking, Jiang Liana curiously reached into the alchemy furnace. It seemed that he wanted to take a bodybuilding pill to see what the difference was between the bodybuilding pills made with this formula and the ordinary ones. However, as soon as her hand approached the alchemy furnace, Ye Zhong grabbed it. Ye Zhong said with a worried look on his face, "Be careful. I just finished refining the elixir, it's very hot inside." As he spoke, Ye Zhong put Jiang Liana's hand to his mouth and blew on it. Seeing Ye Gu's worried face and the way he carefully took care of her, Jiang Liana felt warm in her heart and she bent down and kissed Ye Zhong on the cheek. This scene was seen by Master Qin and other alchemists. There was a burst of "A" at the scene. Jiang Liana felt a little embarrassed by the crowd's teasing, so she simply turned her head away and didn't look at them. Ye Zhong touched his cheek and was about to speak when suddenly the voice of the system came into his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pampering his wife. Jiang Liana's favorability has increased to 70. Listening to the system's voice, Ye Zhong couldn't help but think of his previous guesses. According to the rules of system rewards, the rewards will generally be very generous when the favorability reaches 30 or 50. Going forward, it is expected that at 70 and 100, the rewards will be equally generous. Sure enough, just as Ye Zhong was thinking, the system's voice rang again. System rewards: Dragon and Phoenix book cultivation speed increased to 8 times, 300 body tempering pills, 300 chi nourishing pills, and the top grade 9 veins cold sutra. Hearing the content of the reward, Ye Zhong showed an excited smile on his face. A heavenly grade technique. I didn't expect the system to reward even this. The 9 meridians cold sutra sounds like an ice-type cultivation technique. The system is testing me again. After the last incident with the Qianhan body transformation fluid, Ye Zhong immediately reacted. The system must want me to give the 9 meridians cold sutra to Jiang Liana. At the same time, I will definitely be able to obtain the corresponding cultivation techniques. The skills I gave to Liana are all top-grade skills, so the skills the system gave me are probably also top-grade skills. A heavenly grade technique, coupled with a corresponding heavenly grade physique, it will be hard not to rise now. Ye Zhong was also looking forward to what kind of top-grade martial arts he could obtain. But now is obviously not the time to give gifts. After all, there are too many people here. Ye Zhong also started to think about it in his mind. I am about to obtain a top-grade martial arts technique, and I really need to hurry up and improve my strength. I have really had enough of sitting in a wheelchair. The body tempering realm focuses on strengthening the body, and only after entering the chi refining realm can one begin to practice exercises and nourish the body with chi. Therefore, Ye Zhong must break through the chi refining realm as soon as possible before he can begin to practice the heavenly grade martial arts. We got quite a few body refining pills this time, but using them to reach the chi refining stage is still a bit slow. Thinking about it, Ye Zhong asked, Mr. Qin, which elixir in our shop can give the greatest boost to a practitioner in the body tempering stage? Old Qin was immersed in the joy of breaking through to become a third-grade alchemist. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and said, that must be the third-grade bone-cutting pill. This is the best cultivation elixir in the body-building realm. It has the effect of sculpting the body, which is far superior to the body-building pills. However, we didn't have a third-grade alchemist in our shop before, so no one can make this bone-cutting pill. Fortunately, I have made a breakthrough now. If third young master doesn't mind, I am willing to give it a try. It's just that this old man is also the first time to refine a third-grade elixir, so I'm afraid the success rate cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, the materials for this bone-cutting elixir are very valuable. I hope the third young master will forgive me. Ye Zhong nodded to show his understanding. Although old Qin had entered the 3rd level, he still needed to slowly adapt to the new pill formula. But I can't wait, I thought to Ye Gudao. Forget about it this time. Old Qin, you will have plenty of opportunities to refine 3rd-grade pills in the future. I'm in urgent need of bone-cutting pills, so I'll make them myself this time. Old Qin and Jiang Liana were both stunned when they heard this. Old Qin said hurriedly, the 3rd young master wants to refine it himself. Jiang Liana also opened her eyes wide. Husband, can you make pills? Ye Zhong scratched his head. I've learned some things privately, so I should be able to do it. Let me try. Have you learned some in private? Old Qin was completely stunned. How could he dare to do it himself after learning some things privately? Didn't the 3rd young master hear what I just said? The materials for refining this bone-cutting pill are very expensive. Chapter 18. Ye Zhong personally makes the elixir, and the alchemists are collectively defeated. The alchemists blocking the door were originally immersed in the recipes that could increase the pill yield rate, but they were shocked to hear that Ye Zhong was going to make the pills himself. They also poked their heads out one by one and looked over curiously. The 3rd young master is refining the elixir himself. Can the 3rd young master refine the elixir? I've never heard that the 3rd young master is an alchemist. The materials for the 3rd-grade bone-cutting pill are very expensive. The 3rd young master is really wasting it. No. Why does this sound familiar to me? Did you question the 3rd young master's recipe just now? Brother, it seems that you were the one who questioned it just now. Really? If you say so, then it is. But I am still looking forward to what the 3rd young master will be able to make for his first elixir. Everyone was talking about it, and Old Qin quickly prepared all the medicinal materials for the 3rd-grade bone-carving pill. Looking at the table full of valuable herbs, Old Qin also gave a reminder. Third young master, this is the only batch of herbs for the third grade bone cutting pills we have in our shop. How about letting me do it? You learned this privately, so the success rate is probably. Ye Zhong smiled when he heard this, indicating that it was okay. I have a complete collection of Shen grade elixirs at hand, so I can make elixirs of the third grade or below at will. If I really gave it to you, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat this bone cutting pill today. Of course, these words cannot be said out loud. Ye Zhong was quickly pushed to the side of the alchemy furnace by Jiang Liana. As everyone watched him add herbs into the alchemy furnace, their hearts began to bleed. That's deer antler grass, one plant is worth $1,000. And that holly grass, one plant is worth $3,000, what a waste. The third young master is such a spendthrift. Don't say that. Even if the third young master can't refine the bone-crushing pill, let him take a pot of medicine back and drink it. It will still be effective. Medicinal soup. Damn, is that alchemy? Can't you just say that the third young master is making soup? Ye Zhong naturally didn't take these words to heart. They were just worried about the precious herbs. As Ye Zhong put all the herbs into the alchemy furnace, the alchemy process officially began. While Ye Zhong was refining the pill, he was flipping through the complete collection of mysterious elixirs in his mind, which contained precautions for refining the third-grade bone-crushing pill. Soon, old Sheen and other alchemists nearby discovered that things were going completely different from what they had imagined. It's a good thing that the furnace is boiling now, and it can emit so much heat. Fortunately, the third young master boiled the pot, otherwise the furnace would have exploded. Ha! How did the third young master know that the efficacy of the holly herb had been fully released? He even knew to fish out the residue. That's not right. Reading the qi while refining an elixir is not a skill that only experienced alchemists can master. Is this really the first time that the third young master is refining an elixir? Shock was written all over everyone's face. Even old Sheen and Jiang Liana were stunned. They originally wanted to remind Ye Zhong to pay attention to some situations that might happen when refining the elixir. However, Ye Zhong seemed like a veteran and avoided them all. Even the whole process can be described as impeccable. Jiang Liana couldn't help but ask. Husband, have you really never made an elixir before? Your proficiency in making an elixir doesn't seem like it's your first time making an elixir. Ye Zhong nodded. No. This is really my first time making an elixir. Maybe it's just instinct. In fact, it's not just about making an elixir. Aren't there many people who learn something by themselves the first time they do it? Jiang Liana asked doubtfully. You learned something on your first try without any instruction. What was it? Can you give me an example? Ye Zhong thought for a moment and said. Like the bridal chamber. You. Jiang Liana's pretty face immediately turned red, and scenes from her and Ye Gu's wedding night emerged in her mind. That guy was definitely self-taught, and Jiang Liana really couldn't believe that the experience was his first time. It's so sophisticated. It's like studying several gigabytes of video materials. Qin Lao obviously didn't want to listen to them driving, and exclaimed. Genius. Third young master, you are simply a genius in alchemy. Ye Zhong smiled and said nothing. He doesn't know whether he is a genius or not, but he knows that the system is a real genius. The complete guide to refining Shenpin elixirs for myself is simply fucking amazing. Ye Zhong himself had never imagined that one day he would become an alchemist, and at the very beginning he would be an alchemist who could refine third-grade pills. The other alchemists must be extremely depressed at this moment. As everyone was talking, the refining of the third-grade bone-carving pill was finally nearing completion. Many people began to speculate. How many bone-cutting pills do you think can be produced from third young master's pot of medicine? I remember the maximum number of pills that can be produced is 5, right? But only a 5th grade or higher alchemist can do that. That's right. I think the third young master can pass the test if he can refine one. After all, it's his first time refining. I think it's 3. Look at how skilled the third young master is in refining pills. It's obvious that this is not his first time refining pills. Alright, you're just afraid of offending the third young master, that's just a nice way of saying it. I don't believe that you can make a pill the first time you refine it. I guess there's just a pot of medicinal soup in there. The third young master will probably have to take it home to drink the medicinal soup tonight. Har har har. Actually, I thought so too. But I dare not say it. Ye Zhong was speechless, but he was too lazy to explain. As the flame in the alchemy furnace gradually went out, the bone-fixing pill was finally completely refined. Ye Zhong did not open it himself, but looked at Old Qin next to him and motioned him to open the furnace. Old Qin sighed, as if he was still worried about the herbs for the bone-carving pills. But he still walked over and opened the lid of the furnace. As the lid of the alchemy furnace was opened, a fragrance of third-grade elixir that no one had ever smelled before wafted back. This taste is really strange. Yes. This is the third-grade bone-carving pill. I didn't expect that we could smell the fragrance of a third-grade pill. It's really delicious. I have to say that the third young master really has a talent for making soup. This pot of soup is even more delicious than beef soup. Isn't it? If the third young master changes his career to making soup, he will definitely be the chef of the #1 soup restaurant in Shilian County. Har har har. How dare you say that? It's only because the third young master didn't bother with you. If it were any other alchemist, they would have turned against you long ago. Amid the discussion among the crowd, Ye Zhong also asked curiously. How? Old Qin took action to dispel the heat in the furnace, and soon he took something out of it. When he turned around, everyone saw him. Old Qin was actually holding a plate, and on the plate were 5 crystal clear white pills neatly placed. 5 bone-carving pills. Third young master, you succeeded. Old Qin said excitedly. Jiang Liana standing by also looked excited. Only the group of alchemists blocking the door were collectively petrified. What did I see? Where the hell is this? Where's the first time refining the elixir? Where's the third-grade bone-cutting elixir? Where's the medicinal soup? Oh my god, 5 third-grade bone-cutting pills. Even a 5th-grade alchemist wouldn't be able to guarantee that he can do it in one go, right? Is the third young master still a human? He is simply a monster. The first time he made an elixir, he made a third-grade bone-cutting pill, and the success rate was 100%. The first time I made an elixir, I made a first-grade bodybuilding pill, and I only needed half a pill from a pot of medicinal soup. What else can I make? I want to resign. This is too insulting. Ye Zhong looked at the group of alchemists crying and howling beside him, and his face was also embarrassed. He didn't want to do that, but the collection of Shen-grade elixirs was really too powerful. Moreover, at this moment, he didn't care what these alchemists thought. Now that he had obtained the bone-carving pill, he had to go home quickly to improve his strength. Moreover, the heavenly grade skills are still waiting for him. Thinking of this, Ye Zhong immediately took Jiang Liana's hand and said, "Let's go home." Jiang Liana was also very happy and nodded quickly. Chapter 19, Heavenly Grade Kung Fu 10,000 Dao Sutra. Ye Zhong enters the Qi refining realm. Ye Zhong and Jiang Liana quickly left the shop. Only Old Qin and a group of alchemists were left, and they were unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Old Qin looked at the empty tray in his hand, smelled the unique fragrance of third-grade elixir in the air, and looked at the elixir recipes in the hands of other alchemists in the distance. He took a deep breath and sighed. It is my great fortune to meet a genius like the third young master in my lifetime. As he spoke, Old Qin shouted at the group of alchemists. All right. Stop getting excited and start refining the elixir. The third young master gave us such a good recipe, we can't let him down. Yes. A group of people shouted in unison, and then all the alchemists got busy. As for those pill recipes, Ye Zhong was naturally relieved. After all, these alchemists have signed indenture contracts and sworn blood oaths with the Ye family, so they naturally don't have to worry about being exposed. Only by handing these documents over to them can the Ye family safely survive this crisis. As soon as he returned home, Ye Zhong took Jiang Liana back to his own courtyard. Seeing Ye Gu's anxious look, Jiang Liana also smiled. My husband is anxious to break through, don't worry, I will protect you personally. Ye Zhong smiled and took out the 9 Meridians Cold Classic. It's true that I'm anxious to practice, but it's also true that I'm anxious to give you a gift. This is. Jiang Liana looked at the book with some confusion. However, when she took it and looked through it, she froze. 9 Meridians Cold Scripture. Heavenly Grade Martial Arts. My husband. Ye Zhong smiled. I prepared this specially for you. Now that you have a natural cold body, your strength will definitely increase dramatically when combined with the 9 Meridians Cold Sutra. It's a pity that I haven't got any secret ice-related martial arts yet, but don't worry, I will find a way. Jiang Liana looked at Ye Zhong with red eyes and said, "My husband treats me so well, I really have no way to repay you. This heavenly skill is too precious, I really can't accept it." Ye Zhong smiled. "You are my wife. If you don't want her, who else can I give her to? How about I give it to Zun Anan?" Jiang Liana pouted and said after hearing this, "My husband is annoying. Don't use Sister Anan to provoke me. Sister Anan is a good person. Okay, it's my fault, so do you agree to accept it?" Ye Zhong smiled. Jiang Liana nodded, then took the initiative to approach Ye Zhong and pecked him on the mouth. Then he took the 9 Meridians Cold Sutra and ran to a stone bench in the distance and sat down. "I am practicing here and protecting you. You should practice well." Ye Zhong pursed his lips and smiled, without saying anything more. Sure enough, the next moment, the system's voice rang in Ye Gu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to their host for successfully pampering his wife. Jiang Liana's favorability has increased to 80. System rewards: Dragon and Phoenix Book cultivation speed increased to 9 times, 30 body strengthening pills, 30 chi nourishing pills. Ding! Congratulations to their host for successfully pampering his wife. The 9 Meridians Cold Sutra is given to Jiang Liana. System presents hidden reward: Heavenly grade martial arts 10,000 Tao scriptures. Tips: hidden rewards are only useful to their host and cannot be used by others. Hearing the system's continuous reminders, Ye Zhong couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't expect that giving me a technique would increase my favorability. What a silly girl. Ye Zhong thought about it and took out some chi nourishing pills, then shouted at Jiang Liana. Then he threw the chi nourishing pill over. "Husband, what are you doing? Your strength can be improved faster with the chi nourishing pill. Don't worry about the pills. I can afford to support you." Ye Zhong smiled. Jiang Liana also smiled and took 2 pills without any pretense. Ye Zhong was also busy checking the rewards for the skills he had received. Wan Dao Jing, a heavenly technique. Practicing it can give rise to Wan Dao True Qi in the body. Wan Dao True Qi is the foundation of Wan Dao. Please practice diligently. 10,000 True Qi. What a domineering name. Ye Zhong smiled, but the description of the Wan Dao Sutra was a bit ambiguous, and he was unable to practice it at the moment. Ye Zhong didn't look at it any more at the moment. The most urgent task was to enter the Qi refining realm as soon as possible. Then Ye Zhong took out the bone-cutting pill he had just refined and threw one into his mouth. As the medicinal effects of the bone-crushing pill gradually dissipated in the body, Ye Zhong was instantly stunned by the efficacy of the bone-carving pill. As expected of a third-grade elixir, its efficacy is dozens of times stronger than that of a body-building elixir. Ye Zhong was shocked, and his internal organs were absorbing the power of the bone-carving pill like crazy. Soon Ye Zhong felt beads of sweat appearing on his body. These sweat beads are slippery and obviously carry a lot of impurities. At the same time, Ye Zhong felt that the strength in his body was skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He knew that it would be impossible to achieve such a terrifying speed just by relying on the bone-carving pill. The real reason that can increase the speed so quickly is the Dragon and Phoenix record. There are no techniques before the Qi refining stage, but the effect of the Dragon and Phoenix records is still there. Now that his cultivation speed has increased by 9 times, coupled with the third-grade elixir bone-crushing pill, Ye Zhong's cultivation speed is so fast that one can imagine how fast it is. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the fluctuations of the aura in Ye Gu's body rose directly from the 8th level of the body tempering realm to the 9th level. This scene also made Jiang Liana, who was practicing nearby, open her eyes. 9th level. My husband's cultivation speed is really fast. Thinking of Jiang Liana, he quickly closed his eyes and began to study the 9 Meridians Cold Meridian. However, Ye Gu's cultivation had just begun. As the effects of the bone refining pill in his body quickly transformed into strength, Ye Zhong soon reached the peak of the 9th level of the bone refining realm. But when he tried hard to break through the Qi refining stage, he found that the power in his body continued to surge, but he could not break through. Seeing this, Ye Zhong had no choice but to take another bone carving pill. However, half an hour later, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. What the hell is this? Ye Zhong was unwilling to give up and continued to take the bone-crushing pill. However, after taking 2 more bone-carving pills, the strength in his body had reached a terrifying level. He might even explode and die at any time, but his realm still hasn't broken through. Jiang Liana was also awakened by Ye Gu's powerful aura fluctuations, but she could feel that Ye Gu's realm was still at the bone-tempering realm. Even she was stunned. Legend has it that some practitioners at the same level can cultivate more powerful and stronger qi than others. It's common for such people to fight against opponents of higher levels. Could it be that my husband is such a genius? Thinking of Jiang Liana, he spoke. Husband, you may be a rare genius. You need more strength to break through the qi refining realm. Might as well keep going. More power. Upon hearing this, Ye Zhong took out the last bone carving pill and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. And as the medicinal effect of this bone carving pill spreads, Ye Zhong only felt that his entire body had reached the limit of what it could bear. Even the internal organs were trembling slightly, as if they would explode and die at any time. But at this moment, Ye Zhong suddenly felt that the power in his body seemed to have reached its limit in an instant. Then, like a tide, it quickly flowed from all parts of his body and gathered towards his legs. At that moment, Ye Zhong only felt that his legs were like dry earth, madly absorbing this power. My legs, which had been numb all this time, suddenly felt a tingling and warm sensation. Ye Zhong even moved his toes unconsciously, and he found that his toes actually moved. Although my legs still didn't obey me, my toes really moved. It's moving. It's moving. Liana, my toes moved. I entered the qi refining stage. I really did it. Ye Zhong said excitedly. I have been sitting in a wheelchair for 16 years, and today I finally see hope. Jiang Liana also ran over, feeling the warmth on Ye Gu's legs. Her eyes suddenly turned red. I knew you could do it, sir. Chapter 20, the third level of qi refining realm. Ye Zhong finally stood up. The qi refining realm is a completely new realm that is completely different from the body tempering realm. This is a state where one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, thereby strengthening the muscles and bones within the body. The body forging realm forges a practitioner's physical qualities, impurities within the flesh and blood, etc. However, the qi refining realm can truly reshape a person's muscles and bones. At the beginning, Ye Zhong heard more than one doctor say that the fundamental reason for his congenital disability was that the muscles and bones below the waist were born defective. In simple terms, they were not fully grown. However, ordinary elixirs can only heal broken tendons and bones. Therefore, it is impossible to make the muscles and bones, which have not fully developed in the first place, develop again. The only way is to reshape your muscles and bones. But reshaping bones and muscles is not as easy as it sounds. Pills that can reshape bones and muscles are treasures even in the great Xia dynasty, so it is naturally impossible for the Yi family to get access to them now. Therefore, Ye Gu's only and most likely way to recover is to enter the qi refining realm. Draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, thereby reshaping the tendons below the waist. In the past, Ye Zhong had only fantasized about it. If he really entered the body refining realm, how would he reshape his muscles and bones? But now, he no longer needs to fantasize, and he is no longer confused. Because from the moment he entered the body refining realm, he discovered that he actually didn't need to do anything. The muscles and bones below the waist actually began to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It seemed that it knew that it was born with deficiencies, and it was actually trying hard to reshape itself. That tingling and numb feeling is brought about by the regrowth of muscles and bones. Ye Zhong held his breath and looked inward, and soon he discovered that his strength was not even at the first level of qi refining realm. Instead, he directly came to the second level of qi refining realm. How come I reached the second level of qi refining realm right after my breakthrough? Ye Zhong was confused. Hey, you were the one who was holding back and couldn't break through before, and now you're the one who has broken through and is heading straight to the second level. What to play? Jiang Liana smiled. Some practitioners are geniuses in their own field. Not only can they cultivate more power at the same level, they can also leap forward several levels after a breakthrough. My husband, it's obvious that you are that kind of genius. Your leg will be healed soon. Ye Zhong nodded excitedly. To be honest, he didn't care at all whether he was a genius or not at this moment. Being able to stand up was what he was looking forward to the most. The numbness in his legs gradually subsided, and Ye Zhong also tried to move around. He was pleasantly surprised to find that this time his legs could actually move along with the movement. although my legs still had no strength and I couldn't stand up. Maybe he was shaking, which meant that the muscles and bones in his legs had been repaired. As long as he keeps practicing, he will definitely be able to stand up. I'll continue practicing first, you keep an eye on it for me. Ye Zhong gave some instructions, then took out a handful of qi nourishing pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. The qi nourishing pill is an essential elixir for practicing qi refining. The value of one is enough to equal 300 spirit stones. But at this moment, Ye Zhong no longer cared about any value. He would do anything to stand up on his own feet, even if it meant losing everything he had. As the qi nourishing pill entered his body, Ye Zhong suddenly felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his body became extremely full. However, most of it flowed into the dantian, and only a small part flowed into the legs. Moreover, Ye Zhong discovered at this moment that even with the 9 times speed of the dragon and phoenix records, the speed at which his legs absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was still too slow for him. Thinking of this, Ye Zhong hurriedly took out the top-grade martial arts technique he had just obtained, the 10,000 Dao Sutra. The Wan Dao Jing is a method of cultivation, and practitioners can only practice it after reaching the qi refining stage. By practicing martial arts, one can absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world into one's body, then temper it, and finally transform it into one's own strength. The higher the grade of the technique, the faster the speed, and the more abundant and powerful the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cultivated will naturally be. Ye Zhong did not delay and immediately began to practice according to the mantra of the Wan Dao Sutra. Sure enough, he soon felt that he was like a sponge, absorbing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him into his body. Soon, the entire absorption range directly covered the entire courtyard. Jiang Liana naturally also felt this suction and was extremely surprised. My husband's Wan Dao Jing is so powerful that it actually covers the entire courtyard. Even my Jumai Hanjing can't compete with it. You know, the 9 Meridians Cold Scripture is a top-grade martial art, but in front of the 10,000 Dao Scripture, it can't even snatch away any spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This can be seen from this point. Although both are top-grade skills, there is still a gap between them. Time passes by every second. About an hour passed. Jiang Liana suddenly felt that Ye Zhong's aura suddenly increased. Almost at the same time, Ye Zhong opened his eyes. My husband, your strength. That's right. The 3rd level of Qi Refining Realm. I have entered the 3rd level of Qi Refining Realm. As he spoke, Ye Zhong supported himself on the armrests of the wheelchair, and his legs began to tremble. It was obvious that he was trying hard to stand up. Although Jiang Liana was worried, she did not go forward to support him. She knew that Ye Zhong wanted to stand up on his own. Because only in this way can he stand up completely. Ye Zhong's legs kept shaking, as if he would fail at any time. But as Ye Zhong's body gradually became straighter and straighter, the smile on his face was beyond words. Finally, when Ye Zhong's body stood up completely, his legs finally stopped shaking, and Ye Zhong's eyes turned red in an instant. I succeeded, I stood up. Liana, did you see that? I stood up. Jiang Liana burst into tears and nodded. Ye Zhong raised his hand and took Jiang Liana into his arms, and spoke in Jiang Liana's ear. From now on, I don't want you to bend down to hug me anymore. I can finally hold the woman I love in my arms. Jiang Liana couldn't stop crying. The two of them stood hugging each other for a long time. They didn't let go of each other until their emotions calmed down. Ye Zhong wiped the tears from Jiang Liana's face and said, "Have fun today. I will cook for you and treat you to a candlelight dinner tonight." Jiang Liana was stunned, obviously she had never heard of a candlelight dinner. Ye Zhong scratched Jiang Liana's nose lovingly. You'll find out tonight. Jiang Liana nodded. Although she didn't know what a candlelight dinner was, as long as Ye Zhong was happy, she was happy with anything. Ye Zhong then sat down and practiced for a while, but unfortunately his body's absorption of the qi nourishing pill was getting slower and slower. This meant that it would be impossible for him to reach the 4th level of Qi Refining Realm in the short term. Helplessly, Ye Zhong stopped. However, when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find something. Jiang Liana's aura had unexpectedly entered the 4th level of Qi Refining Realm at some point. You made a breakthrough? Ye Zhong asked. Jiang Liana nodded. I was so excited to see my husband stand up that I accidentally broke through to the 4th level of Qi Refining Realm. Ye Zhong smiled and nodded. Good. Good. Then Ye Zhong turned around and looked at the wheelchair he had been sitting in for 16 years, feeling filled with emotion. This wheelchair has been with him for 16 years, and many parts of it have been worn out. Now it can finally rest. It's been 16 years, old buddy, you can finally retire. Chapter 21 The Terrifying 10,000 True Qi, Candlelight Dinner. Ye Zhong's legs became stronger and stronger. After a brief period of adaptation, he found that he could walk like a normal person. It will take a few days for the tendons and bones in my legs to grow fully and firmly. But this is no longer important. With the Wan Dao Jing constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even if he does not take the qi nourishing pill, it is enough to completely reshape the muscles and bones of his legs. At the same time as his strength entered the third level of qi refining realm, Ye Zhong also discovered a problem. That is, after practicing the Wan Dao Sutra, he was able to cultivate Wan Dao true qi in his body. Moreover, there is quite a lot of true qi, all of which is concentrated in the dantian. However, as the true energy entered his body, Ye Zhong discovered a phenomenon that he could not understand. He previously had two forces of Dao in his body, one of which was the way of ice that he gained from sparring with Jiang Liana, and the business philosophy I gained through conversation when signing the indenture contract with Zun Anan. These two forces were previously in his dantian, in different positions, so they did not interfere with each other. It can enter the dantian along with the 10,000 true qi. The rich and dense true qi actually enveloped both forces. Now the three forces coexist peacefully. The power of ice and the power of business are both wrapped up. Can I still mobilize them? With doubts, Ye Zhong decided to give it a try. He asked Jiang Lianer to stand aside to avoid hurting her by mistake. Then he slapped forward. This time he mobilized the power of ice. However, after he struck out with this palm, a scene he did not expect occurred. He had only mastered the basics of the way of ice, and there was very little ice power in his body. Therefore, when it was used before, the palm wind it sent out only brought a little coldness at most. But this time, as the palm wind was thrown out, not only Ye Zhong, but even Jiang Lianer was stunned. I saw a frozen palm print appearing directly on the pillar of the pavilion in front. At the same time, Ye Zhong also carefully observed that the power of all Daos in his body, which originally had no attributes, was all transformed into the power of ice after passing through the power of ice, and then released by himself. Husband, don't you practice ice-related skills? Jiang Liana's face was filled with shock. Ye Zhong also smiled. I really don't have it. This is the power of ice transformed from the power of the 10,000 Daos. Ye Zhong thought about it and immediately used the power of business to strike out with a palm. Sure enough, this time the palm wind did not have the slightest bit of coldness, but it also did not have any attributes. This is because the power of business is inherently different from the power of ice, which is a power with attributes. The power of business has no attributes, so even if the power of all things is transformed into the power of business, there will still be no visible difference when it is used. However, by observing the transformation of power in his body, Ye Zhong made a surprising discovery. That is, the 10,000 true qi cultivated by the 10,000 Dao Sutra can actually be transformed into power of any attribute. What kind of power he can transform depends on what Dao he has mastered. For example, if Ye Zhong mastered the art of fire, then even if there was not much fire power in his body, when he made a move, all the true energy would be automatically transformed into fire power. This made him look like a practitioner who specialized in fire. And when he changes his attack method and releases the power of ice, all the true energy will be transformed into the power of ice. It can be said that the 10,000 true qi is a bullet library that can accommodate various firearms, and the great way of the world is like a gun. As long as you get a gun, no matter what model it is, you can fire the universal bullet of Wan Dao Zhenqi. Your mastery of Dao is like the sophistication of firearms. The deeper your mastery of the Dao, the more advanced your firearms will be and the stronger your attack power will be. No wonder it's called the 10,000 Dao Sutra. The 10,000 Dao body can allow me to comprehend the 10,000 Daos, and the 10,000 Daos Sutra can cultivate the 10,000 Daos Qi that is fully adaptable. This is simply a perfect closed loop. The only thing I lack now is the secret manual of moves. Ye Zhong was excited. These 10,000 streams of true energy can truly be described as terrifying. Ye Zhong was in a good mood and spoke immediately. It's getting late, go back to your room and wait for me. I'll go prepare a candlelight dinner. Jiang Liana was also very happy. She smiled and nodded, then went back to her room. Ye Zhong didn't waste any time and went straight to the kitchen. Along the way, everyone who saw him froze in place. The news that Ye Zhong was able to stand up quickly spread throughout the Yi mansion. For this reason, Grandpa Yi Shan, Father Yi Changming and the head of the family Yi Changan came to see him specially. Want to confirm. However, Ye Zhong instructed Qianye and her not to see anyone tonight. Because tonight, he is going to have a candlelight dinner with Jiang Liana and enjoy their own world. In the room, Ye Zhong deliberately blew out the candle on the lampstand. I just ordered 2 on the table in the room. And looking at the table full of dishes cooked by Ye Zhong himself, and the pot of fine wine, Jiang Liana was also extremely confused. Husband, isn't this dinner? The candlelight dinner you mentioned, does it mean eating dinner with candlelight? Ye Zhong smiled. That's exactly what it means. But don't you think it's romantic for us to be alone at this moment, drinking some wine, eating some delicious food, and chatting? Romantic. Jiang Liana obviously had never heard of this word. Ye Zhong thought for a moment and said, this is the living habit of another place. 2 people in love want to enjoy a world of just the 2 of them without being disturbed by others, so they choose to have a candlelight dinner. This is also called a date. Dating? So that's what it is. Jiang Liana suddenly realized. I remember that the Yi family was a big family in Qianzhou before, so this is the custom in Qianzhou. I guess so. Ye Zhong said awkwardly that he couldn't say that this was a habit on Earth in his previous life. Jiang Liana certainly didn't understand either. So, sir, what should we do now? Jiang Liana asked curiously. Ye Zhong personally poured a glass of wine for the 2 of them. The first step is, of course, to have a drink. Jiang Liana smiled, raised her wine glass and clinked it with Ye Zhong's, then they both drank it in one gulp. So what's next? Jiang Liana asked. Ye Zhong pointed at the dishes. Next, of course, is to taste the food. As he spoke, Ye Zhong picked up a piece of food for Jiang Liana and fed her himself. Ye Zhong asked with a smile. How does it feel to eat dinner made by your loved one? Jiang Liana smiled. The best decision I made in my life was to marry my husband. Ye Zhong smiled. It's my honor to marry you. The 2 looked at each other affectionately, and Ye Zhong smiled. This is the meaning of candlelight dinner, to bring hearts closer. Let us eat. Jiang Liana nodded happily. The 2 of them ate and chatted, and soon 3 rounds of drinks were over. Jiang Liana asked curiously. Husband. We've had the wine and the food, is there anything else to do after this candlelight dinner? Ye Zhong smiled and said. Of course there will be a next project. What is it? Jiang Liana looked curious. Ye Zhong smiled and stood up. Seeing this, Jiang Liana also stood up. Then Ye Zhong grabbed Jiang Liana's hand, looked at her and said. The next project, of course. Go to sleep. After saying that, Ye Zhong picked up Jiang Liana in a princess hug and walked towards the bed. Jiang Liana's pretty face flushed red, and she buried her head in Ye Zhong's shoulder, saying in shame and anger. My husband, you are bad. Chapter 22 I can never get my wife back. Candlelight dinner, scented candles and fine wine. It seemed to add some interest to tonight. Or maybe it was the first night Ye Zhong spent after he was able to stand up. Looking at Jiang Liana sitting on the bed, Ye Zhong felt that she was even more beautiful than usual. Sure enough, when looking for boyfriend, I have to look for one who is 1.8 meters tall. Looking down and looking up really do have an impact on your appearance. Ye Zhong smiled in his heart. Before this, he always watched Jiang Liana while sitting in a wheelchair. Now that he changed the angle, the feeling was indeed different. With the experience from last time, it was particularly easy to unbutton my clothes tonight. Jiang Liana's pretty face flushed as she said in shame and anger. Is this what you call self-taught? Don't be ashamed. Ye Zhong picked up Jiang Liana and said with a smile. If someone teaches me about this, it won't be troublesome. Ye Zhong pulled the quilt over, and the 2 of them started kissing each other. Soon, the only sound in the room was Jiang Liana's occasional laughter. And the candlelight began to flicker. As Ye Zhong's strength broke through the 3rd level of qi refining, his physical strength naturally improved a lot. In the end, the two of them tossed and turned for nearly 4 hours before they fell asleep in each other's arms, contentedly. The next morning, when Ye Zhong woke up, Jiang Lianer was still sleeping soundly. Apparently Jiang Lianer was going to change her habit of getting up at 7 in the morning today. But it's not her fault. After all, the two of them had been struggling for too long last night. Jiang Lianer didn't get up, and Ye Zhong was too lazy to cook himself. Moreover, the news that he was able to stand up last night must have spread throughout the Ye mansion by now. This morning, I have to go and tell my father and grandfather about it. After instructing He Hur to wait at the door and serve the lady well, Ye Zhong walked towards the front hall. On the way, Ye Zhong checked the rewards given by the system last night. That's right, last night's passionate night also increased Jiang Lianer's favorability to 90. It's not far from the last 100. Last time on our wedding night, it was also a night of love, but our favorability level soared by nearly half. But this time it is only 10. This is not to say that Jiang Lianer is heartless, but it is more difficult to increase the favorability as time goes by. Sometimes it is difficult for you to judge how good you are to someone, so this is not Jiang Lianer's fault. Sometimes, only when the time comes, you will realize that you love someone and are even willing to die for him. On a normal day, I always feel that this kind of thing is easy to talk about. With Jiang Lianer's favorability increasing to 90% last night, the doubling speed of the Dragon and Phoenix records naturally increased to 10 times. In addition, there are some changes in the reward items. This time, he did not give any bodybuilding pills as a reward, probably because Ye Zhong had already entered the Qi refining stage. The rewards of 50 Qi nourishing pills and 50 Fu promoting pills. This Cuefu pill is a pill that can only be used by practitioners in the Qianfu realm above the Qi refining realm. Obviously, the system's rewards also change according to their host's strength. However, Ye Zhong had no use for the bodybuilding pill for the time being, so he planned to pack up the remaining bodybuilding pills that he no longer needed, and sell them when he arrived at the shop today. In addition, Ye Zhong also discovered that after spending a night with Jiang Lianer last night, both of them actually used the 10 times cultivation speed of the Dragon and Phoenix book to improve their cultivation by 1 level each. Jiang Lianer's current strength has entered the 5th level of Qi refining realm, and Ye Zhong himself has also reached the 4th level of Qi refining realm. This discovery made Ye Zhong exclaim that it is indeed best to practice with his wife. When men and women work together, practicing is not tiring. Ye Zhong came to their hall. Sure enough, I saw the family having breakfast. He doesn't usually come here for breakfast, so when he showed up today, everyone was stunned. Especially when everyone saw that he actually stood up, they all excitedly put down their bowls and chopsticks. Third brother. Is your leg really healed? Yi Lang ran over and touched it. Seeing that Ye Gu's leg was really healed and not just a fake leg, he could no longer hold back. It's over. It's over. Even when your leg wasn't healed, you were able to trick my wife away. Now that my leg is healed, there is no hope for my wife to come back. You are just a nobody, give me back my wife. Ye Zhong smiled and ignored him. My aunt also said with a smile. Ye Zhong, don't pay attention to him. Orphan, your legs are really better. Yi Changan was obviously still a little bit unbelieving. After all, it had been 16 years. During these 16 years, he often woke up from the dream, hoping that it was just a dream, but he was disappointed every time. At this moment, no one dared to believe that Ye Zhong actually stood up. Ye Zhong smiled. Dad, I'm really healed. I've entered the Qi refining stage. My leg won't be healed anymore. Qi refining realm. Great. Great. Yishan's face was also full of excitement. Yi Changan on the side also said hurriedly. You have already entered the Qi refining realm before entering Qianyang Academy. You are even more ambitious than your elder brother. As he spoke, Yi Changan looked at Yi Lang. Rebellious son. Look at your third brother, then look at you. How could I have given birth to such a useless person like you? Okay, let's not talk about this. Ye Zhong, I heard that you signed Zunanan, the owner of an Ru Dan pharmacy, yesterday. Yishan asked. Ye Zhong nodded. That's right. The Zhong family has been causing trouble in the pharmaceutical industry recently, making life difficult for retail investors like them. I'll help as many people as I can. Yishan said thoughtfully. Zunanan is considered to be one of the more powerful retail investors. Even she has joined our Ye family. It is obvious that the life of other retail investors will only be more difficult. It's just that alchemy has costs. Even if we don't make money, we can't lose money. Do you have any way to deal with it? Ye Zhong asked. Ye Zhong smiled and said, I have found a way to deal with it. I have developed several pill recipes that can increase the amount of pills produced tenfold. I arranged for an alchemist to make them yesterday. We should be able to see the results today. What? 10 times the amount of pills produced? The aunt was also shocked when she heard this and said hurriedly, then the price can be directly lowered. We won't be afraid of the Zhong family starting a price war. Ye Zhong, then you can take a look at the other elixirs in our Ye family's shops. If it doesn't work out, Auntie can let you manage all the shops. We are family of Ye, and Auntie believes that you can run the business well. I hope you can put the overall situation first. Ye Changan is the head of the family, so many of the Ye family's shops are actually managed by my aunt. Ye Zhong smiled. Aunt, you are too kind. I can trust you. I really don't have much energy to manage so many shops. Don't worry, I have already told them that any shop of the Ye family that refines the elixir will have a share. The aunt said excitedly. Okay. Don't worry, Ye Zhong, our Ye family's shop will follow your lead. Just go for it, Auntie will definitely support you. As she spoke, the aunt patted Ye Lang next to her. And you? After dinner, don't just sit there doing nothing. Take your lackeys with you and go out to get me information about the Zhong family. Once we lower our prices, they will definitely not give up. Our mother. Even you are helping Ye Zhong? It's over. I can't get my wife back anymore. Ye Lang looked aggrieved. Ye Zhong also smiled helplessly. But to be honest, this aunt of mine really knows what's going on. Otherwise, Ye Zhong wouldn't trust her so much. Chapter 23, Madame Liu, the business saint, did the young lady let you touch her hand? It must be said that Ye Lang has a bit of a childish temper. But he is also unambiguous when it comes to big things. As soon as he finished breakfast, he took his dog and went out to find out the news. Ye Zhong went back to his own courtyard and saw that Jiang Liana had not gotten up yet, so he instructed He Hua. The lady is awake, tell her I'm going to the shop. Then Ye Gutsai left the Ye family. The recovery of his legs also made Ye Zhong feel much more cheerful. Even today he didn't even call for a carriage, but walked all the way to the shop. After handing over the prepared Fu Chui Dan and Ti Jian Dan to shopkeeper Chen, Ye Zhong saw that 2 carriages had parked in front of the shop. The boxes, big and small, were filled with goods. Which shop is this for? Ye Zhong asked. Oh. It was Zunanan who signed a contract to sell herself with the 3rd young master yesterday. She sent it to her. We have already prepared enough medicine in the Ye family shop. It is all thanks to your medicine recipe, 3rd young master. We are not afraid of the Zhong family in this price war. Shopkeeper Chen smiled and said that there were obviously many more customers in the shop than yesterday. It seemed that the counterattack in the price war had already begun. Ye Zhong nodded, thought for a moment and said, that's great. I'll go to her shop and take a look. If the lady comes, please tell her. After saying that, Ye Zhong set off with the carriage. After only meeting Zun Anan once yesterday, Ye Zhong realized the power of business. So Ye Zhong also wanted to see if he could talk to her again today so that his business power could be stronger. An Ru Dan pharmacy. Xiaoqing ran in from outside the door and said with an unhappy look on her face. Miss, the signboard has been changed. You have already signed the contract to sell yourself. Why do you want to change it to the sign of their Ye family medicine shop? This is the Enruden pharmacy that you worked so hard to run. Zun Anan looked at a painting on the wall in front of her and said lightly. It's just a plaque, don't take it personally. When Madame Liu first started doing business, she was also in charge of a shop for someone else. As long as her heart is in business, that's enough. Xiaoqing rode. But Madame Liu later opened her own shop, and is now the richest person in Chenzhou. Her name has spread throughout the Great Xia dynasty. I don't know if we can survive this disaster. This Zhong family is so despicable. Or we should tell their master. Xiaoqing. Zun Anan interrupted Xiaoqing directly. Xiaoqing realized that she had said the wrong thing again, so she had to shut up and say no more. At this moment, a voice came from the door. Miss Zhong compares herself to Madame Liu. It seems that she has a great heart. Don't worry, when the market gets better in the future, my Yi family will naturally not embarrass Miss Zhong. You can leave the Yi family at any time. Zhong Ainen turned around when she heard this and found that the person who spoke was Ye Zhong. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Zhong Ainen was a little surprised. Ye Zhong pointed to the carriage behind him. I followed the delivery team and came to see where your shop is. What I just said was also the truth, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden. Zhong Ainen hurriedly asked Xiaoqing to go and receive the goods, and at the same time asked Ye Zhong to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Mr. Yi, you are joking. Now we all rely on the Yi family. And dare not have any second thoughts. Ye Zhong smiled. You really don't have to do this. But to be honest, I really admire your business talent. If you are willing to stay in our Yi family, I can even let you manage all the shops in the Yi family. You just lack support and experience. In fact, your business talent is not inferior to hers at all. As he spoke, Ye Zhong's gaze fell on the portrait on the wall. The portrait shows a woman carrying a box on her back. And this woman is Madame Liu. Zhong Ainen looked at the portrait and smiled bitterly. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. Madame Liu came from a humble background, but she was able to open the Liu family business all over Qianzhou and Daxia. Now she is the richest person in Qianzhou and the only female head of a family in the Daxia dynasty. Although she has no cultivation like me, she is able to use her wealth to make the Liu family the second largest family in Qianzhou. Only achievements like this can be worthy of her title of business saint. How dare Anan compare herself to such a person? Seeing Zhong Ainen being so humble, Ye Zhong felt helpless. Madame Liu is indeed famous in Daxia, but she is also a human being. Of course, you are right to be humble in front of your seniors. But I'm curious, since you admire this Lady Liu so much, why don't you become her disciple? Doesn't Madame Liu hold a conference every 3 years to select disciples? I heard that she hasn't found a disciple yet. I think you will definitely be chosen if you go. Zhong Ainen said hurriedly after hearing this. Mr. Yi, you are joking. Qianzhou is far away from Jiangzhou. Besides, my family does not support me doing business. Ye Zhong suddenly understood after hearing this. So that's how it is. If you really want to go, I support you. I can even pay for the trip. I really don't want to see a talent like you buried in obscurity. As for your family, I still hope you can talk to them properly. It doesn't matter if you really can't make them understand. In this life, you are the only one responsible for yourself. Apart from your wife, everyone else is just a passerby in your life. A grown-up son is still under the control of his mother, don't you think? Zhong Ainen looked at Ye Zhong blankly after hearing this. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Zhong Ainen hurriedly shook his head. No. Mr. Yi's words are different from others. Anan is a little shocked. So you're going? Ye Zhong asked. Zhong Ainen shook his head. I don't know. Sometimes I doubt whether I am cut out for business. How can I have the courage to go find Madame Liu? When Ye Zhong heard this, he said seriously. You are. If you are not, then no one in this world would dare to call themselves a business genius. Why is Mr. Yi so sure? Zhong Ainen looked puzzled. Ye Zhong looked at Zhong Ainen and said. Because I feel the business philosophy in you. Business? Zhong Ainen was puzzled. Ye Zhong hurriedly explained. There are countless ways for practitioners in this world to cultivate. Do you know this? Zhong Ainen nodded. Swordsmen have their own way of swords, and knifemen have their own way of knives. Those who can comprehend these ways are all geniuses in cultivation. But I can't practice cultivation, and what kind of Tao is doing business? I've never heard of anyone becoming a powerful person through doing business. Ye Zhong shook his head. That's just because others can't. That doesn't mean that business ethics don't exist. There are thousands of great ways in the world, but the ones that people practice are only 1 or 2 of them. Some ways are simply ignored. But you can't say they don't exist. This is the case with the business path. Although I don't know why no one succeeds in business, I can feel the existence of business from you. As he spoke, Ye Zhong stretched out his hand and placed it on the table. If you don't believe me, put your hand up and I'll let you feel the power of business. Zhong Ainen was stunned, and the hand on his chest unconsciously retracted. But looking at Ye Zhong's clear and determined eyes, she still wavered and slowly placed her hand on Ye Gu's hand. The moment their palms touched, Sun Anan felt it immediately. A surge of power touched his palm. The moment that force touched her, it was like an electric current that spread throughout her body. She could feel that this power was so familiar, just like an old friend, cheering in her heart. But this power was obviously very strong, so strong that she couldn't believe that she could possess such a strong power. Ye Zhong looked at her and said, "Do you feel it? This is the power of business. I can feel the power of business from you. This is enough to prove that you are a business genius. Your future will definitely be in business." "Really?" Sun Anan looked up at Ye Zhong, and their eyes met. Sun Anan found that Ye Gu's eyes seemed to have magic, and she didn't even want to look away. Her heart even trembled, as if something was running wild in her heart. And just as the two looked into each other's eyes, feeling the power of business, suddenly, Xiao Qing walked in from outside, and when she saw this scene, she exclaimed, "Miss! You actually let him touch your hand. You wouldn't even let me touch you, but you actually let a stranger, a man at that, touch your hand." Chapter 24. Madam, you actually want the third young master to take a concubine? Shiliang County, Zhong family. Butler Lin, what's the matter that has you in such a hurry? Zhong Shan had just finished practicing when she saw Butler Lin running towards her with an anxious look on his face and asked. Steward Lin replied as he ran. Something bad has happened to the second miss. The price of the Ye family's elixirs has dropped by 50%. Now all the cultivators in the city are buying their elixirs. I have to report to the head of the family immediately. A 50% decrease? That means they are losing a lot of money. Did they lower the cost of the pills and pass them off as good ones? Are the pills still safe to eat? Zhong Shan frowned slightly as she spoke. No, I have to go check it out. Thinking of this, Zhong Shan went out. But now he was in the Ye family's medicine shop. Jiang Lianer was sitting at the table, holding an account book in her hand, and in front of her was a mountain of account books, which made her feel hopeless about her life. Madam, I heard that the alchemists in the backyard are almost going crazy from refining the elixirs. None of them take a break. It's like being injected with chicken blood. He Hua said as she poured tea for Jiang Liana. Jiang Liana's eyes lit up when she heard that. Alchemy? I want to see it too. Then go ahead. Lotus wondered, isn't this something that can just be done by getting up and leaving? Jiang Liana sighed and said. But I can't go. I have a lot of account books to look at today. I didn't expect that the Ye family's medicine shop has so many account books. Fortunately, my husband only got one. Madam, everyone else is eager to get more of the family property, why do you think one room is too much? Lotus looked confused. Jiang Liana raised the account book in her hand and said with a look of despair. I just realized that looking at the account books is so boring. But my husband wants to hand over the shop to me. I thanked him before, but now I realize that I just like to make pills and don't like to look at the account books at all. But I don't want to disappoint my husband. Lotus smiled. But the third young master didn't force you to finish it today. The third young master loves you so much, it's okay if you can't finish it. It is precisely because my husband loves me that I want to do well in the things he wants to entrust to me. I can't let my husband down. Jiang Liana said. But madam, shopkeeper Chen said that the third young master went to look for that Zunanan. I heard that Zunanan is a female shopkeeper, and she is very beautiful. Aren't you worried that the third young master might? Yes. Sun Anan is the female shopkeeper. She must like looking at the account books very much. Jiang Liana sat up suddenly. What are you talking about? Are you missing the point? Lotus looked surprised. Jiang Liana said seriously. Isn't he that the point? I don't like looking at the account books, but Sun Anan is the female shopkeeper, she must like looking at the account books. Why not let my husband hand over this shop to Sister Anan, so that I don't have to look at the account books? Lotus, you are such a great assist. Lotus was completely speechless. No, madam, I said Sun Anan is very beautiful. Aren't you afraid that the third young master will like her? Jiang Liana fell into deep thought after hearing this. Yes. What you said is indeed a problem. If my husband doesn't like her, he will definitely not hand over the Ye family's shop to her. But if you don't give it to her, I will be the one to look after the account books from now on. Then how can I make my husband like Sister Anan? Lotus was completely confused. What nonsense are you talking about? What would you do if the third young master fell in love with Zunanan? Jiang Liana asked with a puzzled look on her face. What does it have to do with me that my husband likes Zunanan? It's my husband's freedom to like whoever he wants, and I can't stop him from liking someone. But what if she wants to compete with you, madam, for the third young master? Lotus reminded. The third young master's leg is healed now, and he is also the young master of the Yi mansion. I wonder how many women are staring at him outside. What if Zunanan also falls in love with the third young master, and the third young master also falls in love with her? Then he will definitely take her as his concubine. What will you do then? Lotus explained. Jiang Liana stood up suddenly when she heard that. Lotus thought she had said something wrong and spoke hurriedly. Madam, did He Hua say something wrong? He Hua apologizes to you. Lotus. You are so smart. He Hua was completely confused after hearing this. Jiang Liana said. In the Yi family's shop, the shopkeeper has to sign a contract to sell himself before he can manage it. And Zun Anan has also signed a contract with her husband, so she can manage this shop. But Zun Anan said that she wants to be independent in the future, so she won't be here for long. Then my husband will definitely not let her manage the shop. But if she doesn't manage it, I'll be the one looking at the account books. As she spoke, Jiang Liana looked at the Lotus. Her Hua is so smart. If my husband marries Sister Anan, she will be the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Then she can legitimately manage the shop, and I can legitimately stop looking at the account books. It's just amazing. Jiang Liana was extremely excited, while He Hua almost fainted. Madam. Are you crazy? You actually want the third young master to take a concubine? And his marrying Zunanan? What woman would expect her husband to take a concubine? Jiang Liana said seriously. What's the big deal? What man in the world doesn't want to take a concubine? My mother was my father's third concubine, and my uncle had 8 wives. My second uncle-in-law has 7 wives, and the head of the Jiang family has 30 wives. As she spoke, Jiang Liana looked at the Lotus. Her Hua, if I ask my husband to take a concubine, will he think it's too little and get angry? I just think that Sister Anan is the most suitable for now. I will help my husband find other girls in the future. My husband shouldn't be angry, right? Lotus looked at Jiang Liana speechlessly. Madam, you are not angry about the third young master taking a concubine. Unless the third young master is crazy, what does he have to be angry about? Others are afraid that their husbands will run away, but you are afraid that there will be few women around your husband. Madam, your vision is extraordinary. Jiang Liana said seriously. What's the big deal? My husband said that good things should be shared with everyone to gain more happiness. The most important thing is, if my husband marries Sister Anan, I won't have to look at the account book. As she spoke, Jiang Liana hurriedly pulled He Hua. Let's go. Let's go to the backyard and watch the alchemy. Let's leave the account book to Sister Anan to look at it. No, the third young master hasn't married Sister Anan yet. What are you thinking, madam? As He Hua was speaking, she was already being pulled to the backyard by Jiang Liana. Achoo! Inside An Ruden pharmacy. Ye Zhong sneezed for no reason. Zun Anan on the opposite side also hurriedly pulled her hand out of Ye Gu's hand, her pretty face flushed. Xiao Qing, don't talk nonsense. Master Yi is just leading me to feel the power of business. The power of business? What power does business have? Xiao Qing looked confused. Oh, you don't understand. Go and sort out the pills. Master Yi and I have something to talk about. Zun Anan said hurriedly. Xiao Qing rode. Miss, the pills are all sorted out. Then go make a pot of tea for Master Yi. Xiao Qing picked up the teapot on the table for both of them, which was still full. Zun Anan's pretty face turned even redder and she said hurriedly. You, just find something to do. Master Yi and I don't want to be disturbed. Xiao Qing looked at Zun Anan. Miss, you actually want to get rid of me? Are you in love with him? You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Zun Anan's pretty face turned even redder. Ye Zhong on the opposite side was stunned when he saw this scene. I thought to myself, no way am I that charming? You must not like me. You are so beautiful. If you like me, I will not be able to control myself. What if I make a mistake that all men make? How am I going to explain to my wife when I get home? Chapter 25 System, Are you crazy or am I crazy? Miss, just admit it, you are moved. You were never like this before. You never talked to a man for so long before, and you even had physical contact with him. Xiaoqing said. Ye Zhong was speechless after hearing this and thought to himself. Are you Zun Ainan's maid or her mouthpiece? Can you say such things? Zun Ainan's pretty face turned red, and she quickly stood up and pushed Xiaoqing out. Don't talk nonsense, I'm hungry, go buy me some hazelnut puff pastry. Xiaoqing said hurriedly. Miss, where can I buy hazelnut pastry in Shiliang County? Those are clearly snacks from Qianyarn City. You are clearly trying to get me out of here. Miss, you must be moved. Woo, you don't want Xiaoqing anymore. Xiaoqing's voice quickly disappeared outside the shop. When Zun Ainan came back, Ye Gu's face was also full of embarrassment. Well, Xiaoqing has never seen the world, please don't take it to heart. Zun Ainan was also very embarrassed. Ye Zhong smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Have you lived in Qianyarn City before? Zun Ainan was stunned, then he remembered that Xiaoqing had just let the cat out of the bag. I guess so. Actually, my home is in Qianyarn City. I grew up in Qianyarn City, and later came to Shiliang County for business. Is it because your family doesn't support you? Ye Zhong asked. There is no comparison between Shiliang County and Qianyarn City. Even for business, Qianyarn City would definitely be the first choice. Just based on the population size, Qianyarn City's market is much larger than Shiliang County. Zun Ainan nodded and said. That's part of the reason. Another reason is that the medicine industry in Qianyarn City is basically monopolized by the Zhong family. So I have even less hope of doing the medicine business in Qianyarn City. But who would have known that the Zhong family would actually extend their hands to Shiliang County? I don't know why or how it would happen. Ye Zhong asked. Would you consider what I just said? In fact, I think since you are interested and willing to try, it would be a good choice to go find Madame Liu. Zun Ainan said seriously after hearing this. I'll seriously consider it. Actually, I want to thank Master Yi for today, although I haven't made a decision yet. But whether it's the power of business or the advice of Madame Liu, they both gave me hope to persevere. Mr. Yi, Annan's mentor at that time. Please accept my greetings. Having said that, Zun Ainan quickly stood up and bowed to Ye Zhong. Absolutely not. As Ye Zhong spoke, he hurriedly stood up and went to help Zun Ainan. But the next moment, Ye Gu's hand was placed under Zun Ainan's hand. Originally this was a normal greeting etiquette. But when their hands touched, they remembered what Xiaoqing had just said. Both of them couldn't help but retract their hands. Zun Ainan's cheeks also turned a little redder. Ye Zhong was extremely embarrassed at this moment. I thought to myself that if this continued, I would not be able to control myself. Just kidding, Zun Ainan is also a beauty among beauties. The fact that Ye Zhong could remain serious until now shows that he has extraordinary self-control. If it were someone else, the corner of his mouth would have exploded the trigger of the AK by now. Just when Ye Zhong was thinking of making up an excuse to slip away. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to their host for successfully pampering his wife. Zun Ainan's favorability has increased to 40. System rewards: 1 copy of DBA Introduction, 110 first grade 10-fold pill recipes, 55 second grade 5-fold pill recipes, and 22 third grade 3-fold pill recipes. Hearing the system prompt sound, Ye Zhong was stunned. He had seen the reward for this pill recipe last time, so even when he saw the third grade triple pill recipe, he didn't think it was that strange. And when the favorability reaches 30, the reward will be surprisingly high. Therefore, the reason why there are so many 110, 55 and 22 pill recipes is definitely because a lot of rewards are given when the favorability reaches 30. As for this DBA introductory chapter, it should be a reward given when the favorability level is 30. Just hearing the name, Ye Zhong was confused. This so-called DBA introduction doesn't look like a product of the Great Xia dynasty at all. Could this be something from my previous life? But what on earth is this? I haven't even heard of it. Ye Zhong was also overwhelmed and checked it out immediately. DBA Introduction, a book on business management. Studying it can improve your business management skills. Looking at the introduction, Ye Zhong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened the cover of the book. Wow, indeed, a line of big words caught my eye. A must-read book for doctoral students majoring in business administration. Looking at this line of words, Ye Zhong even thought he was still living on Earth. Damn, in this world of cultivating immortals, he actually saw modern products. He even felt like he was going insane. DBA is the abbreviation for doctoral degree in business administration, and the system actually rewarded me with this thing. Combined with his previous interactions with Jiang Liana, Ye Zhong immediately understood what the system meant. You're asking me to deliver the book this time. System, you are really good at playing. Although he said this, Ye Zhong was still very much looking forward to it. After all, he had received very good hidden rewards for sending Jiang Liana the Qianhan body transformation fluid and the 9 meridians cold sutra. Maybe there will be one this time too. Thinking of this, Ye Zhong smiled. Miss Anan, well, I personally admire you very much. Before you leave, I'll give you a book. Book. Zun Anan was stunned and was also curious about what book Ye Zhong would give her. When Ye Zhong took out the DBA introductory chapter, Zun Anan was also stunned. Is this a book? The books of the Great Xia dynasty are more like those in ancient times. So this kind of cover could reflect light, as if it was coated with a layer of film. Zun Anan had never seen such a book before. Ye Zhong handed the book to Zun Anan and said, "This is from another state, so it looks a little different from the books in Jiangzhou. But the contents are all in the common language of the Great Xia dynasty. You can understand it. This book is about how to do business. You will understand it after reading it. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After Ye Zhong finished speaking, he ran out of the shop as if escaping. Zun Anan looked at Ye Zhong, then looked at the book in his hand, opened the cover and took a look. Then she froze. What are the essential books for PhD students in business administration? What is business administration? Who is this doctoral student? Is he a man who is very good at business? I think the books he needs are not passed on to others. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi would give me such valuable books. Zun Anan said as he sat down at the table and began to study. And outside the shop, Ye Zhong did not leave immediately, but waited for the system's feedback. Really? Soon the system voice sounded. Ding! The host gave Zun Anan the DBA primer, and successfully spoiled his wife. Obtain a hidden reward from the system, a guide to handling character relationships in the Great Xia dynasty. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Ye Zhong was a little confused. Xia Dynasty Mission Relationship Management Guide. What on earth is that? Thinking of this, Ye Zhong hurriedly took it out to check, and then he saw the words on the cover of the book. How to quickly establish an intimate relationship with a young woman of the opposite sex. Looking at this group of people, Ye Zhong immediately cursed. Isn't this just a fucking guide to picking up girls? The key is, can a book like this be used as a hidden reward? System, are you crazy or am I crazy? Chapter 26. Fortunately, I didn't marry Jiang Liana. Although the system's reward this time made Ye Zhong somewhat speechless. But leaving aside this DBA introductory chapter, the recipe worth more than 100 points is still very interesting. At least if these things are taken to his own medicine shop, they can be quickly transformed into wealth. Ye Zhong had no interest in doing business, but he knew it. Whether in the previous life or in the current Great Xia dynasty. Without money, none of that is possible. Even if you want to improve your own strength, you will need a lot of wealth to support it. In Shiliang County, at a tea stall, Yilang was sitting here to rest when Guzi came running over from a distance. Second young master, I have found out everything. Today, as the prices of all the medicine shops of our Yi family have plummeted, almost no one is interested in the Zhong family's shop. This move of the third young master is truly amazing. Yilang smiled. As expected of my third brother, you have my style. This move directly puts the Zhong family in a dangerous position. If they don't lower the price, there will be no market. If they lower the price, they will lose more money. But the Zhong family should have also received the news. Now it depends on how they respond. Go Zi looked across the street and saw a plaque of the Zhong family hanging above the entrance of a magnificent mansion. He couldn't help but smile. Second young master is really smart. We are here to guard the place. No matter what the Zhong family is going to do, we will know it first. Yilang smiled. Nonsense. If I wait for you to remind me, the flowers will be cold. The housekeeper of the Zhong mansion has been in there for quite some time. I think it's time for the Zhong family to take some action. As Yilang was speaking, the door of the Zhong family was pushed open. Then, Zhongshan walked out. Yilang was also stunned when he saw that the person who came out was a yellow-haired girl about his age. Why is it her? What can she do when she comes out? Gozi also saw Zhongshan and was also puzzled. Yes, this Zhongshan is just like you, young master. She also lives a life of luxury. What can she do? Yilang looked at Gozi, and was so scared that he quickly changed his words. It was just a small slip of the tongue. How can she compare with your ability, sir? I'm talking about strength. Only then did Yilang look at Zhongshan. Zhongshan's strength was not very high either, about the same as Yilang, and was also at the 5th level of the body tempering realm. I've never heard of her managing the Zhong family shop. How come she came out first this time? Seeing Zhongshan walking towards the Yi family's shop, Yilang waved and greeted her. Follow and see. The two of them quickly followed Zhongshan all their way. However, I followed for about 10 minutes. Yilang discovered that Zhongshan's goal seemed very clear. She passed by several shops of the Yi family but did not go in. It's like he knows exactly where he's going. The dog said. Second master, what do you think she is going to do? Looking at her aura, she's not going to the shop owned by the third young master, is she? All our pills come from that shop. Gozi's words immediately boosted Yilang's morale. Yilang said hurriedly. Oh no. Maybe it's true. If she goes to other shops, she can only look at the elixirs at most. But if she goes to the third brother's shop, she might cause even bigger trouble. The recipes used by the alchemists when refining pills are all treasures of our Yi family. Thinking of this, Yilang said hurriedly. Where's the third brother? He said he was going to deliver the goods to Zunanan. Go. Go find the third brother right away and ask him to return to the shop. I'll follow Zhongshan first and see what she's going to do. The dog nodded and then hurried away. And Yilang followed Zhongshan all their way. Sure enough, he soon saw Zhongshan enter the shop under Yi Gu's name. In the shop, Jiang Liana and he who had just came out from the backyard. Madam, what's so interesting about this alchemy? It's so boring. Jiang Liana smiled. You don't understand this. An expert knows the ins and outs. In my eyes, every step these alchemists take is valuable experience. But compared to my husband, their alchemy skills are still a little bit inferior. My husband can refine a third-grade elixir right from the start. He is a true alchemy genius. As the two were talking, a voice suddenly came from the shop lobby. There must be something wrong with your pills, otherwise how could you sell them at such a low price? Hearing the noise, Jiang Liana looked at her war, and then the two of them walked towards the lobby. As soon as she arrived in the lobby, a box of medicine was thrown at Jiang Liana's feet. Jiang Liana looked at the strange woman in front of her and said coldly. Girl! What are you doing? Who are you? Zhongshan looked at Jiang Liana, obviously she didn't recognize her. He who had picked up the medicine box, handed it to Jiang Liana, and said at the same time. This is the wife of our Yi family's third young master, and the owner of this medicine shop. The third young master's wife? Oh. Jiang Liana from the Jiang family, right. So you are Jiang Liana who married her husband's younger brother. As Zhongshan spoke, she also looked at Jiang Liana and said to herself. As expected of a Jiang family daughter, she is so beautiful. It's a pity that she has no status in the Jiang family, otherwise she wouldn't be sent to this small place to marry. Thinking of this, Zhongshan smiled. I am so blind that I didn't even recognize you, madam. But madam is really beautiful. No wonder Ye Zhong didn't want you. Ye Zhong was willing to marry you. She couldn't marry her husband, so she married her own brother-in-law. This is something that everyone in Shiliang County knows about now. What are you talking about? Lotus said angrily. Our madam and the third young master are together willingly. What does this have to do with an outsider like you? It's not your turn to talk about Our Lady here. Zhongshan's face darkened when she heard that, and she raised her hand and slapped Hihua. Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your master, do you have the right to speak here? Madam, is this how you educate your servants? That's really unruly. At this moment Yilang was hiding at the door, and was about to rush out when he saw this. Who would have thought that Jiang Liana would take a single step and appear directly in front of Zhongshan? Then he raised his hand and slapped Zhong Shan in the face. After all, Zhong Shan had some strength, so she naturally responded. However, Jiang Lianer was extremely domineering. She held Zhong Shan's arm with one hand and instantly slapped Zhong Shan in the face with the other hand. In an instant, a conspicuous slap mark appeared on Zhong Shan's cheek. You! Zhong Shan was completely stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Lianer to attack her for a maid. Jiang Lianer looked at her and said coldly. Her War is not a servant of my Yi mansion, she is my Jiang Lianer's relative. What about her? It's not your turn to teach her a lesson. If you dare to touch her again, I will kill you. You! Zhong Shan was completely stunned. If it were someone else, they might have just responded verbally, but she didn't expect Jiang Lianer to actually take direct action. And he even said such cruel words. You have to know that if this statement is interpreted strictly, it is possible to provoke a direct conflict between the Zhong family and the Yi family. Yi Lang standing aside obviously couldn't think so much at this moment. He looked at Zhong Shan and touched his face unconsciously, his face full of shock, and he thought to himself. Oh my god! Is Jiang Lianer so fierce? Fortunately, I didn't marry Jiang Lianer. This is not a wife, this is clearly a tigress. How scary. Third brother. I will never compete with you for my wife again. May the best be to you. Chapter 27, Heavenly Grade Sealing Veins Cold Palm. Are you playing me? Yi Lang thought about it and quickly retreated outside the shop. Judging from Jiang Lianer's attitude, it was obvious that there was no need for him to take any action today. After all, his strength is the same as Zhong Shan's. If Jiang Lianer can slap Zhong Shan like this, it means she can also slap Yi Lang like this. He recalled that he had tried to steal someone's wife several times in front of Jiang Lianer and Yi Jiu. Jiang Lianer didn't slap me, so I really made a fortune. This is my good sister-in-law. I have decided that she can only be my sister-in-law from now on. While Yi Lang was thinking, Zhong Shan in the shop spoke. Jiang Lianer. How dare you hit me? Do you want the Zhong family and the Yi family to go to war? Jiang Lianer said calmly after hearing this. You don't have to scare me. I was the one who beat you up, Jiang Lianer. What does that have to do with the Yi family? If you want revenge, you can just cause trouble for our Jiang family. You! Zhong Shan was so angry. Cause trouble to the Jiang family. Unless she doesn't want to live anymore. The entire Jiangju belongs to the Jiang family. Even if the Zhong family has some strength in Qianyang City, they are not stupid enough to challenge the Jiang family. That's not even on the same level. Any one person sent out by the Jiang family can destroy their Zhong family. There might not even be a need to send anyone to inform the mayor of Qianyang City. There is no need to wait for the Jiang family to send anyone. The mayor of Qianyang City would probably take action himself. After all, who would be willing to miss this opportunity to work for the Jiang family? Although Zhong Shan was angry, she was not stupid and soon calmed down. Jiang Lianer, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you move out of the Jiang family. You don't have much status in the Jiang family. I really don't believe that the Jiang family will send people to deal with our Zhong family just for you. You hit me today, you can say you represent your Jiang family. But don't forget, you are already married. You are the wife of Yi Jiu, the third son of the Yi family. You can think that you represent the Jiang family, but we can also think that you represent the Yi family. Having said that, Zhong Shan said in a cold voice. You hit me today, so this matter is not over. Just wait, I will return this slap to you sooner or later. After saying that, Zhong Shan turned around and left. Jiang Lianer didn't say anything, but just watched Zhong Shan walk away with a frown. Zhong Shan was right. If she hadn't married, all that would have been between the Jiang and Zhong families. But now that she is married, it will be impossible for her to get out of the Yi mansion after this slap. Husband. Jiang Lianer felt somewhat regretful for her impulsiveness just now. If he could be patient with Lotus, Yi Jiu wouldn't have gotten into this kind of trouble. And now that Zhong Shan has caught him, she can use this as an excuse to ask the strong men of the Zhong family to come and take revenge on him. By then, they will have a legitimate reason to attack, and the Zhong family is from the Zhong family of Qianyang City. There must be more strong people in such a family than in the Yi mansion. It's really time. Jiang Lianer didn't dare to think further. And just when Jiang Lianer's tears were already welling up in her eyes, Gozi finally came back with Yi Jiu. Yi Lang happened to be guarding the door, and when he saw Ye Zhong, he quickly pulled him aside. "Why don't you go in?" Seeing Yi Lang, Ye Zhong also asked hurriedly. Yi Lang said hurriedly, "Third brother. I'm so sorry for you. I just didn't know my sister-in-law was so tough. No wonder you love her so much. Is it because of the experience you gained from being beaten? You are so miserable." What are you talking about? When did Liana become so fierce? And you actually called her your sister-in-law? Why are you trying to steal my wife?" Ye Zhong asked. Yi Lang waved his hands hurriedly. No. I won't fight for her anymore. Only you, the third brother, can control such a tough wife. I can't. What on earth are you talking about? It's incomprehensible." Ye Zhong was confused. Yi Lang hurriedly recounted the key points of what had just happened. "You didn't see it. When your wife slapped me, I felt my face hurt. It's so fierce." Ye Zhong smiled when he heard this. "I see, you're mistaken. Liana is usually very gentle, she must have been really angry just now." Having said that, Ye Gucai entered the shop. Seeing this, Yi Lang hurriedly followed. As soon as he entered the shop, Ye Zhong saw Jiang Liana's pitiful appearance and hurried forward to comfort her. "Are you scared? Come here, husband, give me a hug." Ye Zhong took Jiang Liana into his arms, not caring what the waiters and guests around him thought. Feeling Ye Gu's strong chest, Jiang Liana's tears instantly fell. "Husband, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself and hit Zhong Shan just now. She will definitely use this as an excuse to attack the Yi family. It's all my fault," Jiang Liana said while crying. Lotus said hurriedly when she saw this. "Third master, it's all he who is fault, don't blame the madam. If you want to punish someone, third young master should punish Lotus. I was the one who beat him up. It has nothing to do with Lotus. Husband, you should punish me," Jiang Liana said hurriedly. Seeing this, Ye Zhong wiped the tears from Jiang Liana's face and smiled. "You are both right, why should I punish you? Husband. Third young master." Jiang Liana and He Hua were both a little confused. Ye Zhong smiled. "Zhong family bullies Zhong Shan first, there is no problem for you to beat Zhong Shan. He Hua is not only your relative, but also my Ye Gu's relative. If someone from our Yi mansion gets beaten up and no one comes to help, isn't that a tragedy for the Yi mansion? Third young master." Hearing this, He Hua started to cry and almost wanted to kneel down. After all, she had never heard of such a thing in the entire Great Xia dynasty. People are all made of flesh and blood, so how can the lotus not be moved? "But if I miss you, what about the Zhong family?" Jiang Liana said worriedly. Ye Zhong smiled. "Don't worry, your husband is not here. Just do whatever you want. If the sky falls, your husband will support you. Even if you make a hole in the sky, I can help you fix it. Husband." Jiang Liana looked at Ye Zhong and tears flowed down her face again. Ye Zhong did not expect this simple sentence. It actually allowed him to completely conquer Jiang Liana. That's right, as soon as Jiang Liana finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pampering his wife. Jiang Liana's favorability has increased to 100. System rewards: Dragon and Phoenix book upgraded to Dragon and Phoenix Lianli book, top grade palm technique foam my cold palm, 1000 Yangqi pills, 1000 Fu promoting pills. Warm reminder: Jiang Liana's favorability has been maxed out, and the subsequent favorability of spoiling your wife will not increase, but you can still get rewards. Please continue to spoil your wife. The universe will not explode, and spoiling your wife will not take a holiday. Listening to the voice of the system, Ye Zhong couldn't help but smile. Top grade palm technique, the meridian sealing cold palm. What does that mean? This means that as long as this palm technique is given to Jiang Liana, Ye Zhong will most likely also be able to obtain a top grade attack technique. What he and Jiang Liana lacked most was this kind of attack secrets. With this thing, what does the Zhong family have to fear? Maybe they are not the opponent of the entire Zhong family now, but they have top grade physique, top grade martial arts, and now top grade attack secrets. Sooner or later they will grow to the point where the Zhong family will be afraid of them. Just when Ye Zhong was thinking about what this outrageous dragon and phoenix combination was, Yi Lang walked over from the side. He looked at Jiang Liana angrily and said, "Good for you, Jiang Liana. So the way you slapped Zhong Shan just now was all an act. At home you whimper, outside you bang bang bang. You're playing me here." Chapter 28 Zhong Yu issues a challenge. Sky-breaking sword points. R. Jiang Liana was obviously confused when she heard Yi Lang's words. Ye Zhong smiled. "Don't listen to his nonsense." As he spoke, Ye Zhong looked at Yi Lang standing aside. "Your sister-in-law has always been like this, you just don't understand her." Yi Lang also sighed helplessly. However, he also discovered that he seemed to be unsuitable for Jiang Liana. First of all, with Jiang Liana's background, what she needs more is care, but Yi Lang asked himself, he really can't do it. Looking at Yi Lang's distraught look, Ye Zhong guessed something and smiled. "That's enough. You and Liana are not meant to be together after all, but as your younger brother, I can't just watch your marriage being delayed." As he said that, Ye Zhong took out the book on picking up girls that was a reward from the system and threw it to Yi Lang. "Take it back and study it carefully, then try to get into Qingyang College. Then you will have something to show off." "What is that?" Yi Lang underestimated it. However, when Yi Lang looked down at the title, his eyes lit up immediately. "Secrets to Picking Up Girls." "Oh my god. Third brother, you are still the closest to me. You are my dearest brother." "No, dear brother. No. My dear father. You are my real father. Go. If my uncle hears it, he'll think there's something going on between me and my aunt." After Ye Zhong finished speaking, he pulled Jiang Liana and prepared to find a deserted place so that he could give her the ceiling veins cold palm. But at this moment, a voice came from the door. "Who is Jiang Liana?" The voice was deep and strong, clearly containing the aura of a strong person in the qi refining realm. Ye Zhong, Jiang Liana and Yi Lang all turned their heads to look over. Suddenly, a burly young man with acne all over his face appeared at the door. "Zhong Yu? What are you doing here?" Seeing the people coming, Yi Lang hurriedly blocked Ye Zhong and Jiang Liana behind him. At the same time whispered, "This man's name is Zhong Yu. He is Zhong Shan's biological brother and the eldest son of the Zhong family. His strength is enough to reach the 5th level of qi refining realm." Ye Zhong and Jiang Liana were also surprised when they heard Yi Lang's introduction. After all, in Shiliang County, being able to reach the 5th level of qi refining realm is already an extremely powerful existence. Ye Gu's elder brother Ye Zhong also reached the 5th level of qi refining realm 1 year after joining Qianyang College. It seems that Zhong Yu did not go to Qianyang College to study, but he was able to achieve this level of strength on his own. It is enough to see that this person is not easy to deal with. "I am." Jiang Liana stood up and said. Zhong Yu looked at Jiang Liana with cold eyes. "You slapped my sister." "That's right." Jiang Liana said calmly that with Ye Zhong backing her up, she was not afraid at all at the moment. Zhong Yu looked at Jiang Liana and smiled. "Very good. You are very honest. In that case, I won't waste my words. Kill someone and you must pay for your life. Debts must be paid. Since you hit my sister, I, as her brother, can naturally avenge her." As he spoke, Zhong Yu threw a letter over. "Daxia's martial arts rules, single combat. I'll be waiting for you at Kaishiku in Shiliang County at noon tomorrow. Of course, since I can seek revenge on you, you can naturally find someone to fight for you. No matter who it is, I'll take it. Or, you can just forget about it and let my sister return the slap right now." As Zhong Yu was speaking, Zhong Shan had indeed jumped out from behind. Yi Lang said upon seeing this. "It was your sister who came to our Yi family's shop to cause trouble, but you still think you are right." Zhong Yu smiled. "We are a family of reckless men. We don't understand the so-called etiquette and laws of those scholars like you. We only know that revenge is needed and grievances are repaid." As he spoke, Zhong Yu looked at Jiang Liana. "Just tell me, do you want to accept the challenge, or let my sister slap you right now?" Jiang Liana was still a little hesitant, but Ye Zhong beside her had already stepped forward to take the letter. "We accept this challenge. But please remember, no matter whether your Zhong family is right or our Yi family is right. Please keep your voice down next time you talk to my wife. You can't scare people to death with a loud voice. You are Ye Zhong? The third son of the Yi family." Zhong Yu looked at Ye Zhong with a playful look on his face. Ye Zhong nodded. Exactly. Zhong Yu smiled. Very good. If you were a man, I'd be waiting for you tomorrow. Husband. Jiang Lianer was a little worried. Ye Zhong patted Jiang Lianer's hand and looked at Zhong Yu. Do you have anything else to do? If not, let's go. People with your temper are likely to scare my wife, so I won't keep you. Zhong Yu snorted coldly when he heard this. Humph. I hope you can still be so tough tomorrow when you stand on the ring. After saying this, Zhong Yu turned around and left. As soon as Zhong Yu left, Yi Lang beside him said with a worried look on his face. It's over, it's over. Third brother, why did you agree so directly? He's a strong man at the 5th level of Qi refining stage. His muscles are obviously made with hard muscles. Even if my eldest brother could rush back overnight, he might not be his match. Ye Zhong smiled. Who said I'm going to let my brother take action? My wife is enough to deal with him. I? Jiang Lianer was also confused. Husband, have you forgotten? I haven't practiced any martial arts techniques. There is no method to relying solely on internal strength. Yi Lang also said hurriedly. Even if my sister-in-law has entered the Qi refining stage, what level can she reach? Zhong Yu's figure makes him difficult to deal with. Third brother, aren't you trying to trick your sister-in-law? If it doesn't work, I'll go find my brother myself and ask him to come back overnight. Ye Zhong smiled. Don't worry, we can handle it. You should go back now and comfort Grandpa so that he won't worry. Grandpa? That's right, they will know the news soon. I'll go back now. As Yi Lang spoke, he called Go Zi to go ahead. Jiang Lianer looked at Ye Zhong and also didn't know where his confidence came from. Ye Zhong smiled. Don't you believe your husband? Jiang Lianer shook her head. I believe that my husband has found the secret manual of martial arts. Ye Zhong smiled and scratched the tip of Jiang Lianer's nose. Clever. Let's go. Go home and show you. Jiang Lianer nodded quickly. The two of them then left the shop with Lotus. Sure enough, when I got home, Yi Lang has already told the news to Yi Shan, Yi Changming and Yi Changan. Facing the three people's questions, Ye Zhong just told them not to worry and just wait and see. Then, amid the sighs of the three people, he took Jiang Lianer back to his own courtyard. As soon as he arrived at the courtyard, Ye Zhong took out the top-grade palm technique, Wind Vein Cold Palm, which was rewarded by the system and handed it to Jiang Lianer. And when Jiang Lianer saw that this was actually a top-grade martial arts technique, their whole person was stunned. How is it? Are you confident now that you can defeat Zhong Yu? Jiang Lianer nodded quickly and said. Yes. Thank you, sir. I will go practice now. Don't wait for me tonight. Ye Zhong hurriedly said after hearing this. Don't. Remember to combine work and rest. I'll pick you up later. I know. Jiang Lianer smiled and then ran to the pavilion to practice. Ye Zhong sat on the chair, quietly waiting for his reward. Sure enough, after a while, the system voice rang. Ding! Their host gave Jiang Lianer the Sealing Veins Cold Palm, and successfully pampered his wife. Obtain the system's hidden reward, Heavenly Sword Technique Sky-Breaking Sword Finger. Chapter 29, Dragon and Phoenix. Sword Intentions. Listening to the voice of the system, Ye Zhong also smiled with satisfaction. This is the moment he has been waiting for. However, Ye Zhong did not directly learn this top-grade sword technique, the Sky-Breaking Sword Finger. Instead, he looked inward first and checked the so-called Dragon and Phoenix matchbook that the system had previously rewarded. When Jiang Lianer's favorability towards him reaches 100. The Dragon and Phoenix record did not indicate the speed of upgrading cultivation, but instead turned into the so-called Dragon and Phoenix record, which made Ye Zhong curious. But things just happened one after another and he really didn't have the time to watch. Now that I have finally found some time, I must naturally study it carefully. As Ye Zhong looked up the Dragon and Phoenix chart, the information soon popped up. Dragon and Phoenix Marriage Level 1, unlocked when the favorability of any wife reaches 100, unlocked. Introduction: The Dragon and Phoenix Collection is an enhanced version of the Dragon and Phoenix Collection. In addition to allowing the host to increase his training speed, it can also be shared with his wife. Function: The current Dragon and Phoenix Lianli PU cultivation speed is increased to 11 times. The current host's wife can obtain a cultivation upgrade of 10 of the host. Warm tips Happy Smiley. There is only one quota for sharing the Dragon and Phoenix matchbook with a wife at present. Every time a wife's favorability reaches 100, an additional quota will be unlocked. At the same time, the Dragon and Phoenix matchbook will increase its effect by one level. The specific situation is as follows. The first level of the Dragon and Phoenix Club, you can share one wife with you and get 10% of the host's upgrade speed. Unlocking conditions, at least one wife's favorability reaches 100%. The second level of the Dragon and Phoenix Club, 2 wives are allowed to share the quota, and the host can obtain 20% of the upgrade speed. Unlocking conditions, at least 2 wives have a good impression of 100%. The third level of the Dragon and Phoenix Club, you can share 3 wives and get 30% of the host's upgrade speed. Unlocking conditions, at least 3 wives have a 100% favorability. And so on. Looking at the introduction of the Dragon and Phoenix collection, Ye Zhong couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect that the upgraded version of the Dragon and Phoenix record, the Dragon and Phoenix couple record, would be so powerful. Not only can it be shared with wives, but the effect can also be improved as the number of wives increases. It's just this improvement mechanism, system, are you serious? Oh my god, I'm an upright modern person, and you want me to concentrate on finding a partner in the great Xia dynasty. Am I that kind of person? Ye Zhong said unhappily. Besides, even if I agree to this because it's not easy to get the system, will my wife agree? I can't do anything that would make Liana unhappy. Ye Zhong meant what he said. Even though I had disabled legs, Jiang Liana still married me without any disgust. This also made Ye Zhong decide from the bottom of his heart to always be good to Jiang Liana. Therefore, in order not to make Jiang Liana sad, he never planned to take a concubine. Of course, if Jiang Liana wouldn't be sad if I took a concubine, then it's not something I couldn't consider, har har. After all, that's the nature of men. Ye Zhong is not a god. Every emperor in ancient times had many wives and concubines. Compared with those emperors, I am just a dwarf compared to a giant. Thinking of this, Ye Zhong hurriedly set the sharing object to Jiang Liana. And at the moment when the setting was completed, Ye Zhong clearly heard Jiang Liana say, Obviously she noticed something, but she didn't know why her cultivation speed suddenly increased. Now Ye Zhong's speed has increased by 11 times, and Jiang Liana can share 10, which means the speed is 1.1 times. Although it's not much, at least you can enjoy it at any time. Before this, when it came to the Dragon and Phoenix chart, the wife could only enjoy the same speed when the couple was practicing together. This effect has not changed. This means that Jiang Liana can normally get a 1.1-fold increase in her cultivation speed, and when practicing dual cultivation with Ye Zhong, she can get the same 11-fold speed. Moreover, as their wife's favorability reaches the maximum, this effect will be enhanced. This is simply pooh. I only have Liana in my heart, how can I think about these things? I have more and more wives. What do you think I am? A scumbag. Although he said so, Ye Zhong was still very happy in his heart, as if he was saying something else. The system is really good at judging people. Har har. After setting up the Dragon and Phoenix pattern, Ye Zhong then focused his attention on the heavenly grade sword technique. Sky-breaking sword finger. I thought it was finger technique, but I didn't expect it to be sword technique. As Ye Zhong looked carefully, the information about the sky-breaking sword finger also emerged. Sky-breaking sword finger, a top-grade sword technique. No sword is needed when practicing. The main focus is on sword intent. When practiced to perfection, one will be able to wield any sword at will. This simple sentence shocked Ye Zhong deeply. These words seemed to be engraved with sword intent, and each one was deeply engraved in Ye Zhong's heart. After reading these few simple words, Ye Zhong was surprised to find that among the thousands of true qi in his body, a ray of sword intent actually emerged. However, this sword intent was extremely weak, not even as strong as the power of business. However, when Ye Zhong began to practice according to the guidance of the sky-breaking sword finger, he discovered the sword power in his body was growing rapidly like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. However, this growth rate is also slowly slowing down. At the beginning, Kendo was a completely new field for Ye Zhong. However, as he became more proficient in practicing the sky-breaking sword finger, the power of the sword would naturally increase more slowly. Ye Zhong kept pointing at a big tree in front of him. Use fingers as swords and qi as form. Keep pointing, pointing, and pointing again. Finally, after only 10 minutes, Ye Zhong felt a sword intent shooting out from his fingertips. Although it only flew less than 1 meter. But it is definitely a huge breakthrough from nothing. Sure enough, as Ye Zhong continued to practice, the distance of the sword energy flying became farther and farther, and even the speed was increasing. Just 1 hour later, Ye Zhong shot out with his sword finger, and it actually made a dent on the big tree in front of him. 2 hours later, Ye Zhong discovered that one of his sword fingers had actually pierced through the thick tree trunk in front of him. Even the sword power in the body has changed, and it has become the largest and strongest power in the body besides the 10,000 true qi. Using qi as form, I can even use the breath to condense an invisible sword body. It is indeed a heavenly sword technique. Continue. Ye Zhong never gets tired of this. And in the process of his continuous sword practice, he made surprising discoveries. His strength had quietly advanced to the 5th level of qi refining realm. This unexpected surprise also made Ye Zhong very excited. So he spent almost the entire afternoon practicing swordplay. Jiang Lianer was also immersed in practicing the sealing meridian's cold palm. The two of them didn't disturb each other until 9 o'clock in the evening. Then Ye Zhong shot out another sword finger. This time, he actually found that the sword finger shot out became very slow in his sight. It seemed as if his vision could clearly see through the sword energy, the distribution and changes of every breath. That subtle feeling made his whole body tremble. His strength actually increased again and he entered the 6th level of qi refining realm. Is this the subtlety of swordsmanship? This is the sign of entry into the art of swordsmanship. Ye Zhong was shocked. All Daos are divided into 5 realms: entry, penetration, control, selflessness, and unity. And every improvement in your realm will make your grasp of the Dao more proficient, and at the same time, the power of the Dao will become more powerful. And Ye Zhong remembered that no matter what path it was, even the entry level, it would require at least a Qianfu realm expert to accomplish it. Even if a Qianfu realm expert can reach the entry level on one path, he is already a very powerful existence. But now he is only at the qi refining stage, yet he has already reached the entry level in the way of the sword. Is this the result of the combined effects of the heavenly physique, heavenly skills, heavenly martial arts secrets, and the dragon and phoenix linking lore? Ye Zhong smiled. Even if I say I'm a monster now, it's not an exaggeration, right? Who s for and who s against? Chapter 30. You are so beautiful, do you blame me for being lustful? It's late at night. In the study of Yi Mansion, Old Man Yi Shan, the head of the family Yi Chang'an, and Ye Zhong's father Yi Changming all gathered together. Even the aunt-in-law and Yi Lang were among them. Yi Shan looked at Yi Lang and asked, "What do you say in reply?" Yi Lang sighed and said, "It will take at least 2 more days. It seems like my brother really can't make it back in time. Were we almost at the mass grave a few days ago? Why did it take 2 more days?" Yi Shan asked in confusion. "My eldest brother wrote to me saying that there has been unrest in Luanfenggang recently. Monster beasts have been entrenched there and are frequently attacking passing caravans. They stayed at Luanfenggang for 2 days, hoping to eradicate the monster, but unfortunately they didn't catch it. So, it took some time." Yi Lang explained. Yi Shan also sighed when he heard this. "What should I do? Zhong'er can't make it back, and Ye Zhong has accepted Zhong Yu's declaration of war. Tomorrow's battle will have the whole city's attention. Isn't this just stomping on our Yi family's face?" Yi Chang'an said. "Dad, don't be too pessimistic. Ye Zhong has also entered the qi refining realm now. It's still unknown who will win or lose. Yes, I think Ye Zhong is a calm and steady kid who doesn't do things rashly. Didn't he handle the incident in our shop very well this time? My aunt also said so. But that's Zhong Yu, at the 5th level of qi refining realm. It has only been a short time since the orphan broke through the qi refining realm. How could he possibly be his opponent?" Yi Shan said. Yi Changming interrupted. "Dad, I heard from Langa that the person Zhong Yu specifically named to challenge was Liana. After all, she comes from the Jiang family. Although her status is not high and her strength is not strong, she still has some background. Do you think she could beat Zhong Yu?" Yi Shan shook his head. "It's hard to say." The aunt said. "I think we should trust Ye Zhong. Jiang Liana is his wife after all. Besides, Ye Zhong loves her so much that Yi Lang refused to give her to him even if he tried to snatch her away. This is enough to prove that he really likes Jiang Liana. I think Ye Zhong won't let Zhong Yu do anything reckless. If he doesn't have the confidence, he won't let Jiang Liana take on this challenge. Yishan said. What the eldest brother's wife said makes sense. Chonger can't make it back. Now we can only hope that Ye Zhong is a steady person and won't do anything rash. As he spoke, Yishan looked at Yilang. Tomorrow, you must go to the scene and keep an eye on it. If anything happens, come back and tell us as soon as possible. Yes. Yilang responded quickly. And in the Zhong family in Shilian County. The head of the family, Zhong Bohan, sat at the desk, with Zhong Yu and Zhong Shan standing in front of him. Zhong Yu spoke. Dad. That Ye Zhong has accepted my challenge. Although there are rumors that the boy's legs have healed, he should have entered the qi refining stage. But don't worry, I haven't spent all these years in the qi refining realm in vain. If he dares to come tomorrow, I will make sure that the Yi family loses all reputation in Shilian County. I'm not worried about the challenge. I know best how your Manghu Jin is being cultivated. Don't even mention Ye Zhong, even his wife from the Jiang family is no match for you. What I'm really worried about is the medicinal pill market in Shilian County. Zhong Bohan said. Dad, you are too kind. Just drive the Yi family out of Shilian County. This market will belong to our Zhong family. Zhong Yu said. Zhong Bohan scolded him when he heard this. Madness. Besides practicing, why can't your brain grow? The elixir is not for ordinary people, but for cultivators. Ordinary people are ants, but these cultivators are also ants with potential. The Yi family has been operating in Shilian County for many years and has an excellent reputation. Even if we want to drive them away, they can only do so on their own, and we absolutely cannot use force to drive them away. Don't you know the difference? What difference does this make? Zhong Yu obviously didn't understand. Zhong Shan said. Brother, these practitioners will not stay in Shilian County forever. Their biggest goal is to be admitted to Qianyang College. And the price of the Yi family's elixirs in recent years is the lowest in the entire Qianyang city. These practitioners are more or less grateful to them. If you use force to drive them away, these people will definitely harbor resentment towards our Zhong family. Once one of them gains power, it is possible that they will target our Zhong family or even the Qianyang city lord's family. This is still creating enemies for the family. Secondly, the Yi family has a great reputation in Shilian County. Driving them away by force will only make the Zhong family the target of public criticism in Shilian County. Shilian County is not the only place in Qianyang city that has elixirs. They may even go directly to other cities to buy them. Our Zhong family will have no business to do. When Zhong Bohan heard this, he couldn't help but scold Zhong Yu. Shana knows better than you. Use your brain more next time. Don't just practice the Manghu Jin. You'll become stupid if you practice it. Father. Zhong Yu asked, speechless. So you're saying there's no way to solve the current situation? Zhong Bohan said. If we had waited for you to come up with ideas, our Zhong family would have been finished long ago. 2 days ago, I wrote a letter to the master, asking them to find a way to cut off the trade route between the outside world and Shilian County. Even if it's only 2 or 3 days. The Qianyang Academy's enrollment team will be here soon. If the Yi family's pills are sold out in a few days, I wonder what they will do. If the pills are sold out at this critical juncture, their reputation will plummet. That will be the time for our Zhong family to take advantage of the opportunity to win over the Yi family's loyal customers. Reputation is great when it's good. But once it collapses, even gods can't save it. Dad is still smart. Zhong Yu smiled. Zhong Bohan said. Don't worry about business matters. If you can make the Yi family lose miserably tomorrow, then our Zhong family's reputation in Shilian County will also soar. Whether you can add fuel to Dad's fire depends on you. Zhong Yu said hurriedly. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely win. Yi Mansion, in the room. Jiang Liana looked at Ye Zhong with a flushed face. It's only 10 o'clock, husband, please stop making trouble. I still want to practice for a while. After all, I have to fight Zhong Yu tomorrow. Ye Zhong smiled. I can take your place tomorrow, and you have to practice in moderation. A combination of work and rest will make you more efficient. Jiang Liana said. No. I'm the one who got into trouble, and I have to be the one to solve this problem. And if I lose, it won't be considered a loss of face for the Yi family. Husband, you can't compete with me for this. Seeing how seriously Jiang Lianer was speaking, Ye Zhong said helplessly. Okay. I'll do as you say. Can we go to bed now? Jiang Lianer said with a red face. It's only 10 o'clock and you're already thinking about that. Don't be ashamed, you little pervert. Ye Zhong was speechless upon hearing this. No. Can you blame me for this? You're so beautiful, can you blame me for being lecherous? If you don't blame me, then do you blame me? Jiang Lianer asked back. Ye Zhong said hurriedly. Don't blame me, blame your wife for being too beautiful. You. Jiang Lianer's pretty face turned even redder and she said coquettishly. Smooth talk. It's not impossible to rest now. But my husband, you have to agree to one condition of mine. Ye Zhong said hurriedly. Don't even mention one. I'll promise you even if it's 100. Madam, I really can't bear it any longer. Hey, listen to me. Jiang Lianer pressed Ye Zhong's hand and said. It's actually very simple. Just don't stay up so late tonight. I have to fight tomorrow anyway, I need to rest early. Ye Zhong said with a look of suspicion. Are you serious? You were always reluctant to leave before. You don't blame me for staying up so late, do you? Jiang Lianer's face immediately turned red to her neck when she heard this, and she said hurriedly. Oh no. Why do you tell the truth? What if someone hears it? How embarrassing. Ye Zhong threw Jiang Lianer onto the bed, kissed her and said. Don't worry, there are only 2 of us here, no one can hear us. No one can see it. Chapter 31 Because of the name. Stop staring at my wife every day. The room was filled with charm. And it was along an official road only 2 days away from Shiliang County. A group of people set up tents and built a temporary camp. A burly young man was peeing in the shadows out of the campfire. Suddenly, the grass on the side shook, scaring the young man. Who? Unexpectedly, a person actually walked out of the bushes. The man straightened his clothes, which were not messy at all, and smiled. It's so late, why haven't you rested yet? The burly young man was speechless when he saw the other party. It's Brother Zhong. Where have you been so late? Why are you coming back from this direction? Zhang Debia laughed. I patrolled the area. You know there are monsters in the mass graves nearby. We have to be careful. By the way, Ye Zhong, has Sheru rested? Zhang Debiao asked. The burly young man was Ye Zhong's elder brother, Ye Zhong. Ye Zhong smiled upon hearing this. We just went to bed, senior brother Zhong, you are still so concerned about senior sister Zun. It's been so long, and you still haven't gotten it. Zhang Debiao smiled bitterly. There's nothing I can do. It's hard to surrender a fierce horse. Unlike you, my brother, I heard that your family has found a wife for you and is waiting for you to come home and get married. And it's said that she's from the Jiang family. You're so lucky, my brother. Ye Zhong waved his hand and smiled. The marriage arranged by my family is no match for senior sister Zun Ru. Although she is from the Jiang family, she is only a concubine's daughter after all. But since my family has chosen her, I will naturally not treat her unfairly. It's getting late, I'm going to go back and rest, brother. Zhang Debiao waved his hand. We will be back to Shiliang County soon. I understand. Go to bed early. Upon hearing this, Ye Zhong did not waste any words and immediately returned to his tent. However, Zhang Debiao sneered in his heart as he looked at Ye Zhong's tent. When you go home and find out your wife has been married to your brother, I hope you can still laugh. Shiliang County can no longer accommodate your Yi family. The next morning, when Jiang Liana got up, Ye Zhong was still curled up in the quilt, watching Jiang Liana washing up, still unsatisfied. Madam, you called me a pervert last night. Does it turn out that resting early is more conducive to cultivation? Jiang Liana blushed when she heard this and said. I don't know why, after just one night's sleep, I was able to break through to the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. But what you said seems to be true, husband. It seems that I have to combine work and rest in the future. Ye Zhong smiled. You still haven't realized the point. The point is not that you combine work and rest, but who you combine work and rest with. If you come to bed early every night with me, your husband, I promise that your strength will improve much faster than if you practice on your own. Ye Zhong was telling the truth. After all, practicing jewel cultivation with Jiang Liana would accelerate the improvement of their cultivation level by obtaining all of the Dragon and Phoenix records. However, through her own practice, she could only get 10%. The gap between them was naturally huge. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Don't be ashamed. Get up now. Jiang Liana urged, and at the same time started to talk about her life. Ye Zhong took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and said with a smile, "It's still early, how about we practice for a while?" As he said that, Ye Zhong pulled Jiang Liana into the bed again. This caused Jiang Liana to shout continuously, "I just finished washing up, and my hair is messy again. My husband, it's so itchy." It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and there was still 1 hour left before the duel agreed upon with Zhang Yu. Ye Zhong finally went out with Jiang Liana. In the carriage, Yi Lang sat opposite, holding a letter from Ye Zhong in his hand. Yi Lang smiled. "Third brother, third sister-in-law. I'm going to give you a question to test you. This is the question my elder brother mentioned in his letter. Please help me analyze it." Ye Zhong and the other man nodded, and then Yi Lang began to speak. Brother said that among the students of this year's Chenyang Academy, there is a senior brother named Zhang Debiao. There is a senior sister named Zun Roru. This Zhang Debiao likes Zun Roru, but the latter doesn't like him. Ask why. What did you say? Zun Roru. Ye Zhong was stunned when he heard this. This name instantly reminded him of Zun Anan. Could these two be sisters? What's wrong, husband? Seeing Ye Zhong frowning, Jiang Liana asked worriedly. Ye Zhong said hurriedly, "Don't you think the name Zun Roru is a bit strange?" Jiang Liana and Yi Lang were confused when they heard this, and obviously didn't think there was anything strange. "No, Zunanan and Zun Roru, don't you suspect that there is any relationship between these two people?" Ye Zhong reminded. However, Jiang Liana and Yi Lang were still confused. What relationship do they have? Yeah. What's the connection between them? Listening to the two people's questions, Ye Zhong was completely numb. Well, he admitted that the way people of the Great Xia dynasty think is indeed different from that of a modern person like him. Ye Zhong thought about it and asked from a different angle. Does this Zun Roru have any sisters? Yi Lang said. I have a sister, but I don't know her name. This Zun Roru is the daughter of the Lord of Chenyang City, and she is of noble status. Then don't you think that Zunanan's name is very similar to Zun Roru's? Could she be Zun Roru's sister? Ye Zhong reminded. Yi Lang and Jiang Liana were both stunned when they heard this. Jiang Liana said, Hey! My husband, now that you put it like that, it seems to be true. Yi Lang said. It's unlikely. It's more likely to be a simple coincidence. After all, Zun Roru's father is the lord of Chenyang City. If Zunanan is also his daughter, how could he let his daughter run to Shiliang County to do business? Third brother, you must be overthinking it. Jiang Liana said. What the second brother said seems to make sense. Seeing that Jiang Liana had no judgment of her own, Ye Zhong didn't dwell on it. Anyway, he thinks this possibility is very high. No wonder Zun Anan always said that her family disagreed, as her father, who was the city lord, disagreed. Then it would be difficult for her to resist. Yi Lang said hurriedly. Please help me analyze the problem. This Zhang Debiao is the son of the Zhang family in Chenyang City. You have to have a good background and a good family. The wealth of the Zhang family in Chenyang City is second only to the city lord Zun's family. And Zhang Debiao is very caring towards Zun Ru. Why do you think she doesn't like Zhang Debiao? Jiang Liana actually started to analyze it after hearing this. Do you think it's possible that he simply doesn't like her or doesn't like her? Yi Lang shook his head. Brother said, it shouldn't be. Putting aside the feelings, Zun Roru is not a difficult person to get along with, and she said she didn't like Zhang Debiao before she even met him. How can we talk about affinity when we haven't even met? My husband, why do you think that is? Jiang Liana asked. Ye Zhong said helplessly. Is this question difficult? The answer is obvious. Because of the name. Name. Jiang Liana and Yi Lang were both a little confused, and obviously didn't quite understand what Ye Zhong meant. Ye Zhong said helplessly. A young talent named Zhang Debiao. It's your turn. Do you like it? This. Jiang Liana silently mentioned Zhang Debiao twice in her heart, and then smiled awkwardly. It doesn't he sound good? But how can you name someone by his name? Ye Gudao. It's not a good idea to name someone based on their name, but a good name can also leave a good impression on others. Just take your name, madam, as an example, Jiang Liana. The first time I heard it, it gave me a feeling of weakness, a feeling that I wanted to be cherished and protected. Brother, don't you think so? Yi Lang nodded quickly. Isn't it? And not just the first time I heard it, but every time I hear it now, I want to protect and cherish you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiyu pushed Yi Lang's head aside. Go play somewhere else. It's not your turn to be protected or cherished. If you have nothing to do, take a look at the Pickup Girl's Handbook instead of just staring at my wife all day long. Chapter 32 Husband, I seem to have killed someone. Miss, the competition will not start until 1 hour later. Why are you in such a hurry? Inside An Ruden Pharmacy. Xiaoqing said speechlessly. In front of her, Zun Ainen had already packed her things and urged. You don't understand, the book that Mr. Yi gave me yesterday is really amazing. The knowledge about business management in it has completely refreshed my knowledge and understanding of business. Mr. Yi gave me such an important book. How can I not go and see the competition between the Yi family and the Zhong family? What's more, the contestant is said to be Yi Gu's wife Jiang Liana. Miss, that's Yi Gu's wife Jiang Liana. Shouldn't you be gritting your teeth in hatred when you mention her? Why do you look so excited? Xiaoqing asked puzzledly. Why should I be angry? Zun Ainen was puzzled. No. You did that with Yi Jiyu yesterday. You obviously like him. Jiang Liana is your love rival. Why don't you hate her? Xiaoqing said. Zun Ainen's pretty face immediately turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? Master Yi and I are innocent, how could that happen? And even if I like Mr. Yi, it has nothing to do with Jiang Liana. It's my freedom to like whoever I like. If Master Yi is really with me, it means I will take away some of Liana's love. It's good enough that Liana doesn't hate me. Why should I hate her? Miss, you really told the truth. You just like Yi Jiyu. Xiaoqing suddenly exclaimed. Zun Ainen's pretty face turned even redder when she heard that, and she turned around and said. I'm going to ignore you. I'm leaving now. Just let your imagination run wild. Hey miss, wait for me. When Xiaoqing saw Zun Ainen really turned around and left, she hurriedly followed. Inside the Yi family's medicine shop, Yi Jiyu handed over all the pill recipes he had obtained yesterday to Old Qin. There are nearly 200 recipes for these medicines. Once they are put into use, the Yi family's profits from medicines will increase exponentially. Even if they give up some profits, the cost-effectiveness of the Yi family's elixirs will be maximized. It can be said that even if there was no competition with Zhongyu today, these hundreds of medicine recipes alone are enough to make the Yi family invincible. Of course, all this can only be achieved if the Zhong family in Qianyang City is really willing to abide by the market. If the Zhong family is doing something shady behind the scenes, then it would be unrealistic to expect to change everything with just a few pill recipes. However, these pill recipes are for diligent alchemists like Old Qin. But it was enough to keep them excited for a long time. Although I cannot give the recipe to others to make pills, as an alchemist, I am able to see such a powerful recipe. For them, it was just like a cultivator obtaining a top-grade martial art. It was an extremely exciting thing. Third young master, I have lived for most of my life and have never seen such a recipe, and you actually gave me hundreds of them at once. I admire you so much. Mr. Qin was very excited. Yi Jiyu patted Old Qin on the shoulder and smiled. There will be more of these recipes in the future, so just focus on studying them. If you break through to become a 4th-grade alchemist in the future, I will also give you a 4th-grade elixir recipe. Upon hearing this, Old Qin was so excited that he almost knelt down. Thank you, third young master. Thank you, third young master. Yi Jiyu quickly returned to the carriage. Looking outside, there were already quite a few people on the street, gathering towards Kaishiku. Yi Jiyu also smiled. It's almost time, let's get ready to go to the appointment. Jiang Liana nodded excitedly. Strictly speaking, today's battle with Zhongyu was her first real fight with someone after she broke through the qi refining stage. Now that she was in possession of the secret manual of the top-grade martial arts, the Sealing Meridian's cold palm, she naturally felt a little excited. Instead, Yi Lang, who was standing aside, said with a worried look on his face. I really don't know where you two get your confidence from. That's Zhong Yu. Although this guy didn't get into Qianyang Academy, I heard that in the early years, he also went out with the Zhong family's caravan to gain experience in Qianyang City. This strength was acquired through hard training, especially his tiger strength, which makes his physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Third brother, you too, you are a grown man after all, and you actually let Liana deal with him. Before Ye Zhong could say anything, Jiang Liana spoke first. Brother, I asked for it. After all, it was me who caused the trouble, so I should be the one to clean it up. Ye Zhong spread his hands, as if to say something else. You see, this is not something I can decide, right? Seeing that the two of them followed suit, Yi Lang didn't say anything more, but his face was still full of worry. And at this moment it was at Kaishiku in Shiliang County. Because Zhong Yu announced yesterday that he would fight Jiang Liana from the Yi family here. Therefore, today's Kaishiku is more lively than before. In addition to the hawkers, it also attracted countless practitioners. Of course, the strength of these practitioners is generally not high. Hey! Who do you think will win today? Is there any need to ask? It must be Jiang Liana. She is from the Jiang family. I don't think so. Isn't it rumored that Jiang Liana is just a concubine in the Jiang family? She is not valued. That's right. I heard from my cousin who lives in Qianyang City that Zhong Yu from the Zhong family is a genuine 5th level Qi refining stage expert. The wild tiger strength he cultivated is even more powerful. Jiang Liana, a woman, is no match for him. It's strange to say that the three brothers of the Yi family actually pushed a woman out to fight. It's really outrageous. Who said it wasn't? Everyone at the scene was talking about it. Zun Anan, who was standing in the crowd, frowned when he heard this. Xiaoqing on the side was even more worried. Miss, you know Zhong Yu's situation best. Can Jiang Liana be his opponent? Zun Anan shook his head. I don't know, but I believe in Master Yi. Since he dared to let Liana come out to fight, he must have his reasons. Hey, here they come. Zun Anan said this and pointed to one side of Kaishiku. Sure enough, a carriage drove over. A moment later, amid the exclamations of the crowd at the scene, Ye Zhong and Yi Lang got out of the car with Jiang Liana. And they saw Zhong Yu at a glance, standing in the makeshift arena. He was looking at them with a look of disdain. I thought you guys didn't dare to come. Zhong Yu smiled. Ye Zhong said with a smile as he helped Jiang Liana get off the carriage. Isn't the time up yet? Why are you so anxious to lose to my wife? Zhong Yu snorted coldly. Mr. Yi, I don't like verbal battles. If you have the guts, let's fight on the ring. Ye Zhong smiled and said nothing more. Jiang Liana beside him nodded at Ye Zhong, and then went onto the stage under the gaze of everyone. At this moment, everyone at the scene held their breath, obviously afraid of missing any exciting scene. As soon as Jiang Liana came on stage, Zhong Yu spoke. Girl, if you surrender now, I can consider not taking action. Otherwise, with your small body, once I. I'm sorry, I don't like verbal battles either, just go ahead and do it. Zhong Yu was interrupted by Jiang Liana before he could finish his words. This made Zhong Yu look very ugly. Humph. You don't know how high the heaven is or how deep the earth is. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. As soon as Zhong Yu finished speaking, he didn't even use his tiger power, but his body as strong as an iron tower instantly rushed towards Jiang Liana. Jiang Liana is a girl after all, and she has never experienced such a situation. Seeing Zhong Yu's ferocious look, she thought he was going to kill her right away, and she was so scared that she quickly used the sealing meridian's cold palm. As Jiang Liana slapped over, a huge ice crystal palm visible to the naked eye suddenly slapped Zhong Yu's body. Compared with that giant ice crystal palm, Zhong Yu's iron tower-like body is just like a little chicken. There was a loud bang. The giant ice crystal palm shattered, and at the same time, Zhong Yu flew backwards. Then he fell heavily to the ground, motionless, with only a trail of blood flowing from under his body. Jiang Liana panicked instantly when she saw this scene, and shouted at Ye Zhong in the audience. Husband, I seem to have killed someone. What should I do? Chapter 33, My husband, you are awesome. What do you mean? Jiang Liana's shout also stunned the villagers who were watching from the sidelines. There was an uproar in the crowd instantly. Oh my god, what's going on? Zhong Yu was slapped to death. Is this true? Has the battle started? Why did it end? Bar. I was just praising Zhong Yu for coming here, but I didn't expect that he couldn't even get past one move. This is simply a shame for a cultivator. Who said just now that Zhong Yu is at the 5th level of Qi refining realm? Is the 5th level of Qi refining realm so weak? Isn't it that Jiang Lianer is too strong? It's true that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although she is not valued in the Jiang family, she still crushes Zhong Yu when she comes to our small place. In the crowd, Xiaoqing also exclaimed in admiration. Miss, Jiang Lianer is too strong. Why don't you find someone else to love? If you compete with her for a man, I really can't protect you. I may not even be able to take her blow. Zun Ainen couldn't help but look at Xiaoqing, his face full of shock. You are a peak expert at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and you are only one step away from the Qianfu realm. Even you are not sure what to do next. Xiaoqing nodded quickly. That palm strike is not as simple as it looks. This technique must be at least of earth grade. That shouldn't be the case. Didn't father say that she is not valued by the Jiang family and her strength is only at the body tempering realm? Why did it suddenly improve so much? Zun Ainen was very surprised. Ye Zhong, who was also in the crowd, saw this scene and hurriedly ran onto the stage. Jiang Liana hurriedly grabbed the corner of Ye Gu's clothes and said worriedly, Husband, what should I do? I seem to have killed someone. The Lord of Qianyang City will definitely send someone to arrest me. Ye Zhong comforted. No, don't worry, you didn't kill anyone. It's not that easy to kill a cultivator, and there's not much difference in strength between Zhong Yu and you. He was just knocked unconscious by you. If you don't believe me, look. Ye Zhong said as he took out the kettle from his waist and poured the water towards Zhong Yu. Sure enough, Zhong Yu woke up the next moment. He just looked around in confusion, obviously not knowing what had just happened. But at this moment, the discussions of the people around him clearly reached his ears. I'm not dead. You're not dead, lying on the ground pretending to be dead. That's right. If you can't win, why don't you just admit defeat? You're even pretending to be dead. What a shame for a cultivator. Young Master Zhong is like this. I've really learned something new. It's really hilarious. He challenged someone, but ended up getting slapped in the face and passed out. He's definitely a weirdo in the world of cultivation. Zhong Yu listened to everyone's discussion and reacted at this moment, remembering what had just happened. I was just careless for a moment and did not activate the tiger power. Who knew that Jiang Liana's attack would be so domineering? He knocked himself out as soon as he came up. This made Zhong Yu immediately furious, and he looked at Jiang Liana with murderous intent in his eyes. You stinky bitch, you dare to humiliate me, you're looking for death. Zhong Yu roared angrily and rushed towards Jiang Liana. Seeing this, Jiang Liana quickly pushed Ye Zhong aside and shouted at the same time. Husband, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Yu rushed over. Jiang Liana did not dare to delay and immediately used the meridian sealing cold palm again. In an instant, everyone saw a huge ice crystal palm slapping towards Zhong Yu again. However, this time, Zhong Yu was obviously on guard, and a domineering aura instantly emerged from his body. The next moment, the giant ice crystal palm slapped Zhong Yu directly. In an instant, the giant ice crystal palm shattered, but Zhong Yu also trembled all over and was almost knocked flying. Although he managed to keep his body steady, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, even with the protection of the Manghu Jin martial arts, he was still seriously injured. And the most important thing is, for some unknown reason, this meridian sealing cold palm seemed to have frozen all the meridians in his body the moment it hit him. As a result, his strength began to show signs of decline without him noticing. Jiang Liana naturally knew that this was the truly terrifying aspect of the meridian sealing cold palm, as it could even seal the opponent's meridians during a fight. Otherwise it wouldn't be called the vein sealing cold palm. Zhong Yu knew that he could not retreat at this moment, otherwise he would really become a laughingstock in Shiliang County. He will even become a stepping stone for Jiang Liana and even the Yi family. So even though he was seriously injured at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and continue rushing towards Jiang Liana. Seeing that Zhong Yu was not giving up, Jiang Liana slapped him again. After this slap, Zhong Yu immediately vomited blood and even had 2 lines of blood flowing out of his nose. At the same time, Zhong Yu felt that most of the meridians in his body had been blocked by ice. I'm afraid if it happens again, I will completely lose my fighting ability. And whether you can withstand it is the question. Jiang Lianer seemed to be preparing to launch the third palm strike. In a hurry, Zhang Yu's eyes fell on Ye Zhong, who had not yet stepped down from the edge of the ring. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he immediately turned around and rushed towards Ye Zhong. Even Jiang Lianer didn't expect this sudden change. When she wanted to stop it, it was too late. Husband, be careful. Young Master Yi, be careful. Jiang Lianer and Zunanan in the audience shouted almost at the same time. Ye Zhong also felt a strong wind rushing straight to his back. He subconsciously turned around and squatted, then pointed his sword out. As luck would have it, as soon as the sword finger was pointed out, Ye Zhong saw that Zhang Yu had landed right on his sword finger. I saw this guy was actually going to attack me by surprise. Ye Gu's face also darkened. Then, a terrifying sword intent instantly penetrated into Zhang Yu's abdomen. Then with a bang, the clothes on Zhang Yu's back exploded. But his skin was not damaged at all. This is the meaning of sword. Ye Zhong has still reached the entry level in the way of swordsmanship. By manipulating the sword power, it is entirely possible to directly damage the opponent's internal organs without damaging his skin. And as Ye Zhong shot out with his sword, Zhang Yu froze in place because he discovered that his dantian was shattered. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had been cultivated and accumulated with great difficulty in dantian suddenly dissipated at this moment. Can't even catch it. At the same time, the villagers watching below were stunned. Was that sword intent just now displayed by Ye Zhong? How is this possible? Isn't Ye Zhong a useless person? That sword intent is too terrifying. Can he really use it? I didn't expect that the strongest person in the Yi mansion was not Jiang Lianer, but the third young master Ye Zhong. To be honest, I couldn't block that sword just now. In the crowd below, Xiaoqing's mouth was drooping to her neck in shock. This sword is too powerful, there is no way I can block it. Miss, you didn't tell me this guy was so strong. Xiaoqing said. Zunanan was also confused. He never told me that he was so strong. No, miss. Then what about your indenture? He is so powerful, what if he doesn't let you redeem yourself and insists on taking you as his woman? Xiaoqing exclaimed. Zunanan asked back after hearing this. Will he really? Xiaoqing was confused. No miss, why do you look so expectant? I didn't. You're talking nonsense. You can't admit it yet. You clearly have it. Who is it? What does he have to do with me? While the two were arguing, Jiang Lianer ran to Ye Zhong with an excited look on her face and said with a smile. Husband, you are awesome. Ye Zhong smiled and asked back. I'm great in so many ways. Which one do you mean? Jiang Lianer's pretty face suddenly turned red and she said in shame and anger. There are so many people here, husband, you are so annoying. Chapter 34, Lianer delivered the love letter for me. Ye Zhong is confused. At this moment, the people around obviously couldn't believe this competition that attracted the attention of the entire Shiliang County. It ended just like that. And the whole process only involved 3 slaps and a sword finger. Zhang Yu finally came back to his senses at this moment, feeling the empty spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his body. He went completely crazy and rushed directly towards Ye Zhong. It's a pity that even when he had the strength, he was no match for Ye Zhong. What's more, it's now. Before he could get close to Ye Zhong, he was stopped by the Zhong family's servants below the stage. Mr. Zhong, you can't do this recklessly. Yes, young Master Zhong, you were wrong for the sneak attack in the first place. If you don't restrain yourself now, Ye Zhong will kill you and it will be justified. Mr. Zhong. With everyone's persuasion, Zhang Yu finally calmed down. It's just that all the years of cultivation were destroyed in an instant, and the blow was in the heart, not in the body. Ye Zhong turned around and looked at Zhang Yu and spoke. This war started when your sister caused trouble in my Yi family's medicine shop and injured my Yi family members. My wife was so angry that she taught your sister a lesson. Then you asked for justice for your sister and arranged a duel. It's a pity that you are not as skilled as my wife and you tried to sneak attack me. That's why we have ended up like this. Today's resolution is all your own fault. God knows it all. If you are still unwilling to give in, you can just ask the Zhong family of Qianyang City to come and seek revenge on our Yi mansion. Our Yi mansion is next. Goodbye. After Ye Zhong finished speaking, he took Jiang Liana and walked down the stage. And in the audience, Xiaoqing asked in confusion. Why is Ye Zhong saying this? Zun Anan next to him laughed. You don't understand this. It seems that he said this to Zhang Yu, but in fact, he said it to the onlookers. These people have only heard rumors and are not sure why Zhang Yu and the Yi family want to fight. After Ye Zhong said this, these people understood what was going on. After all, Ye Zhong was one of the parties involved. And these people will spread the word quickly. The Zhong family is in the wrong this time. Even if the Zhong family of Qianyang City is really angry, they dare not really do anything to the Yi family. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the laws of the Great Xia dynasty to forcibly attack a family. Father won't agree to this either. Ye Zhong is reminding the Zhong family that Qianyang City still has a city lord. It's best not to use force to bully the Yi family. Xiaoqing was puzzled when she heard this. But the Zhong family is a big family in Qianyang City after all. If they can't show up in public, they must be doing something shady behind the scenes. Isn't Ye Zhong afraid of these? Zun Anan smiled. How can this be a shady trick? The Zhong family is in business. Are they going to start a price war with the Yi family? With the price of the pills that the Yi mansion has recently offered, no one can bear such a loss if they sell it. Even now I don't dare to leave the Yi family easily, otherwise I won't be able to sell the pills at all. The price they offer is too low. So the Zhong family can't do anything to the Yi family in business. As for sending someone to assassinate him, that is possible. But the Yi mansion is not a pushover. If he wants to destroy the Yi mansion quietly, he must send out several Qinfu realm or even Jindan realm experts. Can he do it? The Zhong family has been secretly making trouble in Qianyang City for a long time. Father has wanted to deal with them for a long time, but unfortunately he didn't have any solid evidence. If the Zhong family really resorts to this strategy this time, my father will not let go of this opportunity, so the Zhong family dare not act recklessly. After listening to Zun Anan's explanation, Xiaoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This Zhong family is really annoying. If the man from the Zhong family hadn't insisted on pursuing Miss wouldn't have run to Shiliang County to do business. Xiaoqing. Before Xiaoqing could finish her words, she was interrupted by Zun Anan. As the competition came to an end, the crowd that had been watching began to disperse. Zun Anan also greeted. Okay, let's go. Xiaoqing was stunned and said quickly. Now that you're here, don't you want to meet Master Yi? No need for that. I'm just here to watch him compete, not to meet him. Zun Anan whispered. Xiaoqing said when she saw this. Do you believe this yourself? After saying that, Xiaoqing waved and shouted at Ye Zhong. Master Yi, here. Our young lady is here. Xiaoqing. Zun Anan suddenly looked anxious and hurriedly tidied his clothes. Xiaoqing whispered when she saw this. You still say you don't like him. Women dress to please themselves. If you don't like him, why are you dressing up? I didn't. Zun Anan argued cunningly. Ye Zhong had already brought Jiang Liana over. Miss Anan, you are here too. Ye Zhong smiled. Come and see. Zun Anan said. At the same time, Zun Anan looked at Jiang Liana and nodded symbolically. Zun Anan said hurriedly. Sister Liana's strength is truly shocking, and Master Yi is also very strong. If I hadn't seen it today, I really wouldn't have thought of it. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Jiang Liana smiled. Actually, it's all because of my husband. If it weren't for my husband, my strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. As she spoke, Jiang Liana walked forward, took Zun Anan's arm and spoke affectionately. Sister Anan, although you can't practice, you should come to the Yi mansion from time to time and chat with your husband. My husband is also an alchemist. I think he will have a way to let you practice. Master Yi is also an alchemist. Zun Anan was surprised. Ye Zhong smiled. I guess so, but Miss Anan's condition may not be cured by elixirs. As I said, business is also a way. Miss Anan's way is probably of limited help in the business world. Anan understands. No matter what, I still want to thank you, Mr. Yi. Anan has something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. Zun Anan said this, then turned around and left with Xiaoqing. Ye Zhong watched the two of them disappear around the corner of the street before he called Jiang Liana to go home. However, Jiang Liana looked at Ye Zhong and asked with a smile. Husband. Do you like Sister Anan? Ye Zhong said after hearing this. I don't hate it, but I can't say I like it. So do you believe in love at first sight? Jiang Liana asked again. Ye Zhong said with a smile. All love at first sight is nothing but lust at first sight. If lust at first sight is lust at first sight, it is love at first sight. Then there are too many people I fall in love with at first sight. Jiang Liana smiled. Then you don't hate Sister Anan, which means you can slowly cultivate feelings for her. Husband, why don't you marry Sister Anan back to the Yi mansion? That way, he can see the shop bills in the future. I really don't want to look at the bill. Jiang Liana pretended to be aggrieved. Ye Zhong was numb from listening. What did you say? You are my wife, and you want me to take a concubine. Is it not possible? And what does your taking a concubine have to do with whether I am your wife or not? Jiang Liana was bewildered. I know that it's too little for you to take only Sister Anan as a concubine, but I currently think that Sister Anan is the only one who deserves you. When I find other girls in the future, I will definitely keep an eye out for you, okay? Ye Zhong said this and touched Jiang Liana's head. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Jiang Liana grabbed Ye Zhong's hand and said seriously. My husband, I am serious. And luckily you don't hate Sister Anan, actually just now. What did you do? Ye Zhong felt that this girl must have done something behind his back. Sure enough, Jiang Liana lowered her head and said. Actually, just now, I took advantage of being close to Sister Anan and secretly slipped a letter into her pocket. Letter? What letter? Ye Zhong asked. Jiang Liana said timidly. It's a confession letter. Also called a love letter. I sent this for you, my husband. What did you say? You sent love letters to other women for me without my knowledge. Ye Zhong felt numb all over. My husband, I'm sorry. I only helped you because I saw that you didn't hate Sister Anan. If you don't like it, I'll go find her and ask for it back. Jiang Liana was almost crying. Ye Zhong is the owner of the OP. Forget it, it would be so embarrassing to let you go. Let's go home. Although he said this, Ye Zhong was so happy in his heart that he shouted. I've already given it to you, and you still want it back. There's no door. Not only is there no door, there are no windows either. I welded them shut. Chapter 35 Entering the 7th level of Qi Refining. What happened? My husband, don't you want to take a concubine? On their way home, Jiang Liana asked. Actually, if you don't want to take a concubine, Liana won't force you, but I was born in the Jiang family. Every man in the Jiang family has several wives. Even the head of the family has 30 wives. So I'm afraid you won't take a concubine because of me. Actually, Liana is already very satisfied to have met you. You don't have to think so much about Liana. Ye Zhong looked at Jiang Liana's cautious look, grabbed her hand with heartache and said. You may not know that where I used to live, most people are monogamous. So I've never thought about taking a concubine. But now it's not the place where you used to live, so you have to adapt to the local customs. Jiang Liana said. Ye Zhong was stunned when he heard this. Could this be used to describe the local customs? Besides, Jiang Liana doesn't mind me taking a concubine, so it would be a bit fake for me to pretend to be reserved. As a man, who doesn't want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Ye Zhong is also a man, so he is no exception. Thinking about Ye Gudao. In fact, I am not against taking a concubine, but I don't want to take a concubine just for the sake of taking a concubine. If there is no true love, or good impression, this kind of love cannot be cultivated. It all depends on fate. Just like you and I, if we are destined to be together, we will always be together. Also, if you don't want to look at the account book, then don't look at it. You don't have to ask me to take a concubine just to avoid looking at the account book. I told you that you don't need to be cautious when you are with me, just be happy and be yourself. Jiang Liana was very moved after hearing this, and she leaned into Ye Gu's arms and nodded. My husband, you are so kind. But on the other side. Zun Anan returned to the shop and finally found an extra letter in his pocket when he was changing clothes. But when she saw that the content of the letter turned out to be a love letter, their whole person's cheeks turned red. Why would Ye Zhong write me a love letter? He wouldn't really. But he obviously has Liana. Isn't he afraid that Liana will be sad if he does this? Although Zun Ainen said this, she couldn't help but look at the contents of the letter a few more times. No. Zunanan, why are you still somewhat happy? No way, is what Xiaoqing said really right? Am I really moved? But he already has a wife. Suddenly, Zun Ainen discovered that the handwriting of this love letter seemed to be wrong. She hurriedly took out several pieces of paper from a box. All of it is written by Ye Zhong, which is the business suggestions Ye Zhong gave to the shop. After comparing them at this moment, Zun Ainen discovered that this was not Ye Gu's handwriting at all. Instead, it belongs to Jiang Liana. She also had samples of Jiang Liana's handwriting. After all, she was working with the Yi family to sell pills. Ye Gu's shop is currently run by Jiang Liana, so it is not surprising that there are samples of her handwriting. Looking at the handwriting on this letter, it turned out to be Jiang Liana's. Zun Ainen was also completely confused. The love letter written by Sister Liana was signed by Ye Zhong. What are they doing? Sister Liana, not only does she not mind Ye Zhong taking a concubine, but she's even helping him. The more Zun Ainen thought about it, the more upset she became. In the end, he simply stopped reading the letter and put it away. The letter can be put away, but how can the content that can be seen be put away? Afternoon. The news of Jiang Liana and Ye Zhong fighting against Zhong Yu spread quickly. Some are happy, some are sad. In the Yi mansion, after receiving the news reported by Yi Lang, everyone from top to bottom decorated the house with lights and colors and celebrated together. Even for this purpose, Yi Shan ordered a dinner party to be held in the whole mansion in the evening to celebrate. Yi Chanming and Yi Changan even came to visit Ye Zhong in person. I gave them a lot of spirit stones so that they could practice well. On the other hand, the Zhong family presented a completely different picture. When he learned that Zhong Yu not only lost, but even his cultivation was abolished, Zhong Bohan felt dizzy and almost fainted. Dad. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to practice again. Dad, you believe me? Zhong Yu's face was full of tears. On the other hand, Zhong Bohan's eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that he couldn't accept it for a moment. Dad. Although the destruction of my dantian is a serious injury, there are elixirs that can repair it. My brother can still be saved. Zhong Shan also spoke up, her heart full of regret. If she had known the outcome today, she would never have taken her brother to make a bet with Ye Zhong. Zhong Bohan looked at the two of them and said, I also want Yuer to recover, but do you know how expensive the elixir to repair dantian is? We are just a branch of the Zhong family, they won't help us. If we fail to take over the Shiliang County medicine market this time, even I, as a father, will lose the trust of the Zhong family. Why? Zhong Bohan sighed and waved his hand, obviously not wanting to say anything more. A big family has its own rules. You can enjoy the shade under the big tree of a large family, but at the same time you have to be useful to the family. Otherwise, Jiang Liana would be the result. A young lady from a wealthy family was sent to a remote and poor village to marry. Isn't he this sad? She did meet Ye Zhong, but what if she met a scumbag? Life might be completely different. This is the helplessness of people from big families. Ye mansion, inside the room. How is it? I didn't lie to you. Getting more sleep can improve your strength much faster than boring training. Ye Zhong was lying in bed. He stuck his head out and looked at Jiang Liana, who was getting dressed, and smiled. Jiang Liana's face still had a blush that had not faded as she spoke in shame and anger. Shame on you for hiding in your room in broad daylight and doing that. Ye Zhong said seriously. Am I being lustful? I am doing that for cultivation. Just tell me whether you have broken through the 7th level of Qi refining realm. Jiang Liana said after hearing this. This is indeed strange. Why is it that every time I am intimate with you, my strength always breaks through unexpectedly? How strange. Ye Zhong smiled. That's what it means when men and women work together, it's not tiring. That's right, Ye Zhong and Jiang Liana spent another afternoon practicing hard in the room. With the acceleration of the dragon and phoenix chart, they both broke through to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. But at the same time, Ye Zhong also discovered that the acceleration effect of the dragon and phoenix chart was overbearing. But as the strength of the two people is getting closer and closer to the Qianfu realm, the improvement speed is gradually slowing down. However, no matter how slow this speed is, it is still much faster than that of ordinary people. What's more, the cultivation process is fast, so Ye Zhong is happy to accept it. In the evening, Ye Zhong took Jiang Lianer to attend the dinner party at the Yi mansion. However, as soon as they arrived at the lobby, they saw that only the maids were busy cleaning up dinner. The real owner didn't see anyone. One of the maids saw the two of them and hurried over to speak. Third young master's wife, you are finally here. The masters are all in the study. Please go over there as soon as you arrive. What happened? Ye Zhong asked hurriedly. All the important people are not here, something obviously went wrong. The maid said hurriedly. I don't know either. Third young master and madam should go and take a look yourself. Upon hearing this, Ye Zhong stopped talking and immediately pulled Jiang Lianer towards his grandfather's study. As soon as he arrived outside the study, he heard a familiar voice. It was the voice of the owner of his own shop, shopkeeper Chen. I only heard manager Chen say anxiously. Master, several masters, if this matter is not resolved quickly, I'm afraid our Yi family's reputation will be ruined this time. When Ye Zhong heard this, he immediately pushed the door open and walked in, asking at the same time. What happened? Chapter 36, The Great Demon Who Is Half a Step Away from Heaven Goes to the Shirwang Temple at Night. Ye Zhong, you are finally here, sit down and talk. Seeing Ye Zhong, Yi Shan also greeted him hurriedly. Ye Zhong didn't waste any words. He pulled Jiang Lianer to sit on the chair next to her and then asked. Manager Chen, what happened? Why don't you come to me directly? Shopkeeper Chen said helplessly. I went to look for you, but Xingye said you were resting and didn't see anyone. I had no choice but to find the master. Ye Zhong scratched his head awkwardly when he heard this. It was true that he had spent the entire afternoon cultivating in the room with Jiang Lianer, and he had actually told Xingye not to see anyone. Let's talk about what's going on. Ye Zhong quickly changed the subject. Shopkeeper Chen said without further ado. It's the Shirwang Temple. Something happened there. What happened? Ye Zhong frowned. He knew the place called Shirwang Temple. Like the mass grave, it is a place on the trade route between Shiliang County and Qianyang City. There is actually only one commercial road between Shiliang County and Qianyang City, but this road is divided into two places in the middle, the mass grave and the Shirwang Temple. At first, the only commercial route was through the cemetery. But there were too many people buried in the mass grave. People from all over the area were buried there. Over time, strange things often happened in the mass grave. In order to scare away evil spirits, everyone contributed money to build the Shirwang Temple on the hillside opposite the mass grave. Used to deter mass graves. After the construction of Shirwang Temple was completed, many people would change their route and go to Shirwang Temple when they arrived here. Over time, a situation of one trade route and two roads in the middle was formed. After Ye Zhong traveled through time, he had heard of King Xie, the real master of the Great Xie dynasty, more than once. It's a pity that due to his inconvenient legs and feet, he had never been to the temple of King Xie and had never seen the statue of King Xie enshrined there. Hearing Ye Gu's question, shopkeeper Chen did not dare to waste words and hurriedly explained. A powerful monster has appeared near the Shirwang Temple and has killed 7 or 8 people. There was a caravan that hired 3 Qi refining realm level 5 experts, and they were all killed. Our Yi Mansion's caravan is among them, but now the road is blocked by that giant monster and we can't get back. As he spoke, shopkeeper Chen looked at Ye Zhong anxiously. Third young master, you have to think of a solution. The Qianyang Academy's recruiting team will arrive in Shiliang County by tomorrow evening at the latest. Right now, all the practitioners in Shiliang County are waiting to buy the elixir. The sales of the elixir will skyrocket after tomorrow evening. But our current inventory and herbal reserves cannot withstand such large-scale consumption. Tomorrow night. Our stock of herbs and elixirs will only last until tomorrow night at most, if the caravan fails to return with herbs before the morning of the day after tomorrow. We in the Yi Mansion are facing a situation where we have no herbs to make pills. After so many years, if Danhang announces that it has no elixirs at the critical moment of Qianyang Academy's enrollment, it will definitely be a devastating blow to the reputation of our Yi Mansion. After hearing this, Ye Zhong basically understood what was going on. To put it bluntly, the reason why the Yi family has accumulated such high popularity and reputation in Shiliang County is because of their alchemy business. We do not raise prices when elixirs are in short supply, and there has been no shortage of elixirs for many years. This is how we can accumulate a good reputation. But if they were to recruit students at Qianyang Academy, the Yi family would not be able to refine elixirs at a time when elixirs were needed the most. That would affect the examinations of these practitioners for Qianyang Academy. Ruining someone's future and destroying their money are the same thing, just like killing their parents. One can imagine the situation of the Yi family by then. I remember the herbal medicine stock in the shop should be enough to last for 5 days, right? Why can it only last until tomorrow night? Ye Zhong asked. When shopkeeper Chen heard this, he was about to speak, but was interrupted by his aunt. Ye Zhong, this is all my aunt's fault. The pill formula you prepared has reduced the price of our Yi family's pills by so much that many retail investors want to purchase from our Yi family. I thought it would increase sales, so it doesn't matter who I sell it to, so I asked shopkeeper Chen to agree. I didn't expect these retail investors to buy so much at once. Wouldn't this mean that our Yi mansion's reserves are insufficient? I'm sorry. Ye Zhong waved his hand. Auntie did the right thing. We are in business to make money. It doesn't matter who we sell to. This incident itself was caused by the fact that the herbs could not arrive in time. It's not the aunt's fault. Thank you, third brother. Yi Lang on the side actually looked at Ye Zhong with gratitude for the first time. It seems that he is also afraid that his mother will be punished. After all, it concerns the reputation of the Yi family, and it is no trivial matter. Ye Zhong asked again. Manager Chen, although there are monsters in Shirwang Temple, isn't it possible to walk through their mass graves? Why didn't the caravan take a deity through their mass graves? Shopkeeper Chen said hurriedly. Third master, you don't know. Didn't the Qianyang Academy's admissions team stay at the mass grave for 2 days a few days ago to clear out the monsters? During those 2 days, they did find a demon beast, and during the fight, they chopped a huge, deep pit 10 meters wide on the business road. The road hasn't been repaired yet, and the carriage team can't pass through there. So, if we want to solve the herbal medicine problem, we can only solve this monster. Ye Zhong frowned. Jiang Liana asked from the side. What about Qianyang City? The Qianyang City Lord's mansion has a garrison composed of cultivators to relieve the burden of exorcising demons. Didn't they go? Chen Zhangue said. It will take at least 3 days to get from Qianyang City to Shirwang Temple. After they arrived, I eliminated the monsters, waited for the caravan to come back, and made the elixir. 5 days had passed. I'm afraid it will be too late by then. Can I write to my brother? Yi Lang asked. Yishan waved his hand. Zhong'er is with the Qianyang College recruitment team and cannot leave the team without permission. Let them take a deity to the Shirwang Temple. Our Yi family doesn't have that much face. Besides, Zhong'er is only at the 5th level of Qi refining realm. I'm afraid he won't be a match for that half-step heavenly mansion great demon even if he goes there. For now, if it doesn't work, I will. Father, absolutely not. Yes, father, you are too old to go. Yi Changan and Yi Chanming said hurriedly. But now in the entire Shiliang County, besides me, is there another person who is at the 9th level of Qi refining realm? I don't know how strong Zhong Bohan, the patriarch of the Zhong family, is, but he will definitely not go. This situation is a godsend for the Zhong family. Ye Zhong heard this and spoke. Grandpa. You really can't go. It takes almost a whole night to get from Shiliang County to Shirwang Temple. Your body can't take it. I'll go. You? Yishan and others were stunned. Ye Zhong said seriously. Don't worry, I will find a way to deal with that big monster. But after all, that is a great demon at the half-step heavenly mansion realm. It will be very dangerous for you to go there. Yi Chanming said hurriedly, he obviously didn't want his son to go. Jiang Liana, who was standing next to him, hurried forward and took Ye Gu's arm and said. Father, Grandpa. I'll go with my husband. Both of us are at the 7th level of Qi refining realm. If we join forces, we still have hope of defeating that big monster. Even if we can't kill them, we can definitely lure them away and let the caravan pass smoothly. This. Grandpa. Father, time waits for no one, we must set off now. Ye Zhong urged. Seeing this, Yishan could only sigh. Go early and come back early, be safe. Chapter 37, The Fang-Toothed Green-Backed Ape actually has a beast-taming ring. A moment later, outside Shiliang County. Ye Zhong took Jiang Liana and set off directly. Just looking at the nightgown on his body and the black gores on his face, Jiang Liana asked curiously. Husband, we are going to eliminate the big monster, why are you dressed like a thief? I can understand the night clothes, which make it difficult for the big monster to find you, but what is this mask for? Ye Zhong smiled as he hurried on his way. This is what my eldest brother shared with me. He said that some monsters are very sensitive to auras. Wearing a mask can reduce the chance of being discovered by these monsters. I don't know if it's true, but wearing a mask won't have any effect, so it's always better to be more careful. Jiang Liana nodded. The journey is not short, we should try to get there before dawn and deal with the monster. This way, we won't miss the Chenyang Academy enrollment team entering the city. It won't delay our admission to Chenyang Academy. Ye Zhong nodded and then asked. Oh, right, show me the information that shopkeeper Chen has about that monster. Jiang Liana nodded, and immediately took out a piece of paper, on which was clearly recorded the information of this big monster. Shiliang County, Zhong family. Master, you said that what the Zhong family got this time was a tusked green-backed ape at the half-step Jinfu realm. This kind of monster is known for its defensive power. It is difficult for those who are stronger than it to kill it. Doesn't this mean that if no Jinfu realm strongman takes action, no one can deal with this monster? Butler Lin said excitedly. Zhang Bohan also smiled and nodded. That's right. Such a monster is placed in the Shirwang temple, and the mass graves have been destroyed by De Biao's nephew. Within 3 to 5 days, the caravans from Shiliang County won't be able to return. I wonder how long the Yi family's elixirs can last. Once their medicines are sold out and their reputation collapses, it will be a good opportunity for our Zhong family to seize the market. Butler Lin also laughed when he heard this. Congratulations, sir. Your status in the Zhong family will surely rise. Then there is hope for the young master's dantian to be repaired. Zhang Bohan sighed when he heard this. US matter can only wait for the time being. As long as we take over the medicine market in Shiliang County this time, we can ask the Zhong family in Chenyang City for a medicine that can restore the dantian. They should agree. But if we fail, I'm afraid that both my father and I will be finished, and maybe even Liana and Xiaoshan will be finished too. Butler Lin said hurriedly. Master, please don't say such discouraging words. That fine green-backed ape is not that easy to deal with. In my opinion, the Yi family is doomed this time. I hope so. We have been setting up the situation for so many days, now we just have to wait and see the result. Zhang Bohan sighed. Steward Lin said as he massaged Zhang Bohan's shoulders. Actually, Master, with the strength of the Zhong family in Chenyang City, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with a small Yi family. Why not just send a few experts over to kill them? Why go through so much trouble? Zhang Bohan heard this. Do you think no one cares about this world? Let's not even talk about whether the old fox, the lord of Chenyang City, will take action against the Zhong family. Just look at the daughter-in-law Jiang Liana that the Yi family recently married. Although she is a concubine of the Jiang family, she is still a member of the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family is too powerful to look down on the Yi family, the friendship between the older generation is still there. If the Yi mansion is destroyed, the Jiang family will lose face and will naturally not let the Zhong family off. How could those old foxes from the Zhong family in Chenyang City not think of this? Therefore, the Yi family can only be driven away and must not be exterminated. Otherwise, once the Yi family is destroyed, something bad will happen to the Zhong family. Although the Zhong family looks down on the Yi family, they will not tolerate others destroying the Yi family. Otherwise, the Zhong family will not fulfill the marriage contract. Butler Lin was embarrassed when he heard this. It is the old slave who is confused. You are so discerning, old man. Zhang Bohan leaned back in his chair and smiled. Okay, stop flattering me. The outcome of Shiliang County's medicine industry depends on these 2 days. You must keep a close eye on me. Yes. Butler Lin responded. However, after Ye Zhong and Jiang Liana left Shiliang County, they headed all their way to the Shirwang temple. In order to save time, the two people did not follow the trade route. Instead, it crosses several hills along their way. Monsters and beasts often appear on these hills. However, powerful monsters like the fine green-backed ape are rare here. In addition, the two of them were very careful along the way, and they had good luck throughout the night. There were no monsters blocking the way. And there was still an hour before dawn. The two of them finally saw the Shirwang temple on the mountainside from afar. It was a small temple, standing conspicuously on the bumpy mountainside. But what is even more obvious at this moment is that it is on the trade road near the Shirwang temple. Sure enough, there was a huge monster lurking there. The monster seemed to be in a very violent mood, and the two people heard its roar from a long distance away. And it is about 1 kilometer away from the tusked green-backed monkey. It is brightly lit and has many tents. Obviously, those should be the caravans waiting to return to Shiliang County. Ye Zhong and the other man observed for a while, then rushed towards the fanged green-backed ape. About half an hour later, the two men had already come close to the tusk-toothed green-backed ape. As they got closer and felt the strong aura of the green-backed ape, the two men couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "I will?" Ye Zhong asked. Jiang Liana hurriedly grabbed Ye Gu's hand. "Husband, let me try first. You don't encounter a half-step heavenly realm monster every day. If I can't do it, you come again." Ye Zhong nodded. Jiang Liana has a top-grade physique after all, and she also has top-grade skills and top-grade attack secrets. There is still the strength to fight across levels. Since she wanted to try her hand, Ye Zhong naturally wouldn't stop her. Jiang Liana didn't waste any words and stepped forward quickly. The next moment, the foamy cold palm directly hit the fanged green-backed ape. And that fang-toothed green-backed ape is worthy of being at the half-step Qianfu realm. The moment Jiang Liana slapped out with her palm, the fanged green-backed ape also felt the danger. The huge body suddenly arched up, and at the same time, it let out an earth-shaking roar at Jiang Liana. It happened in a flash. After the fanged green-backed ape roared, it raised its fist as strong as an iron tower and slammed directly at the giant ice crystal palm. Boom! A punch and a palm collided in an instant. Ye Zhong saw that the giant ice crystal palm shattered in an instant, but the fanged green-backed ape was also knocked back several steps by this palm. All the hair on his body was blown all over the place by the huge shock wave. After just one encounter, a large area of frostbite appeared on the fanged green-backed ape's fist. Ye Zhong also understood it in his heart. This fanged green-backed ape is no match for Jiang Liana. Although Jiang Liana might not be able to kill it for the time being, as long as the green-backed ape does not run away, it will be beaten to death by Jiang Liana sooner or later. With a top-grade physique, top-grade skills, and top-grade attack secrets, if I can't fight against higher levels with this configuration, then I'm really letting the system down. Ye Zhong smiled in his heart. However, at this moment, Jiang Liana on the side suddenly shouted, "My husband, look at the neck of that green-backed ape." Upon hearing this, Ye Zhong hurriedly looked over. My goodness! The next moment he saw that on the neck of the tusk-toothed green-backed ape, a fiery red ring was revealed because the hair was blown up by the giant palm. The ring fit perfectly around the neck of the tusked greenback ape. Jiang Liana exclaimed. "That's the beast-taming ring, it can control monsters. This monster didn't come here on its own. I'm afraid it was controlled by someone." When Ye Zhong heard this, his face turned grim and he said, "You kill it, and I'll go look around to see if there's anyone there." After saying that, Ye Zhong rushed towards the Shirwang temple nearby. Chapter 38, Full Moon Sword Technique. A Qianfu realm expert. The entire mountain range where the Shirwang temple was built is bare. That's why Ye Zhong and Jiang Liana could see this lonely temple at a glance. And at this moment they actually found the beast-taming ring on the fanged green-backed ape. This is enough to show that this tusked green-backed ape was driven here by someone and did not come here on its own initiative. The beast-taming ring is a magical weapon that can control monsters. This kind of thing is very valuable and ordinary people can't afford it at all. There are lords of the great Xia dynasty and its subordinate cities. It is mainly for training the army of monsters. So although this kind of thing is precious, it is not rare. Jiang Liana had seen him more than once when she was at the Jiang family. That's why I recognized it at first sight. There is basically no place to hide in the mountains where the Shirwang temple is located. So when Ye Zhong discovered that the monster had a beast-controlling ring on it, the first place he thought of was its hiding place. It is the temple of King Xia. Sure enough, as Ye Zhong rushed into the Shirwang temple, he immediately saw a bonfire that had just been extinguished. Although the entire bonfire was extinguished by water, the remaining heat clearly showed that there was someone here just now. Ye Zhong couldn't help but be extremely alert and at the same time exuded his own aura. I hope to find out if there is really someone hiding here. The Shirwang temple is not big, with only 2 rooms in total. One is the lobby, with a huge stone statue placed in the middle, and the sculpture is of the Lord of Daxia, King Xia. This was the first time Ye Zhong saw the statue of King Xia. He was a middle-aged man with a sturdy build and a noble bearing. With a long sword in his hand resting on the ground, he looked very heroic. As for his appearance, he makes people feel that he is the embodiment of justice and strength. Ye Zhong looked at the statue of King Xia and felt deeply moved. King Xia Bukui was a great figure, and just a statue of him was enough to shock people. If I saw him in person, I would kneel down immediately. Ye Zhong didn't look at the statue for long. He found that the fruits offered in front of the statue had not been touched. These people obviously didn't want anyone to know that someone had spent the night here. So be careful in everything you do. Ye Zhong then went into the inner room, which was a rest room. There was an unconscious old man lying on the bed. It was the old monk who stayed behind in the Shirwang temple. But the old man was obviously knocked unconscious and didn't even know it. Ye Zhong was thinking about whether to wake up the old man and ask about the situation. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a breath passing by from outside the Shirwang temple. At the same time, his entire expression changed. Not good. Remembering that Jiang Lianer was still outside, Ye Zhong did not dare to delay and rushed out immediately. Really? As soon as he rushed out of the Shirwang temple, he immediately saw three figures in night clothes rushing towards Jiang Lianer. Jiang Lianer was still dealing with the fine green-backed ape at the moment and had no energy to pay attention to the three people attacking from behind. Ye Zhong shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. Be careful. After saying that, a sword finger instantly shot towards the three people. Ye Gu's swordsmanship has reached the entry level. When the sword was shot out, the man in black didn't even have time to react, and was instantly pierced through the body by Ye Gu's sword, dying on the spot. The other two people were also shocked when they saw this. They obviously didn't expect Ye Zhong to be so strong. Jiang Lianer had already reacted at this moment. The moment she distanced herself from the fine green-backed ape, she slapped the remaining two people with a meridian-sealing cold palm. The strength of those two people is probably at the first level of chi refining stage. He couldn't even resist after being hit by this palm strike. His bones and tendons were broken in an instant. Fortunately, he didn't die, but just became a disabled person. Ye Zhong just woke up and asked them who sent them. But at this moment, a blade of light suddenly came from the side. The blade was shaped like a crescent moon, and it was like a crescent moon slashing towards him. Ye Zhong did not dare to delay, and instantly shot out a sword finger, hitting the blade light. As the two attacks collided, Ye Zhong was also shocked. Although his sword finger pierced through the blade's light, but the blade still slashed towards him. In a hurry, Ye Zhong had to dodge. At the same time, he saw that there was a man in black robes standing on the side of Shirwang Temple. That person's strength was obviously much stronger than the other three. Seeing that his attack was dodged by Ye Zhong, the man in black seemed to be angry. In an instant, a terrifying aura emerged. When this breath came out, even Jiang Lianer, who was standing beside, was startled and shouted hurriedly. "He is a strong man from Qinfu realm, my husband, be careful." Ye Zhong shouted. "Don't worry about me, deal with the green-backed ape first." Jiang Lianer nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, she really was overwhelmed. The black-clothed man from Qinfu realm obviously held the beast-controlling ring in his hand, controlling the green-backed ape to attack Jiang Lianer continuously. She couldn't get away at all. Ye Zhong looked at the black-robed man in front of him and spoke in a cold voice. "Who are you? Why do you want to do this?" The man in black robe sneered when he heard this. "You don't deserve to know." After saying that, the man in black robe attacked again. A large knife with a cold glow in his hand was swung up instantly. At the same time, a series of crescent-shaped blades slashed towards Ye Zhong. The other party is already a Qinfu realm expert, and this sword secret book doesn't seem to be weak either. Seeing this, Ye Zhong naturally did not dare to neglect it. The sword fingers pointed continuously, and in an instant several sword beams shot out. Fortunately, Ye Zhong's attainments in swordsmanship were not low, so he did not seem flustered when dealing with the situation. When the other party saw that Ye Zhong could actually counter his sword light with only the strength of the 7th level of Qi refining realm, his face darkened instantly. He picked up the big knife and rushed towards Ye Zhong. Upon seeing this, Ye Zhong instantly condensed a sword blade at his fingertips and rushed towards the opponent. The two people collided with each other in an instant. Although Ye Zhong did not have a sword in his hand, the sword blade condensed from his sword fingers was no weaker than the big knife in the opponent's hand. For a while, the two men were fighting hard. The man in black robe was also shocked. A Qi refining realm 7th level was able to fight me like this. When did such a monster appear in Shiliang County? He is a genuine Qianfu realm expert. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything to the other party. As the fight between the two men lasted longer and longer, Ye Zhong gradually made a surprising discovery. A force of swordsmanship actually emerged from the true energy of all things in his body. Sure enough, all things are so abnormal. At this moment, when fighting with the opponent, all things can actually understand the power of swordsmanship from the opponent's swordsmanship moves. It's really hard for me to lose. As the sword power in Ye Zhong's body became stronger and stronger, the man in black was also shocked by his discovery. The guy in front of him, who was only at the 7th level of Qi refining realm, was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. The opponent seemed to be getting familiar with his swordsmanship and sword intent, which shocked him greatly. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening. Even the fanged green-backed monkey at the side was showing signs of defeat under Jiang Liana's continuous bombardment. The situation was clearly out of control. The man in black robe slashed at Ye Zhong again in an instant. Ye Zhong became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He did not even retreat but blocked the knife head-on. Clang! As the knife and sword collided with each other, the two men were instantly shocked and took several steps back. What Ye Zhong didn't expect was that after this attack, the black man actually rushed quickly towards the mountains behind. Obviously he's going to run away. Jiang Liana had finally dealt with the green-backed ape at this moment, and shouted upon seeing this. My husband is not chasing me anymore. Ye Zhong waved his hand to stop Jiang Liana. No need. The most urgent task is to open up the trade route and solve the urgent problem of the Ye family. As for who this person is, I think we will know soon. Why? Didn't he run away? Jiang Liana asked in confusion. Ye Zhong said indifferently. Look at the direction he ran away. What's that place over there? Jiang Liana was stunned and spoke quickly. Mass graveyard. But the mass graveyard business route was destroyed by the Chenyang College investment promotion team. There are no other teams passing by there now, only the Chenyang Academy's admissions team. He's running over there. Could he be a member of the Chenyang Academy's admissions team? Chapter 39. The recruitment team arrives. Big Brother is finally back. A Qianfu realm expert wouldn't come to a small place like Shiliang County for no reason. This person is most likely a member of the Chenyang College admissions team. Even if it's not him, he must be someone sent by the Zhong family of Chenyang City. Ye Gudao. The Zhong family. Indeed, if the business is delayed for 2 days, the Ye family will really be finished. The Zhong family is indeed the most suspicious. Jiang Liana said. But because of this, shouldn't we chase after him and stop him? Jiang Liana asked. Ye Zhong shook his head. It's too risky. We don't know how many of their people are in the admissions team. Besides, Big Brother is also in the team. Once we catch up with him, Big Brother will not be in a good situation. Anyway, the recruitment team will arrive in Shiliang County in the evening. We still have a chance to try to find out who this person is. Jiang Liana nodded. I will listen to you, my husband. So what should we do now? Ye Zhong looked at the tusk-toothed green-backed ape that had died tragically behind him and said. I remember you have a storage ring. Collect the corpse of this beast and sell it for a good price when you go back. I think the caravan will be here soon. For safety reasons, let's go back with the Ye family's caravan. Good. Jiang Liana nodded, and then went to collect the body of the tusk-toothed green-backed ape. Sure enough, a moment later a large group of people came running over. These people are honest people with no real ability, and they make a living by running caravans. There are some guards in the team who are at the Qi refining level. However, it was obvious that these people were unable to break through the blockade of the fanged green-backed ape. When Ye Zhong took off his mask, a man in his 40s walked out of the crowd. Third young master. Why are you here, third young master? Ye Zhong looked at the other person, but he felt unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had never met anyone from a caravan. Third young master, I'm the leader of the Ye Mansion's caravan, you can just call me Old Liu. Old Liu, okay. Help me do something. Ye Zhong said. At the same time, he pointed at the few dark figures who were not yet dead. Find someone to send them to the city lord's mansion in Qianyang City and say that they were the ones who controlled the fanged green-backed ape to block the trade route. Let the city lord worry about the rest. Well. Old Liu responded quickly. However, just when Lao Liu was about to send people to kidnap those shadowy figures, those shadowy figures suddenly let out a roar, and then they died with blood coming out of all their orifices. Husband, they. Jiang Lianer was also surprised. Ye Zhong said with cold eyes. He's actually Deadpool, he's really loyal to his master. Third young master, are you still sending it? Old Liu asked. Ye Zhong nodded. Even if they die, they have to be sent over. We can't let the people behind the scenes sit back and relax. We have to send some trouble over to them. Old Liu nodded and immediately arranged for people to carry the body. Ye Zhong said to Old Liu. You tell the caravan to set off immediately, and I will personally escort you back. Well. Old Liu's face was full of excitement, and he hurried to call on the caravan to set off. And because he was returning to Shilian County with the caravan, so this speed is naturally not as fast as the speed at which he and Jiang Liana are traveling together. Fortunately, there are many carriages in the caravan, so the two of them can take this opportunity to have a good rest. Ye Zhong asked in the carriage. Do you know where that kind of crescent moon sword technique came from? Jiang Liana shook her head when she heard this. I haven't seen it. My husband wants to judge from this knife skill whether it is the Zhong family who is behind this. Ye Zhong nodded. Those people are dead, and the one from Qinfu realm also ran away. Although I am almost certain that it was the Zhong family who did this, I still have no evidence. I'm afraid that those dead people can't be found in the Zhong family. A family like this wouldn't be so careless. Jiang Liana pursed her lips when she heard that. Doesn't that mean we can't do anything to the Zhong family? This is too cheap for them. Ye Gudao. Not necessarily. Facts are facts after all. If a Qinfu realm expert is really in the recruitment team, I will definitely be able to recognize him once I find a chance to fight him. It's just that I'm afraid he won't be able to hold back. This is the most troublesome thing. Jiang Liana didn't know how to comfort Ye Zhong, so she could only hold his hand and squeeze it tightly. Seeing this, Ye Zhong smiled and said, Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Let's take it one step at a time. The two then rested in the carriage. When the carriage team arrived back at the gate of Shilian County, it was already late in the evening. Ye Zhong actually saw Yi Lang from a distance. This guy was actually waiting for them directly at the city gate. Seeing Yi Lang running over, Ye Zhong couldn't help but smile. Your strength has actually reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm. Yi Lang smiled and said. I just broke through today. There have been so many things going on in the Yi mansion recently. If I don't improve my strength, I really won't be able to help you at all. By the way, Big Brother is back. The admissions team entered the city 10 minutes earlier than you. Yi Lang smiled. Ye Zhong is the Dao. Don't rush to find my brother. Let's wait until the caravan arrives at the shop. Also, come up here because I have some questions for you. Seeing Ye Gu's serious face, Yi Lang got on the carriage immediately without any further ado. Ye Zhong asked. Do you know if the Zhong family has any famous attack secrets? What kind of weapons are the people in their family good at using? Yi Lang was stunned when he heard this. Why are you asking this? I don't know much about the Zhong family. I just heard from some courtesans in the restaurant that the Zhong family seems to specialize in swordsmanship. There is a local sword technique called the full moon sword technique. When this sword technique is used, it is shaped like a crescent moon and has great destructive power. But what happened? Yi Lang asked hurriedly. Jiang Liana told Yi Lang what happened today, and Yi Lang became furious. They are so despicable in order to seize the Shilian County elixir market. Even attacked you. Are you okay, sister-in-law? Ye Zhong was speechless. Shouldn't you care more about me? Yi Lang smiled awkwardly. I'm used to caring about my younger brothers and sisters. Honestly, now that we know it was the Zhong family who did it, shouldn't we seek revenge? Or should we just report it to the police? Ye Zhong said helplessly. I know, but do you have evidence? The Zhong family practices the crescent moon sword technique, but this cannot be used as evidence. After all, there are many people with similar sword techniques. Don't worry about it. I will find a way. As they were talking, the caravan finally arrived at the Yi family shop. Seeing several carts of herbs, Chen Jiangui finally felt relieved. But Yi Jiyu was still thinking about his elder brother, so he greeted him immediately. Let's go find big brother. Yi Lang looked at Yi Jiyu suspiciously. Have you really forgotten? Do you still dare to go to big brother? You married the woman who should have been his, and now you're still looking for him. Aren't you afraid that he'll punish you? Yi Gudao. What's the big deal? He will know it sooner or later. Besides, I believe that my eldest brother is a reasonable person. You really think so? Yi Lang obviously didn't believe it. Well, I won't go. I'm afraid that big brother will beat me up too. I'm going home first, you guys go by yourselves. After saying that, Yi Lang ran away. Seeing this, Yi Jiyu did not force it and said to Jiang Liana. Shall we go? Jiang Liana was also a little worried. Husband, do you think my elder brother will go crazy? Yi Jiyu smiled when he heard this. Don't worry, my brother is very stable. Even if he knows, he won't go crazy. After all, it was he who took his time to come back so late, and you are already mine, what else can he do? As he said that, Yi Jiyu pulled Jiang Liana into his arms. Jiang Liana also blushed and nodded. Chapter 40, Hongmeng Level Secret Method, Live as Long as You. Sifan Street, Shiliang County. At this moment, Sifan Street was packed with people. Many practitioners practice hard for a year or even several years just to wait for this moment. Waiting for the admissions team of Qianyang Academy to arrive so that you can join Qianyang Academy. The admission rules of Qianyang Academy are also very simple. As long as one's strength reaches the 5th level of the body tempering realm before the age of 20, one can enter Qianyang Academy. For those over the age of 20, the cultivation requirements will need to be increased according to their age. After all, Qianyang Academy is also a place to train talents for the Great Xia dynasty. In addition to practitioners with extraordinary talents, these talents naturally also require some older practitioners who have improved through accumulated experience. The former will be the future pillars of the Great Xia dynasty, while the latter will become local officials in various regions of the Great Xia dynasty by virtue of their experience advantages due to their age. These local officials do not need to be too strong, but they do need to have extraordinary life experience. On Sifan Street, a fighting arena has been built. It is the admissions arena. In order to verify one's strength, every student who registers needs to compete with the admissions team to avoid false reporting of one's strength. At this moment, Yi Chongjing and Zhang Debiao were arranging the last few things on the stage. Zhang Debiao listened to the practitioners watching from the audience shouting. My younger brother is marrying his sister-in-law. My younger brother is marrying his sister-in-law because of curiosity. I asked. What are they shouting about? What about a younger brother marrying his sister-in-law? Is there really such a thing in this world? Zhang Debiao obviously knew something, but at this moment he pretended not to know. Ye Zhong, who was standing by, laughed when he heard this. Who knows what strange things happened in Shiliang County? My brother married my sister-in-law. Anyway, I haven't heard of it. Zhang Debiao laughed. Yes. It's really rare for a younger brother to marry his sister-in-law. If it were me, I would definitely not do it. At least my brothers would turn against each other. Yi Chong, what about you? If it happened to you, would you turn your back on your relatives? Yi Chong was stunned when he heard this, then smiled. I don't know. After all, they are brothers. I may not be able to do it. But I think I'll go crazy. Zhang Debiao smiled and said nothing when he heard that. Then he turned around and walked off the stage. But before leaving, he gave Yi Zhong a meaningful look. At this moment, Yi Jiyu finally brought Jiang Lianer to Sifan Street. My goodness, as soon as the two of them arrived here, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. It was crowded with people. Apart from countless heads, they could only see the arena built in front of them. Yi Jiyu saw Yi Chong on the ring and shouted a few times. However, there were too many people and the sound could not get through. Even Jiang Lianer was squeezed so hard that she could hardly stand. Seeing this, Yi Jiyu picked up Jiang Lianer and placed her on his shoulders. When Jiang Lianer saw this scene, her heart was warmed and she couldn't help but kiss Yi Jiyu on the face. Thank you, sir. Yi Jiyu smiled and said. See if you can find my elder brother. You must have seen his portrait. Jiang Liana nodded and started searching ahead. However, she did not find Ye Zhong, but instead saw Zun Anan not far away on the side. I saw Zun Anan sticking his head out, as if he was also recruiting people. Sister Anan! Jiang Liana shouted. Zun Anan looked over when she heard the voice, and was also stunned when she saw Jiang Liana sitting on Ye Gu's shoulders. Then he smiled and nodded. Why doesn't Sister Anan come over? Seeing that Zun Anan didn't come over, Jiang Liana hurriedly greeted her. Husband, let's go find Sister Anan. She seems to be looking for someone too. Ye Jiu nodded, immediately put Jiang Liana down, and the two of them squeezed over together. When Ye Jiu and the other man appeared beside them, Zun Anan was also obviously surprised. Especially when he looked at Ye Jiu, there was a hint of evasion in his eyes. This also surprised Ye Jiu. She must have read the love letter Liana wrote, so she doesn't dare to read mine. It looks like I have to find a chance to apologize to Zun Anan. Liana's love letter is really too abrupt. Ye Jiu shook his head helplessly, but Jiang Liana did it for his own sake, so Ye Jiu naturally wouldn't be angry with her. Jiang Liana asked. Sister Anan, are you looking for someone? Zun Anan nodded. I have a friend who is in the admissions team, but there are too many people here. Jiang Liana smiled. That's easy. Let your husband carry you on his shoulders, and then he will be able to see you. That's not good. Aren't you recruiting people too? Zun Anan said hurriedly that she had just seen Ye Jiu carrying Jiang Liana on his shoulders. Jiang Liana smiled. We are looking for brother Ye Jiu. There is no rush. He will return to the Yi mansion after he finishes his work here. Your matter is urgent, let your husband carry you. Forget it, let him carry you. Zun Anan felt a little embarrassed. Ye Jiu said helplessly when he saw this. Am I really that small? Are you so worried about me carrying it? After saying that, Ye Jiu actually carried Jiang Liana and Zun Anan on his shoulders, one on each side. The two women were also stunned when they saw this. Especially Zun Anan, her pretty face turned red immediately. After all, this was her first time to have such an intimate action with a man. Jiang Liana next to him looked at Ye Jiu with warmth flowing in her heart. She knew very well that the reason Ye Jiu carried them all up was because he was afraid that Jiang Liana would be sad. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable seeing their husband carrying another woman. Even if this person is the one she approves of and the one she wants her husband to marry. What Ye Jiu didn't expect was that this was just a small matter for him. But he actually heard the long-lost system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to their host for successfully pampering his wife. Jiang Liana's favorability is full and cannot be further improved. System rewards: 1 level of Dragon and Phoenix collection is increased to 12 times, 100 Qi nourishing pills, 100 Fu promoting pills, and a copy of the secret method to live as long as you. Listening to the system's voice, Ye Jiu also smiled, not to mention the Dragon and Phoenix book and the elixir. What interested him most was this so-called secret method of living as long as the king. This is something he has never seen before. Thinking of this, Ye Jiu quickly opened the system to check it out, and when he saw it, he was stunned. Live Long with You Level 1, a primordial level secret technique. After using it, you can select a target to perish together with. Currently, the target that can perish together with you is at most as strong as their host level 7 of Qi Refining Realm. The target that exceeds their host's strength cannot be selected. Warm tips: continuing to pamper your wife whose favorability is full can raise her level of live as long as you, thereby increasing the strength of the object you can choose. The object's strength can exceed their host's own strength. Please continue to work hard to pamper your wife. Listening to the introduction of the system, Ye Jiu immediately started cursing. Fuck, how stupid must I be to not think of dying together with an enemy of the same level? Can an enemy of the same level defeat me? I am at the 7th level of Qi Refining Realm, but I can fight against the strong men of Qinfu Realm, stupid dog system. But even though he was scolding, Ye Jiu also knew it. The real strength of Jun Tongsu is not the present, but the future. As long as you continue to work hard to pamper your wife and pamper her to the maximum degree of favorability, the secret book of You Are the Same as Me will continue to upgrade its level. This also means that in the future, you can choose to die together with someone who is stronger than you. Just imagine, if you are a Qinfu Realm warrior and you can drag King Shir to death together with you, how satisfying would that be? I'm afraid King Xia will have to fulfill my every request, but of course he definitely can't do that at the moment. Moreover, the only wife with the highest favorability is Jiang Liana. After the favorability is at the highest, it is not easy to continue to be recognized by the system as a beloved wife. Therefore, the level upgrade of Jun Tongsu will probably be a bit slow. But Ye Jiyu didn't care. And this so-called Hongmeng level secret technique made Ye Jiyu a little confused. Aren't there only 4 grades of secret techniques, just like skills, namely, heaven, earth, mysterious and yellow? What grade is this Hongmeng level?